You can get much faster movement speed while crouched, but you'll also make more noise. So there's always trade-offs for these things, and if you're an RPG sicko, this is just like a really fun way to play around with the game because you can actually just pack on a shit ton of flaws. You could be like a smart idiot. You can be a sick, confused person. I personally leaned on leadership skills and also embracing flaws where I kind of hung back and let my NPCs do more damage up front. It's really fun to embrace this stuff. And then of course with that you can lean into guns, melee weapons, stealth, explosives, hacking, stuff you'd expect. But where it all comes out best is, to me, personally, in the dialogue and conversations. This is once again the game's bread and butter, and Obsidian did a really good job with it this time around. This is what kept me playing. So every time you get to a new town or zone, because it's not open world, like it's not like a full open world thing, you're hopping around. All of these places feel like their own little like houses for sub-stories or acts. And it is clear that the game still really loves to hear itself talk, right? Characters are just waiting to dump tons of dialogue and quests and side quests on you constantly, everywhere you walk. It can kind of be overwhelming. Like, I like a densely packed area with quality questing, but characters just say tons of stuff. Like, and I say that as somebody who likes Hideo Kojima games, but like, if here it feels like the game had a required word count, and I hate to say it, after a while, some of it went in one ear and out the other. It's not an indicator of quality, really, but it's just because the sheer amount of it. And that being said, though, like when it does rope you in with an intriguing character or an in-depth side quest or main quest, it does all work really well. You're constantly given multiple options and tough decisions. Sometimes multiple times in a conversation, and other times in a place you least expect. Plus, the game does a really good job of like smoothly integrating your past decisions into conversation and choices, like from your background choice. So I chose for my background the gambler, and every so often was able to take a risk saying something weird or using my gambling knowledge. And both my choice and how characters reacted to this stuff never really felt shoehorned or like you could see the seams, you know? Some games, the dialogue, the way it's written, the way it's constructed, you can see when they shoehorn in your character bio or like some decision you made. You know, here it is absolutely smooth, and it's cool to see go down. Plus, having experience in like a observation skill or speech skill or a ton of other skills all have their use cases that pop up and reward you. I've screwed myself over plenty of times, but I've also saved my ass here and there, walking away from a tense decision tree where I was just glad I had happened to invest points into guns because I could talk my way out of it, threatening to shoot everyone or something. Now, shoot you will here. However you engage with combat, either way, like you're gonna have to at some point, and it feels much tighter this time around. Guns are exciting, straight up, and they feel good to shoot, from loud sound effects to solid feedback and a good bit of loot that actually feels meaningful. Not too far in, you start picking up some cool weapons. Some of the melee stuff still just isn't my favorite. It feels okay, but regardless, you also have access to gadgets like slow down time from Outer Worlds 1, as well as a shield and more stuff as you progress and find stuff. Is it the cleanest stealth? No, but it's doable, and I'm glad they give you just enough tools. Is it the best first-person shooting? No, I've cheesed my way through some things, and some enemies are still really spongy, but it's better. Enemy AI is rough a lot of the time, and your companions also die a lot thanks to sheer stupidity. But that aside, it can be very challenging combat in general, in a good way. Like, I was surprised just how much I was pushed and incentivized to really like min-max everything and really shore up my equipment and weapon and ammo types. And I'm just talking normal difficulty. The game also offers multiple difficulty modes for you. One other issue is third-person mode. I like being able to walk around in third person and really engage in the game entirely in third person. I'm a third-person preferred person. Say that 3 times fast. But here, the way it's implemented, it still just feels a little bit like playing, you know, I don't know, a Bethesda game in third person. It's not perfect. Sometimes it looks a little weird, and I found the camera angle to be kind of uncomfortable most of the time. Most of the animations look pretty good though, and it is definitely doable if you're down, but personally, I just didn't really prefer it. Now again, I found all the loot, from weapons to armor, meaningful. Like you're picking up a lot of shit constantly, right? And that can be annoying just staring at tables and the floor. But when you get a good weapon or a good piece of armor, it's noticeable, it's meaningful. And what helped me care about all that is that the game just has a good weapon and armor mod system as well, where I can add a scope or corrosion ammunition to my gun or additional resistance to my armor. You can find these mods, you can buy them from vendors, or even craft them. And I just like this system quite a bit. I wish the UI in general, like and the small inventory images of the items themselves were a bit clearer, cleaner, more identifiable at a glance. Like it took me a minute to get my head around some things in the UI where it's cluttered, but it feels like it doesn't really need to be. Like it overcomplicates things. Same goes for the journal for tracking quests. It's more of a formatting, like a text formatting thing, but it can be really easy to lose progress at a glance in your quest journal just because of so many bullet points, like endless. Small nitpicks, really. Honestly, you can argue that the quest journal is kind of messy and gets hard to read just because of the sheer complexity of all these quests, at least. Now, companions, I mentioned before, once again, they have their own personal quests that you can do, and they're pretty interesting quests off the jump, at least the ones I've experienced. The companions also still have special abilities and can be commanded in the field to use those abilities in real time. They also have a nice little upgrade track screen where you can switch their weapon traits and prioritize what their armor protects once you've progressed enough and fulfilled certain things. And like sometimes they also look cooler too. I just like the way all of this is handled. You know, it's not too complicated. It's not too oversimplified. They also hang out in your cool new ship called the Incognito, which I think is just a cool upgrade from the first game. It's a good ship. The companions themselves, it's going to be a matter of personal taste. Parvati was the only one that stuck with me from the Outer Worlds 1 base game, and in this sequel, yeah, I don't know. I can't tell who the fan favorite is going to be. No one truly shines, and that was a bit of a bummer. Some of them have their moments, but like, I don't know. Not as memorable as I would hoped, but at least none of them outright sucked. Well, one of them did. We just disagreed, so I kicked their ass out. Bye. Anyway, that's the beauty of these types of games. Again, it's all about the decisions. The game presents tons of like these Fallout 3 megaton opportunities to you, you know, moments that change things, or you lose out on something big. You feel the choice. I've enjoyed really checking out all those little pieces. Right at the start of the game is a good example. You know, the first planet, this island region, it gives you like one big objective and then a million branches as to how you accomplish it. Side with one faction or the other, or, you know, try to sabotage or brute force or sneak. And you can kind of end up doing a little bit of all of it. And that's what kept me interested. Plus, there's a reputation system and meters that you can track and look at as well. Now, like a good RPG, the game is prepared to roll with your screw-ups and bad decisions. Every so often, I had a bad encounter or something I had to like cheese my way out of, but sometimes that's the nature of these types of games. It was really cool to get to a new region or land on a new planet and get the lay of the land and see how to accomplish the next big chunk of the game. The only thing is you move on from characters a lot or you kill them off, so it can feel like a bit of a revolving door of characters that don't stick. But again, I like a game that lets me choose. Like if I just want to murder someone, I can. Or if I want to just be an asshole, take the worst possible route, I can. And the worlds can feel pretty large and sometimes a bit bland, unfortunately. There are some regions, and like when hit with the right point of day or night cycle, they just don't look that good. They look flat and dull, even on a higher end PC. Roaming around the open zones, like out in the wilderness, it's kind of disappointing, if I'm being honest. Just not really very engaging. You don't always come across a lot, and you're just kind of fighting weird bugs and stuff. Like, what the game really prioritizes are the outposts, the towns, the hideaways, the labs, the camps. Like, these are where the game really flexes the art style, the characters, the writing, the detail, the cool interiors, lighting, and it can show you some really cool stuff. The game can go from feeling so lifelessly empty in spots to being super dense RPG Rubik's Cubes. And I'll say that the good outweighed the bad here for me personally. So while it's not like an absolute stunner, like it doesn't have like insane ray tracing or like hyper realistic graphics or anything, the characters look cool, the armor is good, the lighting is good, but the thing for me presentation wise was the music. Like a Fallout game, you can connect to a radio station and roam the wilderness, where I found the wilderness kind of boring. At least I was roaming it in style with some really cool, kind of old timey inspired music and some really great new spins on radio ads. Like think 1940s, 1950s radio commercials, but in this sci-fi universe. This stuff really works well. I was really into it. So in conclusion, I found the humor of the game still solid, but less over the top obnoxious. I found the stakes a bit more serious, while still finding the satire biting. The moment to moment characters, not so memorable, but the overarching plot, the whole adventure, interesting. But what I love the most was just seeing how this RPG is constructed, picking through character creation and progression, making good and bad decisions, trying to play both sides with the factions, checking out the reputation meter. All of this is awesome, and it's good to see Obsidian still has it here in terms of how they build it out. So again, it's more Outer Worlds, but I think just stronger this time. I still would like a tighter focus on more memorable characters and moments, but regardless, this game does have some cool bits, and if you played Outer Worlds 1 and you enjoyed that, I think you might like this one even more. But hey, that's it before you buy. You know how this goes by now. I give you some pros, some cons, and some personal opinion, and now I want to hear yours down in the comments. I'd love to know your experience with the original Outer Worlds, and if you're jumping into this new one, what your expectations are. If you're an Obsidian fan, do you like their older games, their newer games? Let's talk about this stuff. If you like this video, hearing some info, seeing some gameplay, maybe it informed you, clicking a like button's all you gotta do. It really helps us out. And if you're new, consider subscribing. Maybe hit that notification bell, because we do put out videos every single day. But I'm Jake Baldino. I'll catch you every Friday on the news show and some of these before you buys here. But thanks for watching, and we'll see you guys next time.
El clásico. Ya tenemos el clásico en puerta, venimos de ganar y habrá que ver pues si podemos sumar nuevamente a 3 para tener, sobre todo más allá de ganar el clásico, tener todavía las aspiraciones de liguilla. Ayer estábamos dentro hasta que metió gol San Luis. Cuando metió gol San Luis nos sacó por diferencia de goles. Y pues lo que decimos siempre, ¿no? Esos puntitos que dejaste ir durante todo el torneo, incluso la derrota contra San Luis, pues te comienzan a pasar factura. Los 28 partidos recibiendo gol, pues también ahí se ve claro el tema de la diferencia de goles, que ya también ayer se logró por fin, después de 28 partidos, después de 10 meses, aguantar el 0 en la portería. Es cierto que no se exigió mucho a la defensa y cuando se le exigió también por ahí hubo ciertos detalles, pero creo que es una semana en donde Atlas llega tranquilo, en donde Atlas llega trabajado por la mano de Coca, que cada vez se nota más, llega confiado y creo yo, aunque ahorita lo vamos a platicar con ustedes y con Diego, que ya está acá con nosotros, llega mejor que Chivas. No en puntos, está claro que en puntos no, pero en actualidad, porque lo visto por Chivas ayer, pero sobre todo también contra Mazatlán, no ha sido la mejor versión del equipo de Zapopan. Y nosotros, por ejemplo, los 3 últimos partidos que hemos jugado en Guadalajara, se ha visto bien. Quitando el de San Luis, que se vio muy mal, los otros 3 nos hemos visto bien. Así que vamos a platicar todo lo que conlleva el clásico tapatío que se va a jugar el sábado a las 7. Acuérdense que se movió el horario. De las 9 pasó a las 7, así que va a ser más temprano. ¿Cómo andas, Diego? Buenas noches.
Buenas noches, Eddie. Buenas noches a toda la gente que hace el favor de sintonizar una emisión de Tribuna Rojinegra. Sin duda una semana especial, ¿no? Las semanas de clásico siempre son diferentes. Y bueno, ahora el Atlas llega con un envión anímico importante después del triunfo de ayer, pero tampoco hay que olvidar que el partido contra San Luis fue malísimo, ¿eh? Yo creo que el peor del torneo junto con el de Pumas, un equipo que no mostró nada. Y ayer se prestó porque León es un desastre. Y lo más importante futbolísticamente es que se guardó el 0. Veníamos pidiendo un 0 en el arco. Y bueno, a mí ya sabes que a mí me gusta meterle unas monedas a los partidos.
¿Cobró?
Camilo Vargas no tuvo ni una tajada en el partido. No llegó León ni una vez. Entonces, bueno, hay que tener mesura, pero bueno, eso anímicamente le sirve al grupo.
Sí.
Y sirve más de cara a un clásico. A mí cuando son los clásicos no me gusta hablar de quién llega mejor o quién llega peor, porque los clásicos se juegan y se tienen que ganar, vengas como vengas. O sea, independientemente de cómo llegues, la pasión interna del grupo debe ir enfocada a ganar el resultado por la gente, ¿no? Por la gente que espera con ansias este partido. Va a estar interesante sin duda el juego del sábado. Y bueno, ya hablaremos más a fondo de lo que se viene, pero bueno, ya la Fiel llega con mejores ánimos de lo que estábamos hace algunas semanas y sobre todo de lo que nos quedamos el fin de semana después del partido contra San Luis.
Yo creo que, a ver si se puede hablar de favoritismos, me parece que en esta ocasión pienso que Atlas sí es favorito por los momentos, por los pasados también, porque Coca de cierta manera ha demostrado saber cómo jugarle, porque tenemos la base, tenemos gente que sabe, que entiende cómo se juega el clásico, a diferencia de los de enfrente, ¿no? Que a lo mejor no tienen tantos elementos tan arraigados, la gente que normalmente les funcionaba en los clásicos ya no están lesionados, y creo que eso puede ser, la ventaja que tendrán ellos probablemente será la localía, ¿no? Que jugar en esa cancha, es difícil para la gente de Atlas poder ir para allá. Hubo mucho tema con los boletos, ¿no? Los vendieron en paquete. En realidad nunca se vendió suelto ningún boleto para la gente de Atlas. Hay mucha reventa, hay mucho boleto todavía en reventa. Y pues bueno, creo que eso es lo que pudiera jugarle a favor a la gente de Chivas. Ahorita hablaremos más de clásico. Vamos a hablar también de lo que pasó ayer en este partido contra León. Porque creo que también después de la derrota del domingo como que muchos se desilusionaron, ¿eh? Y el Atlas es así, un día está arriba y un día está abajo. Un día sientes que sí vas a calificar, otro día dices, no, pues con esto no vamos a lograr nada. Y eso fue el domingo. O sea, el domingo creo que era un escenario donde podíamos ganarle a San Luis. San Luis no había ganado nunca en todo el torneo en casa.
El viernes.
¿Fue el viernes?
Sí.
No, ya no sé ni qué día.
Pero fue el viernes.
Es que perdimos con el San Luis.
Sí, un partido muy malo, malísimo. Así como te hablo de que Camilo no recibió ningún tiro. El Atlas me parece que nada más tuvo un tiro a portería. Ajá. Tuvo 2 tiros de esquina en todo el partido. Eso te habla de que realmente ni siquiera estuvimos llegando al arco rival. Y era preocupante y una noche de Doria pues fatal, ¿no? Que ahí
normal, ¿no?
Bueno, Doria es de altibajos y para el sábado necesitamos la mejor versión de Doria, si no se nos va a venir la noche otra vez.
A ver, Atlas tuvo 2 remates a puerta nada más. 8 en total, 2 remates a puerta por 11 de San Luis.
Es muy poco.
Pero San Luis tuvo 3 remates a puerta.
Y 2 fueron gol.
2 fueron gol. Y sí, para que te des una idea, Atlas solamente pateó una vez dentro del área. Sí, y fue al minuto 85, el Mudo Aguirre. El resto de los disparos fueron de afuera.
No, fue un partido pésimo. Y ahí creo que, bueno, lo poco que pude percibir, se equivoca Diego Coca, me parece, en alinear, por ejemplo, a Diego González. Diego González se veía cansadísimo. Se veía como que tenía un sueño de...
Vamos con 10.
Es que jugamos con prácticamente... Ahí estaba viéndolo con mi novia y estaba bien enojada porque decía, todos los pases los perdió. Y sí, vi la repetición, todos los pases los perdió, pero no podemos culparlo. El tipo venía de Corea, venía con un viaje, venía con otro horario y le costó.
Acababa de llegar hacia un día.
Le costó.
Aquí lo dijimos el jueves pasado. No está para jugar.
Sí,
no está para jugar. La gente después nos dijo, no, cómo no, era ya lo subieron. Y no, que sí iba a ser titular. Bueno, se vio en la cancha que no estaba. Jugamos con un... Si todavía ayer se veía medio dormido. Ayer todavía no
ayer
estaba así.
Flojito, pero lo del viernes sí fue muy malo. Y de los peores partidos también que le he visto a Yuka, ¿no? Yuka no anduvo fino el viernes, pero bueno, ayer ya tuvo la oportunidad de meterse ya ahí en la pelea por el gol. Ahí está otra vez. Ya su torneo, independientemente si hace más goles, ya es bueno, ¿eh? Aquí habíamos dicho
7 goles.
Lo difícil que es en Atlas hacer de 5 o 6 goles para arriba por torneo. Yuka ya va por su segundo torneo consecutivo peleando ahí arriba.
¿Cuántos hizo el torneo pasado?
11.
Y 7, 18. En un año.
En un año, es muy buena. Para lo que venía manejando Atlas es muy buena.
Por los
muy
mismos
buenos
goles
números.
hicimos ídolo de Piño, ¿eh? Más o menos por las mismas.
Yuka es, aparte la entrega que pone en el campo. Y
que por ejemplo en el partido contra San Luis sí se veía muy lejos de todos.
Sí, bueno, en general el equipo se vio mal, o sea, no hay uno que se salve. Hablamos de Diego González, de Yuka, porque suelen ser de los que destacan ante el resto, pero en general el partido de todos fue malo y sobre todo no se vio una reacción desde la banca, o sea, sí se vio como que no sé si Diego Coca aventó la bandera blanca muy pronto desde el medio tiempo porque no hubo una reacción para el segundo tiempo. El segundo tiempo prácticamente no pasó nada.
Gracias, Luis Alberto Noriega dice por el superchat, Atlas gana 2-1 con doblete de Yuka. Saludos, nos dice. 2-1.
Ojalá.
Sería bueno. Sería muy bueno. Voy con más comentarios, dice por acá. Saludos, por fin un 0. Contra el más malo, dicen. Pero ni a los malos les mantenían el 0. Pumas, Querétaro, Puebla, nos dice Carlos Aguilar. Eso es cierto, todo el mundo nos metía gol. Y ahí, por ejemplo, yo lo que decía ayer y que creo que influyó mucho, ayer lo decía en la transmisión, fue la lesión de Funes Mori. Para mí la lesión de Funes Mori influye bastante, sobre todo por la decisión que toma Nacho Ambriz. Se lesiona Funes Mori al minuto 5 y entra Exxon Ayón.
Sí.
León juega con 10. Ayón es malísimo. No es que Funes Mori sea bueno, que no lo es. De hecho, Funes Mori se perdió 4 de gol en el partido contra Santos del fin de semana, que también aquí lo tuvimos y que hizo figura Acevedo, y Acevedo se vuelve crack. Exxon Ayón no sacrifica como Funes Mori, no se mueve como Funes Mori, no se bota como Funes Mori, no tiene el juego aéreo de Funes Mori, entonces no tiene nada.
No tiene la jerarquía de Funes Mori.
Jugó con uno menos. Tan es así, como no tenía delanteros, ya en el segundo tiempo cuando mete al Díaz, al panameño lo metió de 9. Que Díaz es un jugador que corre por la banda.
Sí.
Lo metió de 9 porque jugó casi 70 minutos sin un delantero. Eso nos benefició a nosotros, porque León no pudo llegar. El primer tiro de gol de León fue después del minuto 85.
Sí, muy malo.
Sin contar también las deficiencias de Barreiro, lo platicábamos ahorita fuera de micrófonos. Lo decía ayer la gente en la transmisión, ¿no? Barreiro acordándose cuando jugaba en el Atlas. Y yo le decía, pues con los mismos errores que hacían el Atlas también en aquellos tiempos.
Barreiro ya está para irse el fútbol mexicano, ¿no? Ya...
Pero así ha sido siempre Barreiro.
Sí, siempre estuvo uno o dos buenos torneos cuando León fue campeón.
¿No se acuerdan cuando metió 2 autogoles con Pachuca en un mismo partido?
Medianito, muy medianito como jugador. Y bueno, pero sirvió. O sea, ayer nos echó la mano ahí con su fútbol. Y ¿sabes quién es la...? Siempre hablábamos de a quién iba a potenciar Diego Coca. Y terminó siendo el que nadie esperaba, ¿no?
A Mateo.
O sea, lo de Mateo García ayer, ¿qué onda con su fútbol? Estaba muy revolucionado al final, se ganó tarjeta y tuvieron que sacarlo porque si no seguramente lo iban a echar. Pero Mateo García despertó y eso es una noticia y eso es, o sea, lo hablamos cuando yo digo Coca. ¿Cuál es la principal virtud de Diego Coca como entrenador? Potenciar jugadores, llevarlos, y creo que aquí en el caso el beneficiado ha sido Mateo García, que partido con partido se le ve una mejoría en su juego.
Y Diego González, ¿no? Que hablábamos también de él.
También.
Aunque yo no quiero pensar que el mal del seleccionado le ha llegado a Diego González.
Está cansado.
Es algo que normalmente le pasaba históricamente a los seleccionados de Atlas.
Yo lo veo más de la parte física. A ver,
o sea, tuvo pesado el viaje a
sabemos, o sea, pensamos que porque viajan en primera clase vienen, pero es complicado un viaje y más de esa naturaleza. O sea,
no van sentaditos 17 horas en un asiento con las rodillas acá.
No van sin poder hacer el respaldo para atrás. pero aún así es muy cansado.
Sí,
O sea,
sí.
es muy cansado y más en el horario en que él se fue y regresó. Hay que darle chance, esperemos que para el clásico ya esté al 100%.
Esperemos que sí, porque lo necesitamos.
Se necesita y hay que aprovechar que el vecino no va a tener a su mejor lateral, o está en duda. Ahí puede ser que Diego González aproveche las ausencias que va a tener Chivas en defensa.
Vamos con más comentarios de la banda. Dice por acá, dice, cumplan la hora que pusieron. Dice, aquí estoy como menso 15 minutos. Estaba a las 9:37, empezamos 9:40.
Ya te regañaron.
No, pues tranquilos. Buenas noches, dice arriba el Atlas. Dice, quisiera agradecer aquí en el programa sobre los boletos. Me la pasé de lo mejor y pues ganamos, dice, y aguantamos el 0. Zona Futsi cumple y siempre aquí viéndolos. Adalberto Díaz nos escribe aquí en el chat.
Ahí está, pues saludos para el buen Adalberto, que vean que las dinámicas que hacemos son reales y más adelante vamos a ver qué más podemos regalarles.
Dice, no soy rojinegro, pero espero que los zorros hagan lo suyo y se terminen por orinar en las Chivas, nos dice Manuel. También por acá dice, no hago mi tarea por verlos a ustedes, nos dicen, hacen bien. Igual ya no son horas para hacer la tarea. Ya es muy tarde, luego no la van a hacer bien. Dice por acá que salió mal en el partido de San Luis para no cometer esos mismos errores en el clásico, dice Miguel Jiménez. Pues desde el planteamiento, ¿no? Hablábamos desde la alineación, la decisión del Paragua González. Creo que es difícil cometer los mismos errores contra Chivas porque son rivales diferentes. Lo hemos platicado aquí, lo estamos platicando fuera de micrófonos. La postura de Atlas va a ser defensiva, creo yo, y a buscar balonazos a Yuca.
El error que no podemos cometer contra Chivas, y eso es en cada clásico, es salir con la pasividad que salimos ante San Luis. Me parece que no puede salir un equipo tan apático, y es lo que yo esperaría del Atlas de Diego Coca el sábado, que cada pelota vayan a lucharla, a pelearla con todo, que prácticamente es lo que nos ha sacado adelante en los últimos clásicos que hemos jugado, en los que hemos ganado. Sí. Ese extra que ha puesto jugadores que, como tú mencionabas, ya están identificados con el club, ya saben lo que es ser campeones del club, ya saben lo que es jugar un clásico, y lo transmiten en la cancha y se ha notado la diferencia, ¿no? Por eso, para mí es la importancia de que vuelva un jugador como Aldo Rocha, independientemente de que lo vienen haciendo bien los Ramírez, Víctor Hugo Ríos. Creo que la presencia de Rocha te da esa jerarquía en un clásico.
Vas a sacar a Ríos, me imagino.
Creo que tiene que ser el sacrificado porque Paulo Ramírez lo viene haciendo bien. Y Diego González, Mateo, el resto del equipo viene trabajando bien. Pero sí creo importante la jerarquía de Aldo Rocha en el campo para estos partidos se necesita esa voz, se necesita ese mando, se necesita ese extra que Aldo sabe poner en los clásicos.
Decían en el chat que hay que meter las escrituras de la casa a que sacan tarjeta roja a Rocha.
Yo la metería a la amarilla más que a la roja.
Está el Gato Ortiz, adelantando al árbitro es Marco Antonio Ortiz Nava, el Gato.
Pero a la amarilla.
Localista, más no poder el Gato.
Bueno.
¿Quién se peleó con Rocha?
El Gato. Sí.
Ya se las trae. Si Rocha le levanta la voz al Gato, cuidado el sábado con el Gato Ortiz. No es abrir el paraguas, no es echarle la culpa al árbitro desde antes por si se llega a perder el clásico. Son los antecedentes que se tienen con el Gato Ortiz. ¿Cómo nos fue contra el América?
Sí.
¿Estuvo el Gato?
A mí se me hizo muy curioso que cuando asignaron al Gato, los vecinos que suelen siempre hablar de arbitraje, independientemente tienen una historia, toda su vida han llorado por el arbitraje, toda su vida son las víctimas, toda su vida son llorones. ¿Qué es el Gato? Y que van a perjudicar a Chivas. Pues no ven cómo nos ha tratado el Gato últimamente.
No, el Gato es
el Gato nos trae de bajada, entonces no es ninguna ventaja para el Atlas. Y esperemos que no hablar del arbitraje, esperemos que a final de cuentas el Gato se comporte. Pero bueno, mandaron a un árbitro.
No había necesidad.
Difícil.
No había necesidad de asignar al Gato.
Difícil.
Más allá de lo polémico que es por el antecedente que tiene en el partido contra América Atlas.
Porque el Gato en una de esas, yo no lo veo localista, lo veo, bueno, cuando es América es otra cosa. Cuando es América, yo lo veo capaz de echar a perder un partido para uno, para otro lado, por la forma esta tan, ¿cuál es la palabra? No se me baja, pero... O sea, creo que no piensa.
Es protagonista.
Es explosivo, es protagonista. Y en un partido tan caliente como suelen ser los clásicos tapatíos, es difícil un árbitro así.
A ver, también recordemos que contra Tigres Necaxa, que no estaba ni Chivas, ni estaba América, también acuchilló a Necaxa en la liguilla pasada.
Sí.
Y ahí ayudó al local, que era Tigres, que además había agregado como 30,000 minutos. Así que.
A ver, tengo una duda.
cuidado.
¿El gato no fue el que pitó los cuartos de final en el Jalisco cuando estaba el Malayo?
En el penal de.
El penal que no le marcó a Furch y el penal que le regaló a Chivas, ¿no era el gato?
Ahorita te lo voy a confirmar. Ahorita lo confirmamos. Pero digo, no había necesidad. Hay más árbitros. Igual son malos. Pero hay más árbitros que pudieron haber estado en el clásico.
Había que traer uno menos explosivo y menos, pero
Uno de los nuevos, pues ya le estás dando mucha cuerda a los nuevos.
pero los nuevos sí se asustan por las localidades.
A ver, ahorita. Ese fue en mayo, ¿verdad?
Mayo de
Mayo
2023.
1-0 ganó el Atlas. El árbitro central fue Marco Antonio Ortiz Nava.
El gato, esa vez nos acuchilló el gato.
Penal para el Pocho Guzmán.
El
sí,
penal para el Pocho no fue. Y el penal que no le pita, no me acuerdo si era a Uciel o a Furch, a alguno de los dos. El gato ya, en un clásico ya nos acuchilló.
Fue el 11 de mayo del 2023. Ahí estuvo ese tema. Y bueno, normalmente recordemos que ha habido muchas peleas, ¿no? También cuando expulsaron al Pocho, cuando expulsaron al Hueso Reyes, todo ese tema.
Y va a ser importante.
No, y espérame, cuando expulsaron a el Pocho y al Hueso, ¿quién era el árbitro?
También.
Marco Antonio Ortiz Nava. También, en ese 1-1 en el Akron, que fue la roja Reyes. Y luego ya había sacado rojas. Y hubo otra, no me acuerdo si fue de Gadi Aguirre, que era más roja que la del Hueso Reyes. Y no lo echó.
Ese partido no lo vi, estaba de viaje, pero sí.
1-1 terminamos.
Sí, lo recuerdo.
Y ahí estuvo el Gato Ortiz.
Es importante entonces que el grupo entienda el tipo de partido que se va a jugar y con el árbitro que se va a jugar. Y si Rocha juega, Rocha, tranquilo. A la primera,
Difícil, ¿eh? A ver,
a la primera que reclame lo va a tarjetear.
La característica de Atlas este torneo, la indisciplina y lo bravucón.
Sí.
¿Cierto o no?
Sí, es cierto.
El Gato no va a permitir eso, ¿eh?
No.
Si entra Cocaro y empieza a hacer sus desmadres de siempre, de empujar, de hacer la bronca, lo va a echar, ¿eh?
Y a Yuka que le gusta el fútbol de contacto.
Si hacemos lo que hicimos contra Necaxa o contra Juárez, que hubo broncas y no sacaron ni una sola amarilla,
sí,
el Gato sí va a tarjetear a todos. Y si ya cargas una amarilla a la espalda, cuidado. Y eso es para los dos, ¿no? Yo creo que acá también el juego mental en el clásico va a ser importante.
Sí.
Tanto de allá para acá como de acá para allá. Porque también si nosotros podemos tratar de ganchar a los de enfrente a que caigan en ese juego y te suelten una patada, te avientan un empujón, puede ser también ahí la clave. Digo, ellos también tienen explosivos, está Romo.
Y es importante cómo se ve el juego. Me parece que si Atlas logra aguantar el 0 y que Chivas se desespere, ahí es donde podemos tener el escenario a favor, ¿no? Cuando Chivas se desespera, se nubla en lo futbolístico y ahí es donde puede venir que vengan las patadas y las tarjetas a favor del Atlas.
Pues vamos a ver cómo nos va, muchachos. Ahorita voy a darles el estadístico completo de todos los clásicos que ha pitado el Gato, pero los más recientes ya vimos que hay polémica y hay rojas. Siempre hay tarjetas rojas. Así que cuidado porque además, digo, no hay que darle mucho cuadro a Chivas. Hay que pensar también en el partido contra Toluca, que esa es clave. Independientemente, tú puedes ganarle el sábado a Chivas, ¿va? La ganamos.
Sí.
Y si San Luis le gana a Necaxa, que seguramente va a pasar, sigues fuera de la liguilla. Porque quiero pensar que nuestro objetivo principal tendrá que ser hoy en día pues, tratar de rescatar el 10º lugar, ¿no? Antes de pensar en que solo ganándole al Chivas se puede salvar algo.
No, hay que pensar en los números, pero hay que sacarnos de la mente. Es un clásico y los clásicos hay que ganarlos, independientemente de lo que venga después. El clásico se tiene que ir a ganar.
Puede hacer lo mismo que hace 4 años. El 1-0 y vamos para atrás.
Yo no veo un escenario distinto donde el Atlas pueda estar cómodo.
Atlas no golea.
Atlas no. A ver, históricamente, los últimos clásicos así han sido en el Akron. Vamos y nos plantamos a la contra. ¿Por qué habría de cambiar eso? Y hemos visto a lo largo del torneo los pocos partidos que me ha tocado ver de aquellos de Zapopan. Cuando tú lo propones, ellos te van a contragolpear también. Entonces, tenemos que ir a pensar en un partido cerrado y, bueno, a que salgan inspirados los de arriba, ¿no? Que es lo que nos ha funcionado Antes había sido Rivaldo, antes había sido el Hueso. Hay que buscar ahora al héroe del sábado para traernos los 3 puntos.
Va a ser interesante, muchachos. Va a ser interesante lo que pueda acontecer. También por acá el dato es de que Chivas ha tenido al Gato Ortiz como protagonista de sus partidos en esta temporada 2 veces. Las 2 veces Chivas perdió. Contra Bravos de Juárez, en aquel gol de Jairo Torres y el festejo de Jairo a Aldo Rocha.
Que no influye, ¿no? No influye.
Y contra Toluca.
Contra Toluca, no lo recuerdo. O sea, no, pero también les pusieron un mega baile ahí, ¿no?
También Juárez, ¿eh? Los dos fueron en el Acro, ¿no? Si mal no estoy.
Sí.
Entonces, ahí está también, digo. Y es el cuarto clásico. 4 rojas, 27 amarillas.
Tarjetero.
Son muchas, ¿eh?
Sí.
¿Qué son el promedio? ¿Cuántas vienen siendo? ¿Como 6? ¿7? 6 más o menos. 6 por 4, 24, más o menos.
Casi 7,
casi 7. Casi 6, 4 por 7, 28. De a 7 amarillas.
No, son muchas. Hay que...
Digo que también se han dado con todos los clásicos. O sea, no son sacarlas por sacarlas. Se mete la pierna fuerte en los clásicos.
Hay que recordar, yo siempre hablo, los que tenemos un equipo amateur ahí los domingos, los sábados, siempre hay equipos con los que te pegas más, porque ya los conoces, porque ya medio te caes mal con otro. Y creo que aquí en los planteles, uno con otro, hay cierta rivalidad y por eso se pegan duro. Hay gente en Chivas que la trae muy incrustada ahí la cuestión de los últimos años y salen a pegar. O sea, por eso también se presta a las tarjetas.
Pues va a ser interesante ver cómo se va a desempeñar, porque pues, una tarjetita o algo puede cambiar el rumbo del partido. Chivas también ha sido indisciplinado. De hecho, pues a Richard Ledesma lo expulsaron en la última jugada. Innecesaria la patada que dio ayer.
No, y el trabajo de Diego Coca será hablar con el grupo y que si vas a dar una patada sea porque realmente se requiere, porque el momento del partido te lo pide por una jugada. No salir de bravucones, ¿no? Tampoco nos servirá de mucho que el equipo salga a patear, porque no ha sido la característica del Atlas de Diego Coca. Hay que ser inteligente también en la parte de cómo manejamos las emociones y más en un clásico.
¿Pero Atlas puede salir a jugar o va a salir a destruir?
Yo creo que va a salir a destruir.
Y a ver qué se encuentra.
Sí, porque tampoco es que Chivas sea el mejor equipo. Conociendo el pragmatismo que tiene Diego Coca, va a buscar otra vez el 0 atrás. Y lo que venga es ganancia.
Dice por acá el superchat de Miguel Ángel: ¿por qué ya no se hace la previa con los de Chivas? ¿Cuál previa? ¿Nosotros? ¿Aquí? Pues porque ya no hay. Pues ¿quién queda? ¿El Anthony? Va a venir a vendernos a las Chivas campeón.
¿Para qué los quieren? No,
el
déjenlos.
profe pues vive como a 3 horas de las oficinas. No, ¿para qué? Es en serio, ¿para qué? Pero, pues, a ver, de una vez les digo, el sábado la transmisión no hay nadie de Chivas. Nadie. Vamos con Víctor Tostado y va neutro, porque tenemos que tener a alguien neutro que ponga orden. Va Facu Poblete, el buen Facu, en los comentarios. No viene el profe, no está Victoriano, no está Anthony. Vamos a ver qué pasa, que por ahí dices que ya nos regañaron por cantar los goles.
Ya aprovecho para mandarle un saludo al buen taquero de mi barrio, que el otro día me saludó, que es fan del programa.
No mando nada.
El buen Javi.
Taquito, ¿al de qué son?
Saludos de bistec, adobada, muy buenos tacos ahí. No digo dónde está porque pues, no quiero dar mi dirección, pero Javi, que te moches con unas órdenes, dice aquí el buen Eddie.
No sé, si gana el Atlas, unos taquitos, ¿no? El lunes,
sí,
a ver si...
Sí, se quejó de que apuesta, así le apuesta, y que cuando gana no van y le pagan, pero cuando pierde ahí están al día, ahí está. Entonces, no. Ya aquí que se reporten unas órdenes para la gente de Zona Food.
Saludos, gracias ahí por seguirnos. Por acá había otro superchat, es de Luis Alberto Noriega, dice: Eddie, siendo honestos, ¿crees que gane el Atlas? Yo creo que sí. Yo creo que sí.
Probabilidad
así como lo estamos planteando. Echados atrás, con un gol, un penal.
Es que, bueno, los clásicos, hay imponderables del juego que te cambian todo. Pero creo que el equipo mentalmente llega bien. Futbolísticamente viene con una leve mejoría. Y es importante aprovechar sobre todo la parte mental. O sea, ir con una actitud de sacar resultado. Y yo también veo posible que podamos salir con la victoria. Que es fútbol. Sí. Es un clásico, o sea, todo puede cambiar, pero de que hay probabilidad más de la que pensábamos de traernos el triunfo, sí hay.
Obviamente me imagino que en las casas de apuestas Atlas no es favorito, ¿verdad?
No, debe ser Chivas el favorito.
Pero yo creo que, a ver, No me imagino al Atlas perdiendo el clásico. Puede empatarlo, que es muy factible.
No, o sea, es que
Yo creo que el principal resultado puede ser un empate. No sé qué tanto vaya a arriesgar Chivas también.
Chivas viene, yo creo que la derrota les cayó como balde de presión
Sí.
de lo que vienen. Y también no dudo mucho que Chivas salga por el juego.
Chivas pierde mucho, ¿eh? Si hay un perdedor el sábado y es Chivas, Chivas pierde más que Atlas.
Sí, sí, sí. El proyecto se vuelve a tambalear, el de ellos.
Sobre todo por lo que agrava la derrota de ayer.
Sí.
Si hubieran ganado, pues hubieran tenido un colchón porque todos los de abajo no ganaron. Xolos empató, Pachuca perdió, Juárez perdió, Pumas perdió y el Guadalajara también perdió. Entonces todos los que están en play-in se quedaron igual. Sí. Nadie pudo sacar ventaja. Si ayer, que la tenía más fácil, eran ellos, hubieran ganado, pues hubieran llegado más tranquilos al clásico, más sueltos. Pero hoy llegan perdiendo, se les complica todo porque así como a nosotros nos quedan rivales difíciles, a ellos les queda Pachuca y Monterrey.
Sí.
Son dos rivales bravos, es una visita al Hidalgo y luego recibir a Monterrey. Entonces es difícil. Que igual Chivas por el colchón de puntos seguramente puede estar en play-in, pero tenían la posibilidad de irse arriba. Gracias acá también por el superchat. Arturo Castilla nos dice, si juegan con esa intensidad como con León, Eddie, podemos ganar. Saludos desde California, al buen Arturo Castilla. Saludos hasta California.
Saludos.
Yo creo que sí. A ver, si juegan como jugamos los últimos 3 partidos de local. Sí. Porque creo que León, de los 3, fue el más fácil. Aunque sí, en papel parecía Necaxa, creo que el más fácil fue León, luego Juaritos y Necaxa, que nos complicó un poco. Sí. Pero creo que hay que jugar de esa forma, hay que soltar. Los Ramírez, Checo Hernández, que lo hace muy bien por la banda izquierda. Ferraréis, que sigue también integrándose por la derecha. El tema es que no dejemos que el rival llegue a nuestra área. Porque cuando el rival llega a los últimos 30 metros, ahí ya viene un sufrir. Porque la pelota va a llegar al área y porque los 3 del fondo están muy nerviosos.
Sí, la central es la parte más endeble de este proyecto
sí,
que viene construyendo Diego Coca.
Hay que tener la pelota lejos. Lejos.
Y sobre todo en un clásico y más en esta versión de Chivas, a las que se presenten hay que ser contundentes. Hay que clavarlas.
Sí.
Porque
el problema es que si no es Yuca, ¿quién?
Pues ahí el Paragua, yo le voy a meter una lana, de una vez les adelanto. No, a gol de Mateo.
Ayer casi cae, casi cae,
yo creo que
la salvó.
Va a estar bueno el momio y ahí para perderle unas monedas, creo que Mateo puede sorprender si sigue, porque lo vi con muchas ganas. Contrario a lo que venía mostrando, que hablamos de su apatía, que hablábamos de su actitud, el partido de ayer sorprendió a todo el mundo. Yo escuchaba ahí a la gente ¿qué onda
pues es que con... no es nuevo, viene muy bien Mateo.
Me recordó, ¿sabes qué me recordó? Siempre me regañan que porque hablamos de cosas viejas,
ya vamos a empezar,
pero ya vamos a empezar con la nostalgia. Me recordó como cuando Danilo Bergner quería
no, si te fuiste muy atrás.
Quería ganarse un contrato. ¿Cómo cerró el torneo?
Sí, pues digo, más reciente es que la gente lo comparaba con Lucho Acosta.
Sí, o sea, siento que hay jugadores que cuando se sienten que ya están fuera, despiertan. Y algo así.
Mateo tiene contrato, le queda un año.
Eso sí.
Le queda un año, porque había gente preguntando, oye, ¿se queda Mateo con sus actuaciones? Pues es que queda porque le queda un año.
No, seguramente, se iba a quedar cuando no jugaba. Ahora sí, con estos partidos yo creo que
pero
ya...
Qué bueno que Coca lo recupere.
No, y qué bueno que está sirviendo, o sea, preferimos aquí tener que callarnos la boca y tragarnos nuestras palabras, pero que Mateo siga funcionando. De nada nos sirve decir, tenía razón y Mateo no sirve. Sí. No, es mejor pensar que Mateo ya es un activo del club que está siendo útil y que nos puede servir a futuro.
Pasa algo, digo, guardando distancias a lo que pasó con Yuca. Los primeros 6 meses de Yuca la gente lo reventaba, sí, no llegó a ser convocado.
Sí.
Y después vino un cambio de entrenador que lo pudo recuperar. Esa también hay que dársela por buena al Gonzo, ¿eh? El Gonzo recuperó a Yuca. Beñat lo tenía borrado, había un problema con Beñat. Llegó el Gonzo y le dio la confianza. Y de lo poco bueno que nos dejó el Gonzo fue un goleador. El primer goleador en la historia de Atlas.
Sí, Gonzo
así como hoy, perdón, digo, Cocar recupera a Mateo como en su momento. Y es bueno, digo, habla mucho también del trabajo de un entrenador. No todo el trabajo es en cancha. También es afuera, también es en el vestidor.
Y hay que hablar con ellos, hay que convencerlos, hay que estar cerca. Y me ha gustado Mateo, lo de ayer sí sorprendió esa actitud. y esperemos que sigan esa ruta porque es una posición que se necesitaba y ya está ahí funcionando un poco más.
Dice que tampoco lo compares con Danilo Travesaño, porque ¿así se llamaba o qué? ¿O cómo?
Tiene
no
historia.
Gracias, Miguel Ángel, por
No,
el
no,
superchat.
solamente hablo que era muy común antes, sobre todo cuando estábamos con los socios, jugadores que traíamos y que cuando se acercaba el fin de torneo le aceleraban para poder renovar su contrato, ¿no? Era algo muy común.
Para ti el clásico es el partido de consagración de Mateo.
No, tampoco le voy a meter esa presión. Simplemente creo que puede ser factor en un funcionamiento contra Chivas, ahí como se está mostrando. Y a mí, ¿sabes qué me falta? Que le pegue fuera del área. Creo que no se ha animado del todo. Hay que esperar, ¿no?, que se anime a pegarle.
Es que es un de Paraguay. El Paraguay es el que tiene.
Pero ha tenido oportunidades para calarse y prefiere hacer otra jugada.
De hecho, no hemos visto el partido de ayer, tanto que me tardé haciendo el resumen. Ahí vamos a ver el partido de ayer en lo que seguimos platicando, porque hay jugadas también. Por ejemplo, el gol vuelve a ser a balón parado, aunque es una jugada secundaria. Ahorita lo vamos a ver, el primer gol, el gol de Yuka, vuelve a ser un tiro libre.
Sí.
Que el portero rechaza, un portero también bastante flojón. Aunque le aventaron flores en algunos otros lados, me parece que era muy, muy nervioso el arquero. Y metemos un gol en saque de manos, 3 cabezazos dimos, los 3 los ganamos. Eso nos habla también de que la defensa de León fue bastante mala. Ahí va el gol. Ese es el gol del rojinegro. Ahí va la jugada ensayada. Cambiamos de pateador, quien centra es Ferraréis. El que mete el centro es Ferraréis. Despeja al arquero con los puños. Avivamos el saque lateral. 1, 2, 3. No hay posición adelantada porque pedían fuera de lugar. No hay fuera de juego. Y ahí está el gol, ¿no? Aprovechando, presionando alto. Y nuevamente el balón parado, porque el centro es bueno. Cambiamos de pateador, no habíamos visto a Ferraréis patear. Y ahí está el gol de rojinegro.
Un gol de 9, ¿no? De 9 de área que aprovecha, que le cae un rebote. Bueno, ahí aprovechando que la defensa de León es un desastre. Y cayó el gol que era lo importante.
Voy con los superchats. Arturo Castilla. Arriba 1000 veces el Atlas, nos dice Arturo Castilla, muchas gracias, saludos nuevamente hasta California. Y Félix Méndez también, que se reporta por acá con el superchat, dice: Eddie, ¿cuánto para que también traigan a Nayeli para el próximo Tribuna Rojinegra? Nos dice el buen Félix Méndez. Ya la hemos invitado, el problema es que Nayeli vive muy lejos de las oficinas de Zona Food. Ya la hemos invitado, ya hemos negociado, pero vamos a ver, difícil en el próximo Tribuna porque va a ser el lunes. De una vez les decimos, ganemos o perdamos, vamos a estar el lunes acá. Esperemos que con tacos y felices. Pero vamos a ver si por ahí, si entramos a liguilla, podemos hacer algo e invitarla. Igual, como dicen, si la montaña no viene a ti, pues nosotros vamos a la montaña y ahí vemos cómo podemos hacer. Pero sí se puede, de que se puede, muchachos. Gracias, Félix Méndez. Ya pasó la de Gadi, no me
ahí está.
Es el penal. Ese sí era penal, Sí era penal,
No sé.
Yo siempre he dicho, Dios da, Dios quita. Yo sé que a ti no te gusta hablar de arbitraje, pero hoy las divididas fueron a nuestro favor.
No la veo
como
tan
en el
clara,
partido contra el América, las divididas fueron en nuestra contra.
No, y contra San Luis, que el arbitraje nos cargó con el penal. Sí. Era una falta sobre Doria.
Que aquí vuelve a ser otro error defensivo. Nuevamente es otro error defensivo.
Es una falta de coordinación, ¿no? Camilo Vargas ya venía por el balón. Y bueno, son este tipo de detalles lo que hace que Gaby Aguirre no termine por consolidarse como un jugador seguro de primera división.
Camilo otra vez con esa jersey que da...
Buen jersey,
No me ha llegado tampoco.
Ahí está.
Ya no me va a quedar, ya hay que cambiar la detalle otra vez. Pero sí, hay una foto muy buena, no recuerdo quién la subió, de Camilo Vargas celebrando el gol.
Sí, que esa playera tiene mejor lejos que cerca. Ya de cerca está rara, pero de lejos se ve muy bien.
Es que hace mucho que Atlas no tenía una camisa en color negro.
Hace falta ya.
Porque normalmente Camilo Vargas pues usaba las camisetas con los colores de la selección colombiana. Amarilla, roja y azul.
Sí.
Esa era su cábala de él siempre ha pedido esos colores. Hoy no sé por qué pidió un color negro, pero se ve muy bonito y pues hace mucho. ¿Cuánto tenemos que nuestro uniforme de visitante es rojo?
Pues desde que llegó Charlie prácticamente,
torneos.
Sí.
Hoy es blanco y pues hace mucho, ¿no? Y ahí está esa mística. Creo que la última camiseta negra, si mal no estoy, fue la de que traía el moño rosa en el pecho. Negra, porque la de Oaxaca es gris, ¿no?
Gris.
Pero esa, la del moño rosa, perdón.
Pero completamente negra, yo creo que hasta la Puma, ¿no? De 2016. Debe ser la última.
Ah, sí, muy bonita.
Muy bonita.
Muy bonita, muy bonita. Voy a adelantarle para el penal porque ya duró mucho el resumen. El penal bien anulado, el primero.
Sí,
se adelanta el gato.
Se adelanta
Y
bastante.
aparte el árbitro estaba hasta de espaldas, ¿eh? Cuando cobra el penal, Yuca, el árbitro está diciéndole a la gente que se salga del área, a la gente de
Oye,
León.
que Yuka hizo un berrinche ahí, destrozó el punto penal.
Y ya después ahí andamos batallando
Ya
para
después
pegarle.
andaba batallando para acomodarlo.
El portero ahí lo reta. Ahí le dice, tíramela donde mismo. Le dice a Yuka, tíramela donde mismo. Y le dijo, se ve en la cámara, le dice, si tienes, tírala donde mismo. Y Yuka, que es bravo, también le responde y que se la va a andar tirando donde mismo. Tiró un cañonazo, le pega mal Yuka. No le da colocación, pero le rompe la portería en dos. El gato sí se avienta a la misma zona. Y ahí está, ¿no? El doblete de Uros Jurjevic con el sello de la casa, es cierto. También los penales han sido una constante del serbio.
Pero hay que meterlos, ¿eh?
Sí.
Parece fácil, pero hay que
Mira, ahí
meterlos.
se ve buena entrada, ¿eh? Ahí sí.
16,000 personas. Eso marcó el sonido local.
Son muchos, ¿eh?
Para como veníamos, sí va mejorando.
16,000 son bastantes. Vi que hubo cumbias afuera y la gente bailaba ahí con los luchadores.
Un género cumbia banda, o sea, está
No,
raro.
Son los luchacumbia, ¿no? Son los que salen en la arena Coliseo.
No sé, pero tocan cumbia y tocan banda y mezclan ahí de todo.
¿No tocaron el tutá tutá de casualidad?
Sí, en versión banda.
Qué buena canción, ¿eh? No me den ideas para el próximo mes porque está buena. Pero yo me quedé con la duda. ¿Se escuchaba en el estadio o nomás donde iban pasando?
¿Qué?
La música.
¿Tocaron en la previa?
Afuera.
¿Tocaron al medio tiempo?
Adentro.
Ajá.
¿Y sí se escuchó?
Sí se escuchó, sí.
Porque yo vi un video y los vi que iban caminando y dije, a lo mejor nomás se escuchaba cuando iban caminando.
No, sí. Yo llegué ya tarde, pero vi videos que tocaron en la previa.
Ajá.
Al medio tiempo ellos amenizaron el medio tiempo y ahí anduvieron. Buen grupo, ¿eh?
Sí,
buen
tocan ahí en la
grupo.
Coliseo, los martes de glamour ahí
Sí, buen grupo.
en la arena Coliseo. Dice por acá, saludos desde Nesa, saludos a toda la banda ya en el Estado de México, en Nesayor. Gracias también por acá al superchat. ¿Qué nombre tan raro? Dice Zona Dormerino. Bueno, ahí está. Saludos, gracias por el superchat. Hoy andan dadivosos, hoy están soltando eso.
Es que es semana
Ojalá
de
gane el Atlas
clásico.
diario.
Es semana de clásico.
Es que hay que... ¿Apostaste algo con alguien o no te gusta apostar?
No, yo, fíjate,
Se escondieron.
voy a decir algo que a lo mejor hiere susceptibilidades, pero yo ya no les doy bola. Me parece...
No te peleas en redes.
No,
nada.
porque son demasiado incongruentes. Hace un mes, ellos en su clásico con el América
Ajá.
hablaban de la importancia que es la identidad, la gente, la historia, que los títulos no son todo. Pero llega este mes, llega este
Y
clásico
son todo.
y los títulos son todo. Entonces a mí me da mucha flojera estar con gente así, con gente que te saca cosas que ya pasaron y les falta ingenio, les falta color, les falta todo. O sea, yo disfruto mucho esta semana porque valoro mucho lo que es ser atlista. Valoro mucho lo que somos como afición, lo que representamos y también valoro mucho lo que no somos, todo lo que representan ellos, y eso nos hace tan diferentes. Por eso yo no apuesto con ellos. Yo ni me peleo en redes con ellos, ni nada.
Ni antes ni después.
No.
Tampoco sales con el periódico de lunes a echar carrera.
No, pero doy la cara, doy la cara. O sea, ganamos, perdemos, doy la cara. Porque no soy como aquellos. ¿Cuántos no conoces tú? Que son el típico, ganamos. Y luego, perdieron. O sea, no, o sea, es la diferencia. Pero suelen ser así.
Que es más enfrente que con nosotros.
No, yo hablo totalmente de ellos.
es más
El
allá.
grueso de su afición así son. Cuando ganan, se incluyen en el barco del ganador. Y cuando pierden, es totalmente una razón externa, ¿no? Entonces, no. Pero bueno, disfruten a la gente. Es buena la rivalidad que tenemos. Hay que valorarla porque creo que le da un sabor muy especial.
Sí,
Y sobre todo,
clásico más añejo del
yo veo en
sudamericano.
redes, o sea, es un odio deportivo genérico, auténtico, que no ha necesitado ningún marketing.
No es forzado.
Y no es forzado, que sobrepasa los logros o no logros deportivos.
O sea, aquí no somos como los regios que nos agarramos de la manita
No,
y vamos ahí.
no,
arriba
no.
Monterrey y
Y
aquí...
hay que recordar los
si Rayados
orígenes.
juega una final, Tigres lo apoya.
No,
Aquí
por supuesto que
aquí
no.
no es eso.
Hay que recordar los orígenes. Hay muchos documentales, hay mucha hemeroteca que pues, desde los inicios de este partido es bravo, es violento, es rudo, es de odio y bueno, nos toca convivir con ellos en la ciudad. Tratemos de hacerlo en paz también, ese es el mensaje. No hay que caer en la violencia. Los que van al estadio con cuidado, es un estadio bravo, es un estadio que te están provocando.
Hace un año hubo un apuñalado en el estadio.
Es un estadio que no te brinda la certeza de que puedas salir con bien.
Suerte,
entonces te dejan a tu suerte. Los que ven ir con mucho cuidado, los que estén en las calles, en los bares también, compórtense, tratemos de estar en paz, porque me ha tocado ver en muchos bares cómo se arman las broncas. Y
eran buenos. Yo me acuerdo haber ido a varios clásicos más morro. Ahí sí, no, tenía que llegar la patrulla.
Es bravo.
Yo me acuerdo que le hablaban los dueños del lugar 10 minutos antes de que se acabara a la patrulla.
Para que estuviera.
Y ya estaba la patrulla adentro. Sí, es que era un lugar, no voy a decir dónde también para que no sepan dónde son las oficinas de Zona Food, pero varios ya saben. Era un lugar que vendía tortas ahogadas, pero en las noches se convertía en bar y tenían banda y todo. Entonces, pues en esos tiempos los clásicos iban por Sky.
Sí.
No había otra forma como hoy, ¿no? Que pagas una aplicación. Ese tiempo era pago por evento de Sky. Tenías Sky y aparte tenías que pagarlo. Y pues, te ibas a un bar, ¿no? Te ibas a un restaurante. Y ahí me acuerdo que el día de clásico, todos los partidos normalmente ibas a ver ahí el Barça Madrid. Todo eso, llegabas, te sentabas tu torta ahogada y lo veías gratis. Ese día había cover, 10 pesos la entrada. Entonces entrabas y había un terreno al fondo de tierra y hay puras sillas de plástico. Y ahí te sentabas y ahí todos veías el clásico.
Todo bien hasta que
todo
empezaba.
Bien. No, empezaban los goles y era una cantarle los goles a los... Porque siempre era 50-50, 50-50. Y ¡gol! ¿Sabes cuál me tocó ahí de los muchos que me acuerdo? El gol de Marioni. El de la cerveza.
El último minuto.
Ese.
El penal.
Ese día sí.
Fíjate,
se puso
hablando de clásicos, yo tengo un buen recuerdo de ese clásico porque creo que éramos visitantes y me parece que era un domingo.
Domingo a las 4 de la tarde.
Entonces, ese día Chivas no sé si no nos vendió o no, o el atlista no le interesó mucho, pero yo creo que no había ni 10,000 atlistas en el estadio.
No, pues andamos bien mal. No teníamos ni portero.
Era...
Debutaron 2 porteros ese día.
Esa vez el atlismo era muy poco en el estadio y ese día Chivas nos pegó un baile porque nos expulsaron jugadores.
Pero aparte sí éramos visitantes.
Nos pegaron un baile con las rojas, porque Chivas venía bien. Y a final de cuentas, y porque aparte teníamos mucho tiempo de no ganar un clásico. Nos traían de bajada en ese tiempo, nos traían de encargo varios clásicos que nos venían ganando. Entonces,
el clásico lo ganamos con la Volpe.
¿Cómo disfrutamos ese partido, ese gol, ese todo? Y fue un gran partido. Creo que de los mejores recuerdos del atlismo hasta antes de la serie, ¿no? Del bicampeonato, que creo que debe ser el que más disfrutamos los rojinegros.
El último clásico que habíamos ganado había sido el 3-0 en el centenario de ellos, en 2006.
Habían 3 años de
2009.
Distancia.
Y fue el gol expulsaron a Paco Canales, que debutó. Porque aparte se lesionó el tabla, que tampoco era como que sale a la media cancha, no sé a qué salió Paco Canales.
Sí, se volvió
y hace
loco.
la falta. Y debuta el Chivo Gallardo.
Ahí se le fue la carrera a Canales, ¿no? Ahí
sí. Bueno, después medio la revivió con Lobos WAC, que subió primero.
Hay partidos que te marcan y creo que a él le marcó. A otro que me recuerdo que le marcó la carrera fue el error que cometió Mario Rodríguez en un clásico en 2007.
No me acuerdo.
Nos metió el gol nuestro exentrenador, Gonzalo Pineda. En una salida la regaló y Gonzalo Pineda solamente aprovechó y la bombeó. Entonces, los clásicos suelen marcar para bien, pero también para mal.
De errores, el del Woody Vidrio, el autogol al minuto 90. Y ese clásico era el primero en el Akron.
Sí. Que también ahí se equivoca Jerry Flores cuando festeja
siempre
y
las rojas. Siempre nos vemos perjudicados por las tarjetas rojas.
Hay que buscar un nuevo héroe. Me gusta Yuka para que
ya lo fue el año pasado.
Ahí empezó la historia de Yuka cuando parecía que Jan estaba... queda para la historia, ¿no? Cómo lo detiene el Hueso y Nervo cuando quería reclamarle a Beñat San José. Bueno, entonces volviendo con calma, no hay que engancharnos. El resultado, esperemos que ganemos y aquí vamos a estar dando la cara, y si perdemos también no pasa nada. El atlismo, somos diferentes a ellos, vamos a estar dando la cara siempre.
Dice por acá, vengo de un podcast de Chivas. Primero, ¿qué haces en un podcast de Chivas? Segundo, dice... Y están diciendo que la comisión de arbitraje está ayudando al Atlas al poner al Gato Ortiz.
Porque así son de llorones. Históricamente van a llorar del arbitraje. Eso es parte de su esencia.
Pues sí, digo, y si nos ayudan, qué bueno, pues que tiene, ya una de tantas que nos deben. Yo no me quejo. Pero como te digo, arbitraje da y quita.
Les estamos...
Si nos quita, pues ni modo.
Con pruebas le estamos demostrando el último clásico que estuvo el Gato al mando. ¿A quién acuchilló? Al Atlas. El último partido que le pitó el Gato al Atlas, acuchilló al Atlas.
También.
Entonces, No veo dónde puedan verse favorecidos por eso.
Contra Rocha. Lo ha expulsado las últimas veces que ha estado contra Rocha, lo ha expulsado. ¿No lo expulsó también contra el América?
Sí,
¿no?
pero sí se la ganó. Aventó.
Pero igual o sea, lleva 3 veces que expulsa a Rocha.
Pero la de América sí era roja. Sí, de hecho, le sacó tarjeta amarilla cuando era una roja directa. Aventó un buen leño.
Ahorita lo voy a ver. Digo que ahorita también están muy sensibles los árbitros. Ayer expulsaron lo expulsó por doble amarilla Rocha. Ayer expulsaron a Idrisi nomás por querer hacer un saque de manos y
eso no lo vi.
Lo echaron. Pero sí, entonces 3 rojas a Aldo Rocha en los últimos 3 años.
Esperemos no estar hablando de arbitraje, pero también hay que ser conscientes. Si ganamos, ellos van a tener esa excusa de que el gato, que el árbitro.
Que Rocha la ha cucado, en todas ha cucado al gato.
Ya los conocemos, pero no pasa nada.
La primera que fue que dijo, ¿qué me dijiste, no? Y
se quitó para... Le preguntó qué y se lo... ¿Para qué preguntas algo que no quieres saber?
Sí. Pero hay que tener calma, Rocha. Creo que si no es necesario, hay que tener tranquilidad, mesura. Así como cuando Camilo Vargas los regaña, que les dice, piensen antes de pelearse. Creo que hay que tener calma. Veo más factible que expulsen a Cocaro en la banca. Así como lo vimos de tribunero ayer, corriendo de un lado a otro. Veo en una dividida, veo a Cocaro corriendo a la cancha a reclamar y a lo mejor ahí lo echan.
Es momento de... Porque seguramente va a entrar. Depende mucho el contexto de partido que tengamos.
Lo bueno que Coca hace los cambios al 89.
O sea, si entra, si vamos ganando y entra Cócaro, va a haber bronca, ¿eh?
Va a haber bronca. Y
si vamos perdiendo, seguramente también. Entonces, en el cambio de Cócaro puede pasar muchas cosas, porque es un jugador que no sé si ya le dieron la indicación o si nazca de él, pero a eso entra. Él entra a ponerle hielo al juego, nada más.
O sea, entra a la agregada. Ayer el cambio fue al minuto 90, entraron él y Ponchito.
Sí, hubo 2 jugadas que había progresión en ofensiva y la agarró. Dice, la llevamos, se congela. Entonces yo creo que Coca ya lo tiene como el jugador, como en el béisbol, no es su cerrador ya de partidos.
Ya borraron esa del Prete, ya de cambio.
No, y lo de Ponchito sigue siendo...
Ponchito lo meten más por la afición que por otra cosa.
Sí, lo de Ponchito es preocupante. Ayer tuvo ahí una jugada no vi me quedó muy cerca, pero no vi si le quedó muy incómoda, pero esas era mínimo ir al arco, ese tipo de tiros. Ponchito tiene que trabajar mucho si quiere jugar en este Atlas.
Cocaro es el hincha que juega, dicen ahí. No, es tribunero. Cocaro no le va al Atlas. No le va al Atlas.
Ese ya es su personalidad en Huracán así era. O sea, le decían, metía gol y se vestía de zorro y le echaba ganas. O sea, las limitantes que tiene como futbolista las compensa con estas ganas, este ánimo desmedido con el que entra al campo.
Dice por acá, me gustaría que entrara Cócaro solo para provocar las rojas de Chivas. Dice Ricardo también por acá, ¿quién es mejor, Yuca o el Chicharito? No, por Dios, Yuca es mejor que el Chicharito hoy en día. A lo mejor en carrera, pues seguramente Chicharito. Pero
en la actualidad es Yuca.
Saludos por acá hasta Chicago, dice, no es el hincha del Atlas, simplemente es un hincha en general, dicen. Saludos desde Los Ángeles, también por acá. Las Chivas no serán como el América, pero con mexicanos por sentirse superiores, dice Isidro. También el Gato es muy buen árbitro, solo que se calienta mucho, dice. Esperemos si no perjudica a nadie. En lugar del Gato hubieran llevado a Catixel, es de los mejores árbitros arriba al Atlas. Pues Catixel también... Los de Chivas se quejaron de Catixel en el de Xolos.
Es que de qué no se quejan con el arbitraje los de Chivas.
Eso sí.
¿Qué quieren que les pongan a Santander o a quién les gusta para que estén tranquilos?
Les faltó para poner a Chivander,
No se puede. Con esa gente no se puede debatir de árbitros. Siempre van a ser víctimas. Mejor hay que ignorarlos.
Y seguramente van a decirte que el Ratlas y todas esas cosas, ¿no? Bajas de Chivas, preguntan ahí. ¿Quiénes son las bajas de Chivas? Las bajas que ya tienen casi para todo el torneo. Alan Mozo, Javier Hernández, Luis Olivas y Alan Pulido. Está lesionado. Las bajas del día de ayer, pues fue el tema de la Hormiga González, que está en duda. Brian González, que supuestamente también está en duda. Y Richard Ledesma, que fue expulsado.
Son bajas sensibles, para lo que venía mostrando.
Que no viene al 100.
Sobre todo el lateral, González, venía en un nivel muy, muy bueno. Y el chavo, el goleador, que bien o mal tiene 7 goles. Y hay que estar ahí.
Que ayer falló muchas,
pero pues es un chavo también, yo creo que es parte de su crecimiento. Entonces esas pueden ser noticias buenas para el Atlas. Hay que aprovechar estas bajas.
Va a ser interesante, va a ser bueno. Y ahorita estaremos platicando la posible alineación de ambos equipos. Nosotros, pues bajas en sí no tenemos. Ya se recuperó Rocha, que lo decíamos hace un rato, va a jugar, ¿no? Titular.
Seguramente va a jugar, porque yo lo vi en la banca y se le ve las ganas y sabes, fíjate, algo que ya ves que nos gusta hablar mucho del aporte de Rocha en el vestidor. Hubo algo muy simbólico para mí, habla de lo mucho que ha mejorado la situación. Cuando entra Rocha, Camilo va y le da el brazalete, no me acuerdo quién, y cuando entra Rocha, Camilo le aplaude y le dice, o sea, no está roto, ¿eh? Como pensábamos que... No están peleados y habla de que Rocha, bien o mal, pues a lo mejor ya corrió a los que le caían mal y está, hay un mejor vestidor.
Pues ya echó todos los del bicampeonato, pues ya qué más nos queda. ¿Qué dijo Coca acerca del clásico? ¿Qué habló Diego Martín? Esto fue lo que dijo. Es el rival, es el clásico de la ciudad y sabemos que es especial. Signifique lo que signifique, ganarlo es un tema de orgullo, un tema de darle alegría a la gente, así que lo empezaremos a palpar a partir de mañana, o sea, hoy. Y también somos conscientes de que, bueno, estamos en una situación en la cual los puntos son muy valiosos para lograr nuestro objetivo. Así que, bueno, esto seguramente nos dará mucha fe, mucha confianza, pero sabemos que el clásico es el clásico. Así que vamos a descansar bien para lo que viene. Fue lo que dijo Diego Martín Coca, que también resaltó que ayer el equipo estuvo a la altura de siempre. Cuando uno llega, trata de trabajar todos los conceptos, lo defensivo, la posesión, la pelota parada, manejar los tiempos, los goles, y creo que en todos esos conceptos el equipo viene creciendo cada día más. Hoy el equipo me gustó la solidez, me gustó el orden, me gustó la posesión, me gustó el manejar los tiempos, saber cuándo tener la pelota, cuándo atacar, y la verdad es que facilitar a los muchachos el trabajo, dice, porque vienen haciendo bien el esfuerzo, muy grande todos los días en los entrenamientos, y no éramos el equipo que jugó en San Luis, somos más parecidos al equipo que jugó hoy, fue lo que dijo Coca respecto al triunfo y respecto al clásico, que pues sabemos que Coca no es tribunero.
Fíjate que no es tribunero, pero me gustó una declaración que hizo ayer cuando un reportero, no recuerdo cuál, le pregunta que si el partido del sábado iba pensado solamente en sumar puntos y meterse en la parte de la clasificación final, o si le iba a dar la importancia a un clásico. Y él ahí responde que a un clásico siempre se tiene que dar importancia. Porque, sí. Porque es el rival de la ciudad, porque es el orgullo de la gente. Entonces me gusta mucho que Coca se meta en este papel, que sepa lo que representa para los aficionados el partido, sí, y que no se juegue como un partido más, porque a final de cuentas no es un partido más. Los 3 puntos nos van a servir porque estamos peleando arriba, pero hay que ganar. O sea, estos partidos la gente, nosotros los aficionados queremos que el sábado estar festejando, ¿no? Queremos la próxima semana estar echando carrilla, queremos estar disfrutando. Eso me gustó de Coca, que vea el partido con ese sabor, ese toque especial que tienen los clásicos.
Pues va a ser interesante, va a ser muy interesante ver qué es lo que va a pasar el próximo sábado en el clásico también. Y bueno, el tema de Milito habló también, pero se fue más mesurado porque venían perdiendo. Él dijo, ahora lo más importante es que jugamos el clásico el sábado con poco tiempo de recuperación, apuntar mucho a acompañar a los jugadores en este momento, en esta derrota, recuperar energías para salir a jugar el siguiente partido. Cada partido tiene cosas buenas y malas, más allá del resultado si son favorables o no. Quedan 3 partidos fundamentales, nuestras aspiraciones, lucharemos y bla, bla, bla. Sí, no quiso hablar mucho del clásico, no se quiso comprometer, no habló como Coca.
No, difícil con el resultado que acaba de sacar, no se iba a meter a una polémica con el resultado. Yo creo que Milito, o sea, no tiene nada de malo aceptar, para mí es un buen entrenador. Es un entrenador que tiene la característica que tiene Diego Coca. Son coherentes en sus palabras y no había manera que se enganchara a un clásico con el resultado que obtuvo.
Dice por acá, vamos a darle más salida a los comentarios de la banda que se sigue reportando con nosotros. Vamos a extrañar el sábado al Gary Saldívar, el hincha que juega, dicen también por acá. ¿Se imaginan que en los últimos minutos meta gol del Gane Cocaro y se vista de zorro? ¿Otro Jerry Flores?
Otra roja.
Amarilla por ponerse el antifaz y vámonos. ¿Creen que Cocaro meta gol? Los veo muy confiados con Cocaro, muy, muy confiados. Dice, no narraron México-Nueva Zelanda, estuvo bueno. No lo narramos porque es femenil y porque lo pasan por YouTube. La selección mexicana los pasa directamente en su canal. Dice, en su momento no se ha hablado de la final del 97 contra Toros Neza, que los jugadores entregaron el juego, dice por acá. Saludos, dice también por acá. ¿Creen que Atlas entra a play-in? Nos dice. A ver, en el tema de play-in, quedan 9 puntos por jugarse. Está muy apretado el tema. Igual ahorita podemos también otra vez poner el simulador como lo hicimos la vez pasada, nada más que ya me quedó muy lejos el teclado. Pero también lo hacemos el lunes, ya con 2 partidos nada más, mejor, sí, para hacerlo con más calma. Porque creo que es importante también ya ver a los rivales qué puntos o qué no puntos pueden sacar. Primero que nada, sacarlos nosotros. Ganando la Chivas te pones a un punto de Chivas. A un punto de Chivas. Siendo bien sinceros, Diego, de 9 puntos que le quedan al Atlas, ¿cuántos va a sacar? Con Chivas, con Toluca y con Xolos.
Ay,
2 visitas, 1 local.
Yo veo 4 puntos.
4. Para 13 que tiene... Bueno, no tiene 13 el Atlas. Tiene
16.
Tiene 16. Tiene 16. Déjame lo actualizo por acá. 20 puntos. Es poquito, ¿eh? No te ajusta.
Es un escenario conforme...
O sea, para ti gana el sábado, pierde Toluca y gana Xolos. ¿Empata Xolos?
Yo creo el del sábado, no, yo creo que lo empatamos o lo ganamos. No veo perdiendo el Atlas, eso sí, no. Y veo que le ganamos a Toluca, pero con Xolos, no sé.
Es que Xolos le empató a Toluca. Es que Xolos en casa le empató a Toluca. Le empató a Monterrey. Le quitó el invicto a el equipo de Cruz Azul. Sí. Le ganó. Es muy buen local el equipo de Xolos. Mira, en la tabla de puntos como local, ¿dónde está Xolos? Xolos. Tiene en 8 partidos jugados, 16 puntos. 4 ganados, 4 empatados. No ha perdido como local.
No, es una cancha difícil.
17 difícil. Goles anotados, 6 goles recibidos.
Pero...
Es el mejor local, prácticamente.
En un buen escenario. Bueno, hay que pensar primero del sábado. Ganando el del sábado podemos ver combinaciones y sobre todo, yo insisto, más allá de estar pensando en el play-in, hay que ganar el clásico por lo que representa y a partir de ahí vemos qué nos alcanza.
Pero está alcanzable el play-in.
Sí, está alcanzable. Yo sí creo que vamos a entrar.
Si le tiras al play-in, porque está más lejos, tiras más lejos llegas. El clásico está más cerca.
Porque Pumas creo que ya está fuera del... Por lo que viene mostrando.
Que tiene 2 puntos menos que nosotros.
Y ahí la pelea va a ser con San Luis.
La pelea es con San Luis. Con Juárez, si se ataranta Juárez,
porque
Juárez.
Incluso ganando el sábado, incluso ya te alcanza a meter en una mejor posición del play-in. Peleas, pues, para no ser el 10.
Es que, a ver, mira, vamos a... Pumas juega contra León y se quitan puntos. Ahí, Querétaro juega contra Santos y se quitan puntos, pero Pumas, también van a sumar.
Ese Pumas, León apesta empate, ¿no?
Empate. Ponle que Pumas se queda con 15. Pero yo creo que Santos sí le puede ganar a Gallos en el Corona.
Puede ser.
17. Si gana, llega a 17. Y si tú no ganaste, te rebasa. Y si tú empataste, te rebasa por diferencia de goles.
Sí.
Y si ganó San Luis, caes al 12. Entonces vamos a ver el calendario de Santos, que sí tiene vida. Gallos, 3. Necaxa en Aguascalientes.
Pues que Necaxa tendría que ganar 1, ¿no?
Ponle un empatito porque contra Mazatlán lo tenía ganado Santos y se lo empataron. Y Pachuca en el Corona. ¿Te gustan 5 puntos?
No sé, Santos es inestable. Puede ser que gane 4. Los 3 o que no gane ni uno. Santos es algo que no se sabe.
Pero están ganables los 3.
Sí, está medianamente accesible.
Vamos a poner a Gallos, pues, si le gana Santos, Gallos también. Mazatlán en el Corregidora, son 3.
Está para dormir un búho, ¿no?
Y Juárez. Es que ves a Querétaro y dices, Santos, Mazatlán y Juárez.
No, también le queda un calendario...
El Malayo, acuérdate que el Atlas lo metió a liguilla.
Barco. No, si mete a estos Gallos es para poner un altar al Malayo, ¿no?
Y al Malayo, que es amigo de la casa, habló antes del partido de Chivas y lo sostuvo en la cancha. Pues sí le tiró a Chivas, ¿eh?
Sí,
le pegó sabroso. Y lo sostuvo en la cancha.
Sí.
Lo que se habla, se sostiene en la cancha y luego se viene el Malayo. Vamos a contar a Pumas nomás por mero trámite. León, Xolos y Cruz Azul. Se fue.
Está bravo.
Se fue. No está. San Luis, está Necaxa, Juárez, como local los 2, y Tigres en el Volcán.
Pues tiene 2 accesibles.
Los 2 locales.
Sí.
Puede sacar 6 puntos y llegar a 22. Juaritos, Puebla, San Luis y Querétaro.
Oye, pero toda la matraquiza juega entre ellos,
pues somos
¿no?
La liga de los viernes.
Sí.
Puebla, San Luis y Querétaro. Puebla son 3 puntos seguros.
Atlas es el del cierre más bravo.
Y Chivas, Atlas y Chivas. O sea, si empatamos nos podemos quedar fuera los 2, ¿eh?
Sí.
Si el clásico se empata, nos podemos ir los 2. Y Chivas ya lo dijimos, que es Pachuca, Monterrey. Y nosotros, Toluca y el equipo de Pachuca, de Xolos. Lo malo para el Atlas es que este punto que sacó Toluca, nada más en Tijuas, ya puso a América y a Monterrey a tiro de piedra de Toluca. Si Toluca hubiera ganado, Toluca tendría hoy 34. Tendría ese colchón como para pensar, pues los últimos partidos rota, los últimos partidos, así como se guardó a Paulinho ayer.
Sí.
Que ayer dijo, me guardo a Paulinho, y sin Paulinho se vio muy chato. Pues de la Pantera Morales a Paulinho hay mucha diferencia. Entonces, no está tan fácil calificar para el Atlas. Si gana hay esperanzas. Yo creo que con un empate o una derrota, creo que sí hay que enfocarnos en los refuerzos, en ver qué viene para la siguiente temporada.
Bueno, por como viene el pelotón, vamos a llegar hasta la última jornada ahí queriendo rasguñar algo, ¿eh?
Está muy apretado.
Quede como quede el partido.
Que igual es de trámite, ¿no? Si entramos a play-in es de trámite. No creo que nos alcance para algo más.
Pues, pero es mejor empezar a construir pensando que avanzaste a play-in, ¿no?
Pues sí, que ahorita, digo, la diferencia de goles, el que San Luis tiene 0 y nosotros menos 6. Menos 6, 29 goles, 30 goles casi recibidos. Y ellos 20 goles recibidos. De hecho, tenemos más goles anotados nosotros, pero nos jode eso.
¿Cómo dolió el partido el viernes contra San Luis? Ya cuando ves las estadísticas.
Y el de Querétaro y el de Santos.
Sí.
O sea, contra Santos eran 2 puntos. Contra Querétaro nosotros 2 eran 4. Hoy Atlas tendría 20. Estaríamos peleándole a Chivas y a Pachuca y a Xolos meternos directo.
Sí.
Con 20 puntos.
Sí,
y se nos fueron. Y si quieres sumar el de Pumas, que era un punto, que te lo sacaron de últimas, a lo mejor tan solo ese mismo punto era el que te tendría hoy con 17 ahí.
Sí.
Pero
un torneo complicado,
no
¿no?
existe, igual,
pero bueno, aquí a
hay
inicio de temporada, bueno, dijimos que 20 puntos, ¿no? Y estamos cerca.
Y ese era el pronóstico, del 9 al 10.
Sí, se veía venir.
Vamos a ver qué más nos dice la banda. Vamos a ver qué más. Hoy no hemos hablado de clásicos antiguos. Ya deberíamos empezar a hablar. Ya puedo pedir a Flavio Santos para el clásico del sábado. Todavía no, muchachos. Dice Eddie, yo creo que 9 puntos que le quedan al Atlas, rescata 7. Gana el clásico, empata a Toluca y le gana a Xolos.
Bueno, ojalá. Sería un gran escenario para Atlas.
Dice, yo creo que entre Atlas y Guadalajara habrá muchos goles. Dicen ahí Adrián Centeno. Cuando mucho el Atlas le empatará a esos 2 últimos. Ganarlo dudo, dicen también por acá. Son muy buenos Toluca y Xolos. Eddie, recuerda que el Atlas puede ganarle a Xolos incluso con 3 goles en contra. ¿Ganamos o empatamos?
¿Cuál?
El de que remontamos el 3-0.
No, se ganó.
4-3.
4-3, sí.
Que fue el escorpión de Doria, ¿verdad?
Sí.
Dice por acá, arriba el Atlas, saludos, el mejor programa, y el sábado ganamos a las Chivas 2-0, esperemos que ganemos.
Así sea.
Gana el Atlas 2-1 con goles de Checo y Mateo, nos dicen. ¿Cuándo regresa el Gary Salívar? Hasta el otro torneo. Saludos, Eddie, acá en Tlaquepaque, arriba el rojinegro y Mibres, arriba el Atlas, dice el Paquiao. Chivas dice equipo de gente ignorante y mediocre, nos dice Rick Rollins.
Está enojado.
Se enojó. Yo creo que el Atlas metiendo 3 goles con uno incluido de Rocha. Es que el problema es que si hay penal lo va a tirar Yuca, ¿eh? Si hay penal es de Yuca. No creo que el Capi Rocha.
No, déjenselo a Yuca.
Ni Ponchito, ni nada de ellos.
A mí Rocha lo suele tirar bien, pero me pone muy nervioso que Rocha los tire.
Saludos a mi esposa Brenda, dice Carlos Navarro, también por acá. Dice, saludos, muy buen programa, dice, vamos Atlas, sí se puede, esos Chivos no van a poder, dice José Pizano. El equipo ha dejado ir 11 puntos en los últimos 15 minutos, nos dice Shela. Pues fíjate, son 11 puntos, digo que a lo mejor no los hubiéramos ganado todos, pero la mitad de esos, 5.
Con tres. Es más, dijiste con uno estaríamos en una posición mejor.
Con uno estaríamos ahí. O incluso los goles, ¿no? Por ejemplo, los 2 que te mete de más el América, o sea, íbamos ahí peleándole. Los de Rayados también, todos esos goles, los de Pachuca, que vino aquí, nos metió una zarandeada. Y ahora, también hay una probabilidad de que así Toluca se nos pueda ensañar también, ¿eh? O sea, hemos visto que Toluca metió 8 partidos consecutivamente más de 3 goles. Le metió 6 a Monterrey. Nosotros en un escenario positivo hoy en día hablamos de poderle sacar un punto, pero también está al otro lado de la moneda, ¿eh?
Se le puede ganar, tú tranquilo.
Un 0-0, pues toda la vida con Coca le sacamos 0-0 al Toluca acá. Además va a ser igual a las 5 de la tarde como en aquel que falló Furcio el penal.
Qué mal horario, pero bueno.
Pues es lo que hay, ¿qué querías?
No, es complicado un sábado a las 5 para ir al estadio es complicado.
Sábado 1 de noviembre, además.
Está.
La ciudad, bueno, les digo porque la ciudad a esa hora tiene programados como 5 desfiles de Día de Muertos. Y uno cierra todo Javier Mina Vallarta, para que si va por ahí, tenga precaución. Creo que hasta el macrobús ni va a pasar, ¿eh? Así que ojo con ese tema, y luego las fiestas de octubre y luego muchas cosas. A ver si no se nos aparece el diablo ese mismo día.
No, insisto, el lunes hablamos de posibilidades, depende mucho de...
Hay que tomarlo con calma.
Hay que ver, el lunes ya tenemos un escenario ya prácticamente, yo creo que sí definitivo de lo que pase para el torneo ya.
Dice, sé que andamos en temas de clásicos, dice, ¿creen que a Jeremy le alcance para ir al Mundial? No, a Jeremy ya se le fue el Mundial. Se le fue el Mundial a Jeremy Márquez. Y aquí tenía todo, Jeremy, ¿para qué se fue?
A ganar billetes.
El sábado se gana y GDL es de Atlas. Saludos desde el Coli, dice también por acá. 3 de Yuca en el clásico tapatío. ¿Quién diría que el más ganable de los 3 partidos restantes sería el clásico? Dice también. Eso es cierto, ¿eh? Más ganable es contra Chivas, de los 3 que te quedan.
En el papel, sí.
El más sencillo.
Pero es fútbol, hay que tener calma. Al Atlas le va bien cuando no hablamos fuera del campo.
Dice, ¿quién es mejor línea por línea para el clásico? Camilo es mejor que el Tala.
Sí.
Camilo. Los dos usamos línea de 3. Creo que Campillo es mejor que Gadi Aguirre.
Sí, es mejor.
Híjole, la de Romo y Doria, no sé.
Creo que Romo es, por el momento actual, Romo es mejor.
Yo creo que están tablas, pero vamos con Romo. José Castillo y Mora, pues Castillo, ¿no?
Castillo tiene más proyección y una carrera un poco más estable que lo de Mora.
Luego vamos con los medios. Déjame ver la alineación de Chivas porque no me la sé de memoria, la verdad. ¿Para qué les voy a mentir? Vamos a buscar a Chivas.
Es que la defensa es difícil encontrar que Atlas sea mejor que algún otro equipo en su central.
O sea, para ti no.
En los 3 centrales de Atlas es la
¿Rocha
parte
o el Oso González?
No, Rocha, pero por mucho.
Rocha. ¿Gobea o Paulo Ramírez?
Creo que están a la par ahora, pero Ramírez tiene muchísima más proyección y futuro para hacer una mejor carrera que Gobea.
El caso de... ¿A quién pondríamos acá? ¿Sandoval o Diego González?
Pues creo que González es ligeramente mejor. Pero también Sandoval es un prospecto que va iniciando ahí, ¿no?
Se perfila que sea Kay Cowell por izquierda, si es que adelanta los elementos. Kay Cowell o Checo Hernández, pues,
no, es que
para empezar los dos no son laterales.
Pero ¿a poco Cowell va a jugar ahí?
Pues lo pueden poner ahí, digo. No sé, ¿a quién metió ayer? Es que hay que ver a quién puso ahí ayer Milito. Al momento que se lesiona González, metió a Cowell. No. Es el cambio porque hay Cowell.
Si es así, por presente es mejor Checo. Y por proyección y por adaptarse a la zona, ¿no? Porque Cowell no lo veo yo de lateral izquierdo.
Y del otro lado jugaría el Piojo Alvarado o Miguel Gómez en el lugar de Ferraréis. Yo voy más por Gómez, que es el que venía jugando, es un morro de las juveniles.
Que Ferraréis ahí sería mejor. Y si es el Piojo, no es su posición. O sea, no es su posición.
¿Efraín Álvarez o Mateo García?
No, pues ahí Efraín tiene un poco más de estable su presente, pero Mateo, vamos a ver si nos sorprende, ¿no? Estamos esperando que nos sorprenda Mateo.
El caso de Yuca o, pues en este caso, Wilke.
Pues Yuca.
Si hubiera sido la Hormiga hubiera estado más parejo, pues los dos 7 goles, los dos con 7 goles.
Sí.
¿Y Coca o Milito?
En el fútbol mexicano, Coca por mucho, Milito le falta mucho por demostrar que es un técnico. Pero los dos son buenos técnicos, yo insisto, pero Coca es mejor que Diego Milito.
Y luego Milito es de Independiente, ¿no?
Sí.
Y Coca es de Racing. Ahí está también la rivalidad, ni modo que no se conocen.
Sí, a Milito le falta lo que muchos técnicos de esta posera bielcista que son ganar títulos. Sí. O sea, le falta. O sea, tienen la metodología, tienen el trabajo, pero si no se ve reflejado en títulos, pues van a seguir siendo entrenadores medianos.
Dice, ojalá, no, Rivaldo no marca nada, dice, es muy malo defendiendo, ¿creen que Hernández le gane el puesto? Hernández le ha ganado el puesto a Rivaldo.
Hernández ya le ganó, y creo que lo de Rivaldo para este torneo, dudo mucho que vuelva a la titularidad. No sabemos ni cómo vaya su lesión, ¿no?
No, pues no dicen nada.
Checo ha logrado que no nos acordemos de Rivaldo, que además venía haciéndolo un poco mal el Rivaldo, sí. y bueno, hay que tener confianza en Checo.
¿A poco Jeremy no consultó si él dice para preguntarle si era un club grande equivale mejor a probabilidades de carrera? Vamos, si él le ha ido bien en Tigres, o si él le va bien en Tigres, pero se equivocó Jeremy. Saludos, dice, mándenle un saludo a mi hija Fátima, dice que estamos viendo el programa. Saludos para Fátima.
Saludos.
La única ventaja es que son 2 semanas sin salir de Guadalajara, dicen aquí a través del chat. Dice también, yo creo que el Atlas se va a meter en el puesto 9. Va a ser el clásico tapatío en la segunda fase del play-in por el último boleto de la liguilla y se va a definir en penales. No, pues ya la tienes bien clara. Pero pues sí hay probabilidades de que se topen Chivas y Atlas en un play-in como fue el año pasado. Milito es bielcista y Coca menciona que su mentor es el Mostaza Merlo, dice Rick Rollins.
Sí, Coca es más pragmático del fútbol, disfruta más el 0-0, disfruta más el arco en cero. Y Milito, sus equipos regularmente tratan de proponer, entonces sí son estilos algo diferentes.
Distintos, sí. Por eso es que vemos el clásico así. O sea, Chivas va a proponer y Atlas va a aguantar. Y ya veremos qué es lo que sucede. Los últimos clásicos, ¿cómo han quedado? Pues el último empatamos a 1 en la cancha del Estadio Jalisco con el gol de Yuca, que nos hizo el primer campeón de goleo,
¿Sí?
y autogol del Tincho Nervo. 1-1, venimos de atrás en el Estadio Jalisco. Después, el triunfo 2-1, no voy a contar los amistosos, el triunfo 2-1 en el repechaje, con el gol de Yuca, con el penal de Aldo Rocha,
Sí.
que fue muy polémico también. De hecho, se armó la bronca, expulsaron al Pollo Briseño. Se agregaron como 17 minutos
Expulsaron
en ese
al
clásico.
Hueso, que luego nos costó mucho en la próxima serie.
Sí, y que de hecho, pues aquí lo cuentan como autogol de José Castillo. Que sí hubo un desvío, ¿no?
Sí,
En esa jugada. Y que ya estábamos puestos para los penales. O sea, ya estaba listo todo para irnos a los penales. Y vino el penal, ¿no? Del Pollo Briseño.
Se acordó el Pollo de dónde salió.
Como Barreiro ayer. Y ese torneo en Liga lo ganamos 3-2. Que íbamos 3-0.
3-0, sí.
3-0. Buen partido de Rivaldo Lozano.
El mejor partido, ¿no? De Rivaldo
Jeremy Márquez.
cuando andaba en plenitud Rivaldo jugando de extremo. Ya
Cuando
después
lo ponía al Gonzo adelante.
Ahí era Beñat, ¿no?
Ese 3-2, sí, ¿no? Creo que sí.
Sí, es con Beñat.
Beñat con José. Así que decíamos que el único que hacía Beñat
Sí,
era ganar los
Beñat no
clásicos.
perdió ningún clásico, me parece.
3-2. Y luego ya, o sea que en los últimos 3 clásicos el Atlas ha ganado 2 y ha empatado 1.
Sí.
No ha perdido. Chivas no nos gana desde el 1-0 en el Estadio Jalisco, que fue cuando el Chicharito hizo su payasada, ¿no? De ponerse ahí en el medio campo a festejar como Rocha, cuando ni metió el gol. Él fue el gol del Piojo Alvarado. Luego está el 4-1 del Malayo, 1-0 en la liguilla, en cuartos de final, el 1-0 que ya hablábamos en el Jalisco, 3-3, 1-0 en Copa Sky, 1-1, 1-1, 2-1. En realidad no ha ganado muchos clásicos Chivas, en los últimos 5 años de la pandemia para acá, son pocos los clásicos que ha ganado Chivas.
Sí,
3.
le ha tocado al Atlas tener la balanza a su favor con esta generación de futbolistas y esperemos que siga por esa ruta este fin de semana.
Vamos con más comentarios. Dice, si el Atlas se dedica a tener el control en media cancha, podrá tener más posibilidades de ganar y darle más balones a Yuca. Saludos desde Querétaro, arriba el Atlas. Saludos a mi esposa, dice Cortés. También por acá, qué bueno que Beñat se fue. Si no, Yuca hubiera terminado en el Puebla o en Mazatlán, nos dicen ahí a través del chat, o en Santos.
En el Santos, quizá.
Santos, en el lugar de Bartichotto. Y acá hubiera llegado el Chocó Lozano, seguramente. Mis gallos, dice, no pasan de empate con Santos. Le ganan a Mazatlán y se empata con Juárez. No tenemos nada para calificar, dicen aquí a través del chat. Saludos para Valeria Martínez, que nos está viendo. Saludos muy especiales. Hoy nos faltó la botana, Valeria. Hoy tuvimos que improvisar ahí la botana.
No la sabe hacer Eddie, Valeria. Ayúdanos.
Hoy fallé, fracasé en la cocina. Lesiones que arreglan alineaciones, no de Rivaldo, que estaba jugando pésimo, nos dicen ahí.
Sí.
Fuera Coca, dice el buen Eliezer. Ni idea de quién se hace Jeremy. No, como no conocen a Jeremy Márquez. No sean malagradecidos con Jeremy Márquez. Y pues bueno, pues va a ser interesante el clásico. Estuvo bien que lo movieran a las 7, ¿no? Está mejor.
Pues es igual.
Sobre todo para la gente que va a ir.
Sí, sale más temprano, pero pues ¿quién juega a las 9?
Cruz Azul, Monterrey.
Los 7.
Pero lo movieron por Estados Unidos. Pues dice por aquí la gente, es que aquí va por Amazon Prime. Pero en Estados Unidos va por Telemundo. Y Telemundo pidió de favor que el clásico se jugara a las 7 en el horario que han manejado Chivas esta temporada, para que en la zona de los Estados Unidos, que es de Nueva York, de Miami, toda esa zona, pues el clásico sea a las 11 de la noche. Que si era a las 9, no, a las 10 de la noche. Porque si era a las 9, pues iba a ser a la 1 de la mañana.
Empezar muy tarde.
Ajá, entonces, porque aparte no es a las 9, estaban 9:10.
Sí.
Entonces, por eso es que se cambió para la gente de los Estados Unidos. Así que es a las 7 de la noche en México a las 9 de la noche en la zona del Atlántico, y en la zona de California, pues es a las 6 de la tarde. 6 de la tarde el clásico, en donde, pues nuevamente, si va a ir al estadio, tenga mucho cuidado, mucho cuidado, porque es una zona muy peligrosa, tanto si va en carro, si va a pie, mucho más, porque hay que caminar hasta el macrobús, hasta la estación. Pues vaya de civil o lleves una chamarra, o no caiga en provocaciones, y usted tampoco las haga, porque hay probabilidad de que sea un partido de alto riesgo, el día sábado ahí en el Akron.
Con cuidado que todos vayan con bien a casa y que sea un partido que solamente quede todo en la cancha. Eso es lo que deseamos y exhortamos a todos los atlistas, pues que atendamos esta recomendación.
Preguntan si se va a jugar con la rojinegra, se va a jugar con la blanca.
La blanca.
Se juega con la camiseta blanca, ya tenemos tiempo que se juega así. Dice la gente que porque Chivas no le gusta que Atlas juegue con la rojinegra. Yo creo que es más por el tema de que en los últimos uniformes de Chivas predomina el rojo. Y nuestra camiseta local predomina el rojo, ni siquiera rojinegra, más tiene una franja. Entonces, por ese motivo jugaremos de blanco
que
y ellos de rojo.
Nos ha ido bien. En el Akron de blanco creo que tenemos buenos recuerdos.
Pues, ¿hace cuánto no jugamos de rojinegro allá?
Desde, pues jugamos la de Jeremy, ¿no? Ahí con la rojinegra.
La liguilla.
Sí.
El de la liguilla habrá sido el último.
Sí.
2-1.
2-1.
2-1. Y pues bueno, así está. Entonces, ojo con el tema también del Gato Ortiz. Ya lo hablábamos. Y dice por acá, ¿cuál es el más peligroso? Dice el clásico tapatío. Pues es que la zona del estadio, ¿no? Por ejemplo, en el Jalisco, pues tú llegas por tu zona y no te pasa nada.
En el Jalisco sabemos para dónde caminar, y en el Akron pues te encuentras en la explanada a cualquier tipo de persona.
A todo mundo, dice por acá, irán al estadio. A mí me toca narrar, a mí me toca estar aquí en la transmisión, así que yo se las debo.
No, yo no.
No así debo.
No, yo no voy. Yo tengo años que no voy por esto mismo, porque hay broncas, siempre está alguien que te está molestando, es peligroso. No, prefiero evitar ese tipo de conflicto. Más adelante, ya que sea un poco diferente el asunto, quizá vuelvo, pero ya yo he decidido no ir al Akron.
Dice por acá, con el 4-1 que nos ensartaron, traíamos la rojinegra, dicen ahí en el chat. Dicen también con la blanca para que se acuerden del play-in, dicen ahí a través del chat. No quieren jugar de rojinegro porque se acuerdan de Julián, nos dicen ahí a través de los comentarios. Viene el gato, dice, hay que apostar una roja para Rocha. Un penal y una roja. Yo creo que el clásico va a tener un penal y una roja. ¿Para quién? No sé. Pero va a tener un penal y una roja.
Va a estar bueno el momio entonces.
Es que el gato ya es muy parecido en su momento a Chiquimarco. Cuando Marco Rodríguez iba a un partido importante, un clásico, siempre había penal y roja. Ese clásico que hablábamos de Marioni, el árbitro era Marco Antonio Rodríguez.
Sí, que fue un penalito, ¿no? Un penalito de esos que le buscas
Reynoso,
y encuentras. Y no era tiempos de VAR,
que 4 años después le hizo Reynoso un penalote a Buoso
y no lo
marcaron.
Sí.
Ahí mismo en el Akron. Pero pues las famas, en ese tiempo sin el VAR, Buoso tenía mucha fama de tirarse en todas.
Sí, pero fue muy grotesco el penal.
Sí, la zancadilla, me acuerdo que estaba hincado el Reynoso y le mete la zancadilla. Digo que hoy también, por ejemplo, hablábamos de Chivas ya no tiene sus jugadores. Siempre Reynoso era un dolor ya sabemos qué, en los clásicos. Era malo.
Sí.
Pero a todos los traía.
Sí, pues ha habido jugadores que marcan, ¿no? Y que se entregan a su camiseta. Y creo que en los clásicos, y creo que es lo que está padeciendo ahorita Chivas en la cuestión de identidad. No veo un jugador que los identifique tanto y que saque la cara por la gente en los clásicos.
De los que tú has visto, de los dos equipos, Diego, ya para cerrar el programa, de los dos, de Chivas y Atlas, si tendríamos que armar un 11 de los que mejor juegan o jugaron los clásicos, de los dos equipos.
¿Pero un revuelto o un
revuelto? De lo que este le daba sabor al clásico, este siempre salía en el clásico.
No, si es revuelto, tiene que estar Osvaldo Sánchez. Nos guste o no, era el que le daba un sabor al encuentro, ¿no? En la
central, los dos centrales.
Los dos centrales, ahí yo te pongo a Cufré.
¿Y a Reynoso? Cufré y Reynoso.
¿Con línea de 4 o línea de 5? De 4. 4-3-3.
4-3-3. Cufré y Reynoso. En esa yo estoy de acuerdo. Y que la gente también los vaya poniendo. Creo que Osvaldo también se lo lleva de calle por encima de, por ejemplo, Pintor es más resultadista, Camilo es más resultadista.
No, Camilo es más para la historia de Atlas, pero en los clásicos no ha tenido necesidad y aparte no es su personalidad entrarle a esta
No,
parte
y Osvaldo sí lo
de
es.
aguerrido.
Y no, en realidad no hemos tenido un portero nosotros así
No,
tan enganchado en los clásicos. Entonces tiene que ser Osvaldo ahí, Reynoso y
yo de lateral
Cufré.
derecha ponía a Mario Méndez.
Mario Méndez Olague.
Siempre cuando hace el gol y va y se los grita, les enseña playera,
Ok.
estamos hablando de tribuneros, ¿no? De los que le ponen sabor.
Sí, izquierdo,
Izquierdo.
Salcido o el Hueso Reyes. El Hueso
Puede
Reyes
ser
era
el
más
hueso,
tribunero,
el
¿no?
hueso, el hueso, sí.
El Hueso Reyes, porque Salcido era como Camilo, era más efectivo,
Sí.
pero no era tan tribunero.
Iba a poner a Ramón Morales, que yo es el único jugador que respeto de
Es
las
que
Chivas.
Ramón,
Era muy
pero
bueno,
también
pero nos tiraba, pero siempre fue muy respetuoso.
De hecho, hoy de viejo que hace sus podcasts también, el Ramón Morales es como los dicen, chingaquedito.
Pero en el campo nunca fue de los que
No, pues es
andaban.
que no necesitaba, pues con la calidad que
Sí,
tenía.
era un jugador de muchísima calidad. Y era de esos que te daba coraje no poder, porque no se metía con nadie. Visiblemente
Sí.
no se metía con nadie. Entonces, ahí se le damos al hueso.
El 5.
El 5.
¿Rocha?
Rocha, claro, tiene que ser Rocha. Creo que no se concibe lo que es el clásico tapatío en los últimos 3, 4 años sin Rocha.
Sin un tipo
Rocha,
como-
Rocha le ha dado
como Aldo
identidad al
Rocha.
Atlas y le ha dado sabor, porque cuando ellos nos ganan, ¿qué es lo que hacen primero? Van y, aunque dicen que la inventó Riquelme y que el fútbol
Pues es que Riquelme se la hizo a los directos. Es un festejo mundial.
es un festejo mundial, pero se puso de moda cuando Rocha fue y se las cantó, ¿no?
Porque un 5 de ellos, ¿quién podría ser?
Tribunero así, no recuerdo uno, ¿eh?
No hay, ¿verdad?
No.
Así de bote pronto.
No hay.
Muy discretones todos. Los dos que acompañan, 4-3-3, los dos que acompañarán a Rocha.
Los dos que acompañan, déjame pensar en uno.
Yo
Al
creo
Chato
que,
Rodríguez
pues el Chato,
también era de los que iba y les cantaba. Tuvo rojas ahí con Osvaldo y tuvo cierta rivalidad.
y el Bofo, ¿cabe ahí?
El Bofo
El
que
Bofo tiene que estar, el
que-
Bofo, yo creo que el Bofo, así como hablamos hoy en los 20 de Rocha, en los 2000,
sí, el
un
Bofo,
clásico tapatío sin el Bofo no era.
sí, es que ahí
Sus
tiene-
declaraciones siempre eran muy...
era tribunero más.
Y el Bofo era lo que decíamos del Malayo, lo que habló en el micrófono lo sostuvo en la cancha.
Sí, yo no creo que haya sido un gran jugador, pero le dio mucha chispa a los clásicos tapatíos.
Dicen ahí que Marco Fabián,
Ese lo podemos poner ahí
un lado.
y o en la banda, al Bofo o a Marco
Al ba-
Fabián, ahí uno de los dos.
Es que por las bandas, ya ahí se llena de gente. Por ejemplo, puede estar Quiñones,
De Piño,
puede estar Robert de Piño,
Omar N.
Omar N,
Ya se llenó, o sea, hay muchos.
Cepeda.
Cepeda.
Yo creo que Cepeda tendría que estar.
O sea, ya llenamos, o sea, estamos haciendo un grupo.
El Pollo Briseña, nada. El
No.
Pollo ni jugaba, ni
No.
con nosotros ni con ellos.
No, y el Pollo era más el tribunero, pero cuando jugó contra Atlas, realmente nunca se enganchó con nada, con la gente, pues.
El Venado Medina, dicen ahí.
También, pero creo que por encima de él está Quiñones, está
Sí.
De Piño.
Entonces quedó, a ver, es Osvaldo, Méndez, Hueso Reyes, Reynoso, Cufré, Rocha, Chato Rodríguez, Adolfo Bautista, Julián Quiñones, Marco Fabián, y en la punta,
Ahí está entre Robert De Piño
Y Omar
y
N.
Omar N, ¿no?
yo me quedo con Omar N porque jugó con los dos y con los dos fue tribunero.
Sí.
El primer gol que le hace a Chivas en el Atlas, que
Sí,
es
lo
en el
gritó, lo
amistoso,
gritó.
ya después hizo lesionado en el Clásico de Liga.
Ya
yo
después
yo
le
me
dio
quedé
frío.
por encimita por Omar N porque además tuvo más clásicos.
Sí. Sí,
Que
De
De
Piño
Piño.
tuvo prácticamente que 3 clásicos, ¿no?
Bueno, también es cierto, Alexis Vega también fue. Alexis Vega, si fue o llegó a ser ídolo de Chivas, fue gracias a los clásicos.
Sí, es que podemos hacer ahí la banca, ¿no? Porque
Es que en la
ahí está
banca-
Cepeda, está...
Es cierto, Flavio Santos y
Flavio-
Ever Alférez.
Ahí sí, o sea, sí hay hay jugadores que tienen que estar ahí, ¿no?
Mozo no, es que Mozo.
Mozo se metía con Fulgencio, pero creo que con la institución como tal, no.
No, Mozo no. Osorno también es banca. O sea,
Pero Osorno no lo recuerdo, pues festejaba con lo de la Virgen y no lo recuerdo siendo tan tribunero.
no. Nada más ya después que iba a los clásicos en la barra y todo.
Sí, pero... Ah, pues Pablo Lavallén, pero también
Pablito Lavallén. Decían que Loquito García.
También,
Es que
pero
ya
pues él se
cuando
fue,
se fue para allá,
luego
ya.
se fue para allá, entonces ahí...
Marioni tampoco entra.
No, porque pues tuvo la de la cerveza, pero realmente no se
es que,
metió
por ejemplo,
con nadie.
Ahí Flavio Santos y Ever Alférez sí entran.
Iba y les bailaba el Flavio, ¿no?
Flavio y Ever Alférez, ahí el doblete que les hacen en el Jalisco.
Sí.
Y además, pues eran gente de barrio, era gente
Que
de
hay que
cantidad.
decir algo.
Por ejemplo, en la banca, perdón, Gary Saldívar.
Sí,
si
también.
hablamos de que sabían jugar clásicos, Gary Saldívar tiene que estar en la banca.
Hay que hablar esto, así como nos encanta lo que hizo Quiñones, lo que también hay que aguantar vara, ¿no?
Sí.
Los clásicos así son.
En la cancha.
A veces es para allá, a veces para acá. Yo veo que mucha gente a ver, ahí también cuando ganamos hay que disfrutarlo y cuando perdemos también hay que saber.
El Chicote Calderón, dicen.
Nah, pero no le alcanzó, perdió
Es que
todos.
el Chicote es como el pollo.
Sí.
Estaban en la banca y desde la banca salían a hablar. Guardado.
No le recuerdo algo de tribunero en un clásico.
Ey, nos faltó la más importante.
¿Quién?
¿Quién iba a ser el entrenador? ¿La Volpe?
Hay un entrenador
¿Tomás?
tribunero, pero Tomás no ganó, solo ganó el de 2013.
Y estando con ellos, sí nos ganó.
Sí nos ganó.
De hecho, estando con ellos, él no estaba en el gol de Vega cuando se baja el calzón.
No recuerdo.
Creo que sí, bueno, no me acuerdo si era Bus. No, sí era él. Fue en el
Pero fíjate,
2019.
no recuerdo un entrenador de acá o de allá que sea
Porque
tan
Coca
tribunero.
no es tribunero.
No, Coca no se mete con ellos. El mismo Almeida, que es su último gran referente con nosotros, nunca se metió.
Estoy tratando de los que ganaron clásicos. El profe Cruz no era tribunero.
No recuerdo.
La Volpe era más con el América que con
No, la
Chivas.
Volpe con Chivas nunca tuvo No recuerdo un entrenador de ninguna de las dos partes que se metiera con la gente.
Romano tampoco.
Nah, Romano no ganó ni un clásico, creo.
No, estaba en el 2007, ¿no? Romano no. No, pues tendrá que ser Tomás. Pero es que ganó más la Volpe.
Pero Tomás voy a tribunero contra todos, eso.
El Quirarte, el Sheriff Quirarte.
Muy tranquilo, muy tranquilo.
El travieso Daniel Guzmán.
No,
No.
no, técnicos
Es que no hay entrenadores.
técnicos han sido muy
¿Ufré?
tranquilos. Pero pues ya.
No, ¿quién ganó el clásico? Fue Gerardo Espinosa, ¿verdad? El que ganamos con el Jair Ortega.
Sí, pero pues tampoco
Pero, pues,
se metió
tampoco.
con la gente. Pues.
Rafa Márquez. Rafa Márquez no entra porque no era tribunero.
No, estamos hablando de jugadores que
¿Qué será lo más
Que te
tribunero de
marcan.
Rafa? ¿El penal con Toluca que hace el festejo?
puede ser.
Eso es lo más tribunero. Y Rafa, que en la selección siempre perdía la cabeza en el momento importante. Pero tribunero, que se haya metido con la gente en un estadio. Yo nomás me acuerdo de esa vez de Toluca.
No, realmente tribuneros de los últimos tiempos es estos que hemos dicho, ¿no? Y de los dos equipos. O sea,
Dice que Tomás Boy le dijo a Chiquimarco que le iba a las Chivas. Esa no me acuerdo.
no me acuerdo yo tampoco.
Esa no estén inventando cosas porque luego sí me las creo. Michelaña, no, ya están. Flavio siempre le metía goles a Chivas. Y cuando festejaba como el Chavo del 8, esa fue en el Akron. Sergio Bueno, el Chepo de la Torre.
El Chepo llegó a hacer declaraciones contra el Atlas. Él sí.
Puede ser el Chepo entonces.
Él sí
Más
era-
que Tomás.
Él sí le entraba, pues, pero pues también
Pues
hay
es que él lo vivió como jugador.
él toda la vida, o sea, el Chepo está arraigado a la familia más famosa de Chivas y pues se lo lleva pues en
Dice, ya que están hablando, pues pongan de árbitro a Santander, dice. Yo me iría más por Chiquimarco. Si vamos a poner un árbitro también que le daba sabor para bien o para mal al clásico, tiene que ser Chiquimarco. O el Gato, en épocas modernas.
Sí.
Pues ahí
Que suele ser bravos, los juegos de Atlas y Chivas.
Son difíciles.
Suelen ser de
Yo
tarjeta.
creo que es el clásico más difícil. A pesar de ser el clásico también más disparejo, porque creo que históricamente en la Liga MX el Chivas Atlas es el clásico más disparejo. Yo creo que debe ser, Diego, amigos, el clásico que más veces se llega con tanta diferencia en puntos. Aunque hoy estemos cercanos, no estamos a 4
Sí.
puntos. Pero muchas veces habíamos llegado con Chivas arriba y nosotros abajo.
Sí.
A diferencia de los regios que últimamente llegan arriba, América Cruz Azul, finales. El de Pumas también ya es muy disparejo, Pumas América. Pero creo
Sí.
que históricamente de toda la vida siempre ha sido así. Decían ahí también en el chat que por fortuna o por desfortunio nunca hemos tenido una final Chivas Atlas más que la del campeón de campeones en los 60s, que la ganó el Atlas, porque la del 51 no fue final. Era era la penúltima jornada del
Fíjate
campeonato.
que es una de las cosas que,
¿No quieres vivir una
que
final?
no me gustaría vivir.
Hemos estado muy cerca, lo que lo hemos platicado aquí en el 98, cuando fue Chivas Necaxa. Necaxa nos echó a nosotros, polémicamente.
Sí.
Que ese día se jugaron los dos partidos en el Jalisco. Primero Chivas y después nosotros. Y nos echaron.
Ese día es el famoso que cuentan de que la gente quería matar a los de Televisa.
¿Por qué o qué?
Pues porque Necaxa era de Televisa y porque nos acuchillaron ahí un tanto.
Pues sí, solo por eso, porque si no hubiera sido más rating un Chivas Atlas final. Ese Atlas era el inicio del que un año después llegó a la final.
Está muy bravo vivir una final. Digo, estaría bueno, pero a la vez sería, bueno, yo tendría un estrés toda la semana que no.
La última que yo me acuerdo que pudo haber sido final Chivas Atlas, no sé si tú te acuerdas.
¿Cuál?
Copa MX 2015.
Nos eliminó Tijuana, ¿no?
No, nos echó León. Ellos eliminaron a Toluca
Sí.
y a nosotros nos eliminó León. Y la final fue Chivas León, que fue el primer título de Almeida. Nosotros con... Ay, ¿quién era? Con Matosas. Era Matosas.
Ya lo habían corrido, ¿no? Ya estaba un
Ya
interino.
un interino, entonces
Sí,
el
ya
profe
está.
Mata, como siempre. Pues,
Creo que era el profe Kardashian, dicen.
¿Paco Ramírez?
Creo que era el interino.
A ver, ahorita lo voy a revisar. Porque si ese... Después llegó Cepillín Costas.
Sí, pero ya llegó para enero de 2016.
Eso fue... A ver, Atlas, León...
Pero según yo fue Tijuana, ¿eh?
Fue León. Me acuerdo muy bien que estaban las fiestas de octubre ese día de la semifinal. 2015. Ah, pues es que fue semifinal.
Sí.
Y la final fue Chivas León. Copa MX. Que a lo mejor no hubiera sido lo mismo, ¿eh? 28 de octubre de 2015. Pero quiero que me den la alineación para ver si... A ver, vamos a ver, aquí está, con gol de Boselli, 1-0 perdimos. Con gol 1-0 aparte. A ver si está la alineación por acá. Ahorita se las voy a buscar, pero ya no estaba entonces, ya se había ido.
Según ya se ha ido Matosas.
Que ese equipo de León era lo que quedaba del bicampeonato también.
Sí, sí, sí.
Ya quedaba, a ver, no. No dice quién era el entrenador. No dice. Luis Montes. Nada más dice que Miguel Pinto se comió el gol, dice.
Qué novedad.
Miguel Pinto. No dice el entrenador.
No dice, pero...
A ver, ustedes ahí en el chat ya estuvieran ahí diciéndonos quién metió el Atlas en semifinales en esa ocasión. A ver, entonces le voy a poner Atlas 0-1. Lo ganó León. Copa MX.
Vamos buscando para que no se quede con la duda.
Quiero saber quién era ese entrenador, porque es un gran mérito, ¿eh? No cualquiera llega a esas instancias. A ver, se me hace
Aquí
que ya
está.
lo encontré.
No, sí era Matosas.
Estoy diciendo, no me crees.
Todavía no se iba.
Ahí está. Es que Matosa sí acabó el torneo, ¿no?
No lo acabó. Según yo, no lo acabó.
Porque me acuerdo también que el clásico se pospuso por el huracán en ese 2015, lo jugamos ya en noviembre.
Jugamos un martes, algo así ya.
En noviembre, ya eliminados. Pero hubiera sido la final de Copa MX.
Y ese partido,
Chivas,
mira, voy a buscar, creo que ese ya lo dirigía Paco Ramírez.
A ver, búscalo en lo que doy salida a los últimos comentarios. Fue Matosas en el Apertura 2015 y nos arruinó una final. Bueno, pues Dios da y Dios quita. Dice, ¿Eddie trae Internet Explorer o qué? poquito, muchachos. El Chino Millar en un clásico fue el primero en hacer el festejo de Rocha. Sí, en el del 2013.
Con una mano, ¿no? Solo
Es
con
que
una mano.
ese festejo es mundial, es universal. No lo patentó Rocha. Rocha lo hizo popular en Atlas. Es como decir que hoy el festejo de Yuca lo inventó Yuca. Pues no lo inventó Yuca. Ese festejo ya existía de ponerte aquí los oídos, ahí las manos. Dicen, fue Matosas, ya, ahí está. ¿Y sí fue Paco Ramírez o no?
Ahí vamos.
Yo me acuerdo que fue gol de quién, de Fabián.
De Marco Fabián,
Como siempre,
era cuando nos traía de encargo.
Siempre. A ver quién sale ahí en la alineación. Dice, por acá los de Chivas ya están llorando por el gato. Dice, pues ojalá sí lloren el lunes también porque le robó el gato. Ya no habrá pronósticos. Ay, ¿cómo no? Ya lo subimos. Ya están los pronósticos desde el lunes. Y nos fuimos con el clásico empate. No nos arriesgamos, nos fuimos con el clásico empate. Eddie, sí le ganamos el sábado, le pegamos al Toluca en el Jalisco, esperemos que sí. El festejo de Yuca viene de lo de Suazo. Suazo lo hacía primero. Bellingham dice, le copió el festejo a Rocha. Es que ya no salió.
No ha salido, ¿eh?
Pero yo te creo que era Paco Ramírez.
No, mira, ya estoy aquí. Fue Hugo Castillo.
El misionero que dirigía la Sub-20.
Hugo Castillo fue...
No, es que Paco Ramírez es de más para atrás, ¿no?
Sí tuvo un interinato. No recuerdo en qué momento, pero sí dirigió.
Sí, yo me acuerdo que sí, pero fue como en los 2000.
No, fue en esos. Mira, te recuerdo el partido. Déjame, te digo cuál.
Pues nada más ponle ahí Paco Ramírez y ahí te va a salir cuando dirigió al Atlas. aunque sea interinato y te va a salir en Wikipedia, nunca falla, en Wikipedia siempre es buena herramienta. Esperemos ganar el clásico, si no me iré pelón al trabajo, porque andan apostando a la cabellera, muchachos, andan apostando. Vean, Anthony, se me hace que la apostó, ya no le creció, pero ahí está el señor Anthony Ríos, que hoy no se envalentonó, ¿verdad? Porque luego publica ahí en redes que quién me va a apostar y que quién me va a ganar y que no sé qué. Yo no apuesto, porque luego no pagan. Así como decías tú que nadie se aparece cuando pierden, pero cuando ganan todos se forman.
Sí.
Así me ha pasado, ¿eh? No voy a dar nombres, pero he apostado con varios de aquí del canal. Unos ni me han pagado.
Ya tengo el dato, ¿eh?
A ver.
Paco Ramírez fue el interino de Gustavo Costas. Entonces él llegó
un año después.
Sí.
Entre Costas y Profe Cruz.
Así es. Ahí está
Profe Cruz.
Pero sí me acordaba de un interinato de Paco Ramírez.
Pues vámonos, Diego. ¿Ganamos o no ganamos entonces? ¿Cuál es el pronóstico?
Para mí, la verdad es que yo creo que vamos a empatar. Pero espero que se dé el resultado y que vengamos con los 3 puntos. Pero veo un empate, pero que me sorprenda el Atlas y que podamos disfrutar los 3 puntos.
Dice, di nombres, ¿quién no paga? No voy a decir. El único que sí voy a decir que sí paga inmediatamente es el Profe Cruz. Es el único Chiva que en cuanto se pierde de inmediato dice, ahí está, ¿cuándo pagamos? ¿Cuándo llevo la comida? Tal día. Otro sí pagó un año después, un año después. Se acordó porque pagó con un pretexto de otra cosa, de reunirnos para platicar otra cosa. Si no, no pagan. Son muy batallosos y a mí no me gusta estar cobrando. Entonces, pues mejor yo no apuesto. No apuesto, así que
No.
Para mí, con el corazón lo ganamos 2-0. Con la razón, 1-1. 1-1.
Bueno, esperemos que gane el corazón y sobre todo que hay que confiar en Diego Coca y los muchachos que saben cómo jugar estos partidos.
¿Va a jugar el Atlas del viernes o el de ayer? Esperemos que el de ayer.
Esperemos que uno mejor, o sea, que vayamos
Dijo
mejorando.
Coca que el de ayer es el bueno, que no somos el del viernes.
No, si somos el del viernes no estamos para ganarle a nadie.
Pues vámonos, Diego, muchas gracias.
Vámonos a esperar y otra vez a hacerles el llamado a todos que disfrutemos el partido, que no nos enganchemos, que no haya violencia ni en el estadio, ni en los bares, ni en las casas, en ningún lado, que disfrutemos la fiesta, disfrutemos tener un partido de esta magnitud, porque no hay equipos que quisieran tener un clásico, nosotros lo tenemos y lo tenemos muy arraigado y lo tenemos muy bravo y lo tenemos muy pasional.
No va a estar hablando.
Hay muchos equipos en México que quisieran un clásico, nosotros lo tenemos genuino, hay que disfrutarlo. Y como siempre, gracias a toda la gente que nos acompaña como cada emisión. Un saludo para toda la raza que me estuvo ahí mandando mensaje para los boletos. Ahí estoy cada que puedo, ahí me comunico con ustedes. A veces la chamba me impide contestarles al momento.
¿No hubo saludos en el estadio hoy? Nadie.
No he visto, pero...
No, llegas ya al medio tiempo.
La próxima promoción va a ser que me salude en el estadio y le voy a invitar una chela. Entonces ahí está.
Ahora sí voy a ir para saludarte.
Para ver si es cierto que nos ven, a ver la gente que va al estadio. Y bueno, gracias otra vez a toda la gente, a mi novia Jessie, un saludo, que creo que ya se durmió, ya lo hacemos muy tarde.
Las 12 de la noche.
Y pues aquí nos vemos el lunes espero estar festejando los 3 puntos y quedamos en clásico. Arriba el Atlas.
Sí. Vengamos contentos con liguilla y todo para el lunes, muchachos. Lunes, 9:30 y sábado desde las 5:15 estamos con la transmisión porque no lo va a poder ver en televisión. Así que en vivo por Zona Food desde las 5:15 el clásico tapatío, Víctor Tostado, Facundo Polvete y un servidor para que no se lo vaya a perder. Descanse, buenas noches, 1000 veces, arriba el Atlas.
retreat here, retreat there, retreat everywhere. Dios. That's crazy.
As a champion here at Westminster. All right, so we've had 2 dogs go, and now we're back out readjusting all the obstacles on this course. Why are we doing that, Carrie?
Our first 2 dogs were preferred dogs, and those are dogs that the handlers have decided should jump lower. Fortune is an older dog, so that is a great option for Fortune. We also have dogs, sometimes their body type, or maybe they're coming back from an injury.
Next, in the 8-inch class, Delaney, the miniature poodle, handled by Diane O'Reilly of Arcadia, Florida.
And another example of the versatility of these breeds, because miniature poodle was the breed that won Best in Show at Westminster last year. And this is a very different type of miniature poodle in a very different type of activity than the confirmation show, as it's called, Monday, Tuesday, that you get Delaney out here running agility.
Poodles are extremely smart dogs. They can do anything. They were also bred to be sporting dogs. She's just waiting. That was a really nice wait on that start line. That is hard to train. Delaney did a great job on that dog walk, well down into the yellow zone that they have to hit. Into the weave poles. Those are really sped up going through them.
Delaney letting Diane know the whole way. Yes, I hear you. I see you. I know what we're doing.
Getting to the teeter. You saw her cross in front. Probably part of that is to help keep her on that teeter until it hits the bottom. Yes! Another good run on this course.
Celebrations no matter what. That's what's great about it here at Westminster.
Watch her accelerate onto this, and that's what we talked about early on with this course. This is a place for the dog to start to pick up speed. Same thing on the weave poles. This dog truly accelerated through the poles. Kept going faster and faster through them. We don't see that all the time. And then had to wait and wait. There, did it. And finally gets to run off to the finish. And lots of cheering there at the end by her handler.
Next, in the 8-inch class, Miko, the French Bulldog, handled by Malari Howell of Leander, Texas.
Another immensely popular breed in recent years that we very much associate with dog shows, but running in a very different, that's part of what we say at Westminster. It's a bunch of different things. There's a lot of different competitions here. Miko's ready to go.
Absolutely. It's been fun watching the Frenchies come out and start to do more athletic competitions, because as you can see with Miko, this dog is athletic. This dog has muscle. This dog is ready to move on this course and is doing exactly what her handlers ask her to do. So nice job sending her to the tunnel so she could get in front to manage this section of the course. Now you saw Miko's a little bit heavier. That board went down a little bit quicker.
Miko going to be fast enough? Just not quite, but a great run nonetheless.
Very fun to watch that team run together. You just want to cheer for this dog. Here they come over that dog walk. And just watch the focus coming through these poles. And this, again, I noted, this tips quicker. This is a heavier dog.
Fortune still in the lead.
Next, in the 8-inch class, Gambit, the Pembroke Welsh Corgi, handled by Kathy Murphy of Washington, D.C.
That is your name, Queen's Gambit accepted.
Good girl. Actually got one last snack for the road.
Who has the final say on snacks, the dog or the handler?
Usually it's the handler, but not always. Sometimes they'll rustle that bag from you. And this is our Corgi without the tail. Pembroke Welsh Corgis without the tail. He's doing a very nice job through this opening. Oh no, something caught his attention. There she goes, right back on.
Like you said, there's a lot to look at. There's a lot of different places where knowing where to go is key. it's not obvious.
Absolutely. Yeah, they just misunderstood where to be on that course. Again, the dog hasn't seen the course. The handler has. This was all new to the dog.
And like you say, that teamwork is so key between handler and dog.
Absolutely critical. And just a slight break of attention on either one's part or a slight miscue, and the dog's going to go off course. Gambit was solid on this dog walk. Really a great start. And then as they're coming out of the weave poles here, Gambit red to go behind. Flew over the top of the A-frame. And look at that happy look still. Gambit doesn't know or care about that extra jump.
But Fortune is still your leader as 5 more dogs to go, including a dog handled by her same handler. So it's a great finish coming here in the 8-inch class at the Masters Agility Championship at Westminster.
Saga, the Swedish Valhund, handled by Madison Leroy of Screven, Georgia.
Yes, final confirmation there. Saga's ready to go. The registered name of the dog is All Eyes on Me, and very true in what has been a packed house here at the Javits Center this evening.
And they are off to a very quick start. Saga's a very talented dog. Has championships in 2 different AKC sports, agility and rally. That's a lot of communication training between the 2 of them to work those 2 different sports.
What's
And
rally?
it's showing here. Rally is a form of obedience where they have a lot of different types of exercise where you can talk with your dog. So again, the communication is key. Not the hop off the bottom of the board there. Again, that's what we talked about. They've got to hang on that board. Very tough for the smaller dogs. What a great run.
Doesn't matter, right? Gets turned around a couple times, but is still happy at the end, still getting hits and scratches and treats.
And there's that dog walk that did so well. Coming over the teeter, starts to tip, and just goes ahead and says, I gotta go now. And then took the wrong side of the tunnel. But again, look at the smile coming over that last obstacle. It's all about the fun.
Fortune is still in the lead with 4 dogs to go.
Next, in the 8-inch class, Enya, the Silky Terrier, handled by Malari Howell of Leander, Texas.
And Malari as well, the handler. This is her 2nd dog in this class. Also ran Miko just a few moments ago.
Miko's a little bit larger dog than Enya is. This breed typically is an 8 to 10 pound dog.
Really with that fiery red tail coming out the back.
They've got a good job pulling her in on that turn. They went a little wide, but we're so fast over that dog walk. Very quick through the weave poles. May not make a difference for them. You can hear her talking to her through this course. Nice job holding on there. Again, this is a lighter weight dog. Took a lot of patience. Very well done.
It's a great run. It's a clean run. Just 2 seconds too slow to catch Fortune.
That turn may have been part of it, but they were very well connected, working together through this course. Look at this weave poles. Really leapt right into them. Right over the A-frame, another dog that just flew over the top. And says, look what I did.
Next, in the 8-inch class, Roxy, the All-American dog, handled by Ken Luberger of Port Charlotte, Florida.
Carrie, remind us what All-American dog means.
This is a mixed breed dog, so who knows what Roxy is a mix of. We allow the All-Americans to run at AKC Agility Trials. And she is definitely an athlete. A lot of the handlers like to do DNA tests to find out what breeds their dogs are. Those weave poles are lovely. I think this dog is part weave pole. Look at them go. Their communication's been very good through here. Then the handler put in that cross. Unfortunately, the handler looks like he miscued that. that tunnel.
2 dogs in a row got tripped up that way.
That one, it looked like there was a miscommunication from the handler's side, and the dog did what he saw the handler's arm pointing to. He's like, I gotta go, let go. Now, yes. You saw the smile as soon as she cleared that first jump. And just right off, just flew off the bottom of that dog walk. Again, this dog is very enthusiastic about agility. And you could see the handler had stepped past that entrance of number 16. And the dog read the other side.
Fortune still in the lead. 2 dogs to go. The next one, Fortune is probably very familiar with. We'll tell you why in a second.
Next, in the 8-inch class, Gabby, the Papillon, handled by Andrea Samuels from Cape Coral, Florida.
And Andrea is also the handler of Fortune. So these are 2 dogs, same breed, same handler, duking it out here head to head right at the end of the class.
And this dog is also a national agility champion. Look at her drive that dog walk.
I think we can see why.
Spectacular. That was absolutely spectacular. Same thing with these weave pulls. We can't hear Andrea at all, but she is definitely talking to her while they're running this. Wow. Wow. That was spectacular. Absolutely breathtaking. Now you see why they're national champions. Watch this dog. This dog just keeps accelerating.
That's not sped up video. That is real time.
Sure feels like they sped it up, but that is not what happened. And watch this weave pull. She really hunkers down a bit going through them and just drives through those poles. Andrea's saying a lot to her while they're out there running, but a lot of her body language is showing her exactly where she needs to go.
She's got the lead with the best qualifying dog set to go.
Next, in the 8-inch class, Flint, the Papillon, handled by Danica Hedges of Marietta, Ohio.
Flint's registered name is Sparks Will Fly. Let's watch and find out.
Flint is also a national champion in our international sweepstakes program.
Flint unseat Gabby atop that leaderboard.
Watch this dog walk. There's going to be a lot won or lost right there. Same thing once they get into those weave pulls. Nice tight turn. Look at the speed. They have to push even harder than Andrea did to beat that time. But yet they've got to stay connected. They've got to stay focused.
30.05. What Flint's trying to get to. It's going to be tight. 23 hundredths of a second too slow.
Now, having to hold that teeter is what made the difference there. But what a run. Look at this dog walk. Whoosh, off she goes. Right on through these weave pulls. Tails a flying. And then they got to the teeter. Really had to make sure that the dog got that correctly, and that was a little bit of their time lost right there. What a run, though. What a run.
And the tightest finish that we have seen here tonight. Over to Allison.
Andrea, congratulations to you and Gabby. You had 2 dogs running in this 8-inch class. What is the challenge of making sure you give them both their best shot?
Gosh, they're so different, but they're both such amazing competitors, and they both are gamers, and I trust them that I could just handle, and I know they're gonna just do what they need to do so I can do what I need to do.
And Gabby certainly did that for you tonight. You've been competing in agility for almost 30 years. What makes competing in this event and this venue unique?
Westminster has such a lot of history, especially in New York City. It's like the Kentucky Derby for dogs. It's so prestigious. It's got that special air about it.
Awesome. Andrea, congratulations. Enjoy it. John?
Allison Andrea still trying to get her breath back after chasing those two incredibly fast dogs around within a few minutes of one another. Another championship for her and a win for Gabby by 23 hundredths of a second. The tide is finished, and the most fun finish that we have seen so far tonight, the 20-inch dogs. And this is one of those classes where you are going to see some really terrific speed with these 10 dogs here to go.
First, in the 20-inch class, Shelby Cobra, the Border Collie, handled by Amber McCune of Newington, New Hampshire.
So it's fascinating here. Shelby Cobra was originally going to run fourth, but Amber, like we've seen a couple other handlers, has 2 dogs that are running in this class. So they're having Shelby Cobra go first to give Amber enough time to basically recover physically to get both dogs out there, because it is draining for the handler with as fast as these dogs are.
Absolutely. Watch this team. You'll see why she's going to need a little break. Shelby Cobra is a fabulous dog. They're very, very solid with their communication through here. Amber is out there talking to her all the way. She also does a lot of hand motions as needed going through. Great job stopping, coming down that A-frame just in case. You can just hear her pounding her way down.
I mean, Shelby was getting air, just flying on those jumps.
So look at this dog. This dog wants a tug toy, not food. Look at that dog walk. But she did put a quick stop in to make sure they got it. Good quick release on that. Weave pulse, solid, just absolutely solid coming through there. And now the big celebration.
So Shelby Cobra, a great clean run to start here in the 20-inch class.
Shelby's hardly even breathing. Just like, yeah, I just did that. Look at me.
Well, you heard Andrea Samuels, the winning handler in the last class, make the comparison between Westminster and the Kentucky Derby. The Kentucky Derby is the only longer continuously held sporting event in American history. This is the 149th edition. It dates to 1877. That's 90 years older than the Super Bowl, which is coming up tomorrow here on Fox, even older than the FIFA World Cup, which, of course, the next edition is live here on Fox next summer. A terrific amount of history here at Westminster.
Next, in the 20-inch class, Twist, the Golden Retriever, handled by Susan Knapp Cook of Norwalk, Connecticut.
See, and I'm an Oregon Duck, so for us it's more the shout than the twist, but this is one of the 3 dogs in a row that are going at this preferred height where they lower the bars a little bit because they reshuffle the order, and we'll see what Twist can do, having seen Shelby Cobra put together a great opening run.
Twist is ready and focused. Look at that. I'm ready. Let me go. Good start to this course. And again, you can see where she checked her coming down the board just to make sure they got it. It's very, very important that you hit that. This handler talks a lot to the dog. She also gives her a little bit more autonomy out there on the course. Sends her to do obstacles. This is good communication between the 2 of them. She's going to meet her here at the end. And that happy golden tail.
Thank you.
And here we come over that dog walk.
Good girl.
And you heard her talking to her, letting her know she did it right. But again, look at how this handler lets her dog work some on its own. That's a sign of really solid communication between the 2 of them. They're connected.
But Shelby Cobra still in the lead.
Next, in the 20-inch class, Bandit, the Shetland Sheepdog, handled by Catherine Magiera of Kerhonkson, New York.
So we've seen some dogs that become independent, and so they get off track. How hard is it to get to that point where you could trust your dog to be somewhat more independent on a course like this?
Some of it depends on the dog. Some dogs naturally work a little bit more away. A lot of it is very much trained. but with the larger breeds too, gives them a chance to work away. Nice job through that opening. Just came running right through the dog walk contact, which is what you're looking for. You can hear the handler making sure she knows to stay in those weave poles. A lot of verbal commands with this dog. That's how they work.
Didn't get far enough over to get the teeter moving.
Oh. Very good job. Still taking the best dog home tonight. That's just one of those things that, again, probably more environmental than anything else. As they're coming up over that teeter, as they're coming up over this teeter, the dog can see all sorts of things in front of them. Normally they wouldn't see a whole audience there. And then just came right on down that A-frame, was very solid on the finish.
Next, in the 20-inch class, Gable, the All-American dog, handled by Kayla Feeney of Lima, New York.
But it is so fascinating that, you know, just one step further and that teeter starts moving, and there is a level of precision here that dogs and handlers have to figure out.
Just wants to go, just doesn't really want to have to wait. But as a handler, again, that's part of getting their head, getting their focus before you take off.
And of course that, again, these dogs have never seen before. Yes, they did qualifying here earlier today, but this particular layout is brand new to them as they're running it right now.
Exactly. Things are at different positions, things are going to look different. Crowd's really encouraging Gable to move on through this course. And you can see his confidence coming up as they move through. Look at his tail beginning to wag. He's picking up some good speed. Solid over that teeter. Hey, everybody.
That might have been the biggest roar of the night.
Had to duck just a little coming through the tunnel. You see him thinking really hard about his weave poles, but then the crowd starts cheering. You can see the speed coming up. And then over the top, but wait!
Hey, everybody.
Here's my fan club.
How's it going?
I don't know if you could all hear it, but they were chanting Gable at the very end of the course.
Just terrific. And Shelby Cobra is in the lead, just about halfway down here. In the 20-inch class, the final class of dogs to go here at the Masters Agility Championship at Westminster.
In the 20-inch class, Mia, the German short-haired pointer, handled by Beth Janos of Mason, Ohio.
Mia's registered name is Wander and Free, which is not really necessarily what you want in agility, but let's see what Mia can do here.
We saw them playing up on that podium before they came down. Again, that was that connection we're talking about. That's how they get ready to go out.
I think Mia's ready to roll.
Definitely. That dog walk showed it. She was certainly ready. German short-haired pointers are a hunting breed. Mia has her junior hunter title. This means that they work very well in very large fields, far away from each other. So you can see that some here.
It's the Westminster logo breed as well.
Just doing them proud. That's a beautiful run.
Clean run, happy dog.
Right over that A-frame. Good dog. Some pats, some hugs.
Still, though, it's Shelby Cobra in the lead.
in the 20-inch class, Nali, the Visla, handled by Jessica Vetter from Clayton, California.
Always interesting to see the rituals between handler and dog. You know, we see that with human athletes as well. Whatever it takes to get everyone kind of dialed in and mentally ready to perform.
And they're also very superstitious about them, just like many other athletes.
Yep.
So Nali is also a breed champion, besides being an agility champion. They've excelled in multiple parts of the American Kennel Club. Little wide on that turn, and a little wide coming to the poles. That wide turn to the poles is what made her miss the entry. She knew she had to get in them, but she couldn't get in quickly enough. But they're back on track, and off she goes. Again, this is a hunting breed. This dog's going to work out at a distance and away from its handler. And they're certainly showing that. Excellent finish. Excellent finish. But it was really nice to see. Good. Come up over that dog walk. Very solid dog walk. But as he flew off, got a little confusion on that turn, a little wide, and then wide still here, and went into the second pole instead of that very first one.
Next, in the 20-inch class, Susie, the Australian Shepherd, handled by James Jago from Williamstown, Massachusetts.
Susie's registered name, Sweet Thing Susie Q. So not entirely clear. Is that a CCR reference or a snack cake reference?
I'm going to go with snack cake at this time of the night. Australian Shepherds like to talk. Susie's already been talking some. Let's see what happens out here. Susie is all work here. Waiting to hear what she's told to do next. Nice job through that sequence. And a little wide, but he was able to get her attention and get her in there. Dog that can work some away from the handler is a real benefit back there at that tunnel. And at the teeter also. He never gave up on his cues to the dog to get her up onto that A-frame.
Very focused, very clean.
Some happy flips at the end for us. This turn through here really landed and tightened it down. That's how you can shave some seconds off of your run. Right on through the tire. Complete focus coming to that teeter. And her handler was working very far away at that point. She knew what to do. And an excited little flip for us.
And still Shelby Cobra in the lead with 3 dogs to go in this 20-inch class.
Next, in the 20-inch class, Katie, the Australian cattle dog, handled by Helen Springett of Los Angeles, California.
So Katie, one of only 2 dogs from the West Coast to have made the finals here this evening. How difficult is that when you really think about it, of getting a dog across the country and then able to perform at an event like this?
It takes a lot. Most of these dogs from the West Coast flew, and that's very stressful on the dogs. But they're experienced travelers. Katie almost took the wrong tunnel.
Saved right at the end.
Kept her out of it. So they've had a long couple of days between travel and all day today with the competition. Helen staying right there working with her.
Because again, the preliminary qualifying started at 7:30, so a lot of these dogs and handlers were here at 6 a.m. today.
So they're going on over 12 hours just here on the site. Solid work through there. You hear her talking to her to make sure she comes over and hits that A-frame. Helen did a really good job making sure that they reconnected. Came up from here, almost went into the tunnel, but Helen got her head back and was able to get her going. And after that, it was a nice solid run at that point. And that's the key. If you lose some connection, you want to get it back as quickly as possible.
Shelby Cobra still in the lead, and it's going to be fascinating because you have superstar dogs with superstar handlers set to go in the last two.
Next, in the 20-inch class, Typo, the Border Collie, handled by Amber McCune of Bedford, New Hampshire.
And remember, Shelby Cobra handled by Amber as well. That was why she went first, so that Amber would have time for herself to physically recover to run Typo out here.
Typo's also a national agility champion, so I expect we're going to see a great run out of both of them. They've run together for quite a while at this point. We'll watch this connection.
Oh!
A little miscommunication there. Amber pulled over, I think, just a little early, but she's going to keep pushing this course. That's the type of competitor she is. She knows that time is all that she's lost. And this dog is fast. Not quite enough. And then, look at those.
Good luck telling Typo. She seems very
Typo was a
thrilled with
star.
what she's done, yes.
Typo knows she was amazing. So as they're coming down the dog walk here, Typo got it. Amber pivoted, but pivoted maybe a little too quickly before Typo committed to the other jump. The commitment wasn't quite there yet. But at that point, Typo's like, well, we're still having a great time. Let's keep going.
Shelby Cobra in the lead with the final dog set to go in this class.
Next, in the 20-inch class, High Five, the Border Collie, handled by Jennifer Crank of Pickerington, Ohio.
And Jennifer ran B earlier. A former champion dog finished runner-up in the 16-inch class. So now here's Jennifer trying to run High Five to a title with Shelby Cobra waiting to see if she can hold on to that time to win.
As we've talked about before, they've got to beat the time. So all they can do is push as hard as they can. Jennifer usually communicates extremely well with her dogs. You saw that through that opening section. Unfortunately, the dog stumbled and she lost the ability to be able to go into those weave pulls. But Jennifer took her right back around. Look at that line. That was such a nice line on that S-curve.
But isn't it interesting? We said at the beginning of the night, not just about being fast, you got to be clean. And the last two dogs to go terrifically fast, but they each made a key error. And that's what's going to leave Shelby Cobra as the champion.
Okay, traders with small accounts often assume that trading options is out of their reach. Out of their reach because they lack the proper amount of capital. But that's not true at all. We've trained lots of traders over the years at SME Training with accounts as small as a few $100. And there are plenty of options trading techniques for accounts as small as $1,000. In this video, we'll teach you 3 strategies that you can trade even if you have as little as $1,000 in your trading account. So if that's you, stick around because these strategies, these trading strategies potentially can help you grow your trading account.
Work with traders and investors from all over the world, some of whom trade for us here at SMB Capital. and others who are aspiring traders who might someday qualify for a seat on our trading desk. And one of the most common questions I get are from traders who are interested in trading option strategies, but they have a very limited account size and small as, say, $1,000 in some cases, and they just don't know if they have enough capital to trade option strategies given their account size. And the first strategy we'd like to share with you is what is known as the iron condor, and it's very easy to understand and implement. So let's give you an example of how this works. So almost everyone is familiar with SPY, which is the ETF that represents the S&P 500. And so on Monday of this past week, August 28th, the SPY opened at 442.24. And so let's say that we pulled up an options chain that expires that same day, August 28th, which means that the trade has no overnight risk because the options expire that day. And so the trade will be fully resolved by, at the latest, the end of that same day. And so let's say that at the open, you went ahead and sold 10 of the 445 calls for 25 cents and 10 of the 441 puts for 43 cents. And at the same time, for protection, you went ahead and bought 10 of the 446 calls for 11 cents and 10 of the 440 puts for 27 cents. Well, when you do that, selling calls above the stock's price and selling puts below the stock's price and surrounding the calls and puts that you've sold with long calls and puts farther away from the market, that entire combination is what options traders refer to as an iron condor. Now, the cash flow of this transaction works like this. And so starting with the 10 calls we sold at 445, you can see that we sold them for 25 cents. But remember, each options contract represents 100 shares of SPY, and so you multiply that by 100, and we sold 10 of them, resulting in total cash inflow of $250 for those calls. And using the same logic, we collected $430 for the puts we sold and paid $110 for the call protection and $270 for the put protection, resulting in an overall positive cash flow for the iron condor of $300, for which your broker would only require you to have $700 in your account because that's the worst case scenario loss on the trade. So even if you had $1,000 in your account, you could afford to execute this trade. Now, moving to the end of the day, the SPY closed at 442.76. And so let's take a look at what that means for our trade, because remember, every one of those options expires at the end of that day. And so we can assign a value to each one of them. And in this case, that's going to be really easy because they each expire worthless. Why? Well, let's think about it. You see, the short calls we sold at 445, well, those expired above the closing price of SPY, which means that they have zero value because no one's going to exercise his right to buy SPY shares at 445 when the stock closed well below that price. And so those call options expire worthless, as do the 446 long calls we bought for the same reason. Calls that expire above the stock's price have no value. Now, moving down to the puts, you can see that the short puts we sold at 441 as well as the long puts we bought at 440, both those expire worthless also, because if a stock is trading above the strike price of a put option, there's no value to the right to sell your shares below that value because you'd be crazy if you did that. So those expire worthless also, meaning that the only value left is the $300 you got at the beginning of the trading day, entering into the iron condor in the first place. And so you just go ahead and pocket that premium as your trade profit. And so even only using a part of your $1,000 account, you could earn $300, which would increase your account size by 30% in a day, which is pretty impressive if you think about it. Okay, now that you can see that iron condors are entirely possible to trade in a small account, let's move to the next trade that you can easily trade within a small account, and that is known as a debit spread. So let's just jump right into an example so you can understand.
Big forehead, take two. Hi, my name is Andre Jick. Hope you're doing well. Come for the finance and stay for the beginner video on options trading. This is the big video that I've been meaning to make for so many years, but the truth is I didn't know how to do options trading back then, and after playing with it for several years now, I still don't. So in today's video, I wanted to invite somebody who does know what they're doing, and his name is Alex Pandrea. He's somebody that I had on my YouTube channel when I first started almost 3 years ago. And back then, when I created his Robinhood account for him, he had zero experience with investing. He started with about $15,000. He started to play around with options, and in just 2 short years, he was able to turn his $15,000 into well over $1 million, which is kind of crazy to see that progress. Now, in this video, I'm going to show you how to do options trading with Alex, and it's going to be very complicated. Halfway through, you're gonna get bored, you're gonna be tired of it, you're like, where is this going? But I promise if you watch this video all the way through till the end, you will learn 3 investing strategies that anyone can do, starting with very little money that you can apply today and hopefully make some money with. Now, in this video, I'm not gonna sell you a course. This is not about collecting emails or phone numbers from people. This is all 100% free, so I hope you enjoy it, and hopefully we can simplify options trading and have it go from this to this. So having said all that, let's get Alex on and finally start the video. What is up? This is Alex Pandrea. What's up, man?
What is going on?
Super excited to finally learn options trading. It's something I've always wanted to learn.
I already know what you're thinking.
What's up?
You want to take your monthly salary and put it into out-of-the-money SPY call options expiring tomorrow. Make a lot of money, right? If you said yes, you're in the wrong place. Get out.
It's my house, bro. When we did a video together 2 years ago, you started with about $16,000. I set up your Robinhood account, and in 2 years, show everybody your portfolio. I'm gonna make you do this.
He's gonna make me do this. This is what it is.
All right, so this is from trading options in the last 2 years from about $16,000. It is now worth about $1.2 million, which is a crazy return. It doesn't really seem realistic to me.
You started my account with about, in Robinhood, I've been investing long-term since I was 20 years old or something consistently, but when I got into Robinhood, I started learning more about trading and investing in different types. So I've been trying to learn over the last few years.
He's like, Andre's dividend investing is so boring, none of that Warren Buffett stuff.
Well, I was watching the videos and I was like, I need something else, man. This is just like,
The thing is about options trading is you don't have to be like this crazy day trader.
Definitely not. There is definitely a stigma to it that it is risky and that it's like almost going to the roulette table and putting it all on black, let's go. But that's the preconceived kind of thought that people have, especially in the last few years with Wall Street bets and the forums and everything that's going on. You're like, options, stay away. Or if you're like a gambler, baby, options, sign me up.
I'm terrified of options, which is why I've always wanted to learn it, because I know there are very safe ways of doing options in a way that makes you some extra money, and you can essentially turn any portfolio into an almost dividend-paying portfolio.
There's many different choices and options, no pun intended, for options. You know, when you buy a stock, you can buy a stock, you can sell a stock.
Right.
There's very few, it's limited.
Let's just get started with it. We've pumped it, we've hyped it enough. And the first question I have is, what is the difference between buying stocks normally, like buying and selling stocks, which I totally understand, and options trading?
Well, that's a very good question, Andre. I'm glad you asked that. Right, so get your phones ready because we're gonna go into this right after that. You got it?
Yeah.
He's ahead of the game, this one. So when you're buying a stock,
yes,
you could hold it forever.
Sure.
Yeah.
If you could live that long.
But in options, you have expiration dates, and the contract will expire at some point.
Right.
So it's not a forever thing. The second thing is leverage. You have to understand that one option contract controls 100 shares of whatever the underlying stock is or company. Okay, so if I buy one option contract, whatever it is, in Apple, you're controlling 100 shares, so you're leveraging up the position with less money.
So you're telling me one option is worth 100 shares?
I don't even know how you did that, and I'm watching from behind.
Yeah.
Yeah, just totally incredible. And the last thing is that there's just more choice. There's a variety of different things that you can do rather than just buying and selling a stock, which is basically what you could do with stocks. There's just a lot more choice.
All right, so pull your phone out and follow along. This is not gonna make any sense to you. When I first was shown this, it didn't make any sense to me, but I don't know about you.
Look, it didn't make sense to me either, but that's why we're here, right? To learn the basics and a contract and options have a few key elements that I think are important to understand.
Okay.
And we're going to go through them one by one, and then we're going to go through examples.
Yeah, and then I promise we're going to apply these
Yes.
techniques to actually make some money with, but here's the interface. So walk me through to the beginning.
Okay, so go ahead, grab your phone and go to your favorite underlying, your favorite asset, your favorite stock, company, whatever you want to call it, whatever turns you on.
We're going to use our capital to purchase these underlying equities.
While adjusting your bow tie. Yeah. So go ahead, in this case, we chose Apple.
Okay.
Okay, so as you can see at the bottom right-hand corner, you have trade. You might have to turn this feature on in Robinhood if it's not turned on already.
Okay.
To get option trading, but you'll notice a few options here. You can buy the shares, you can sell the shares if you have them, or you can trade options, and that's what we're gonna go on. So go ahead, click trade options, and you're gonna get something that pops up that looks a little bit like this. Now at first you're gonna be like, oh, I gotta read all
Very
of this,
confusing
and
looking, yeah.
Gonna be like up, down, left, right. You're gonna be turning around in circles, you get dizzy, and then you wouldn't wanna do any of this anymore because you'd be like, I just need to lay down. So don't worry, take it easy. We're gonna go through each of the key elements starting with the top. Now the top has a bunch of dates on there.
Okay.
This is called the expiration date and is the first key feature of an options contract. And basically what the expiration date is how long is the contract going to be valid for?
Okay.
Okay. Two people make a contract, there's an expiration date, it expires then, and that is what the dates here represent. So you'll notice that it has August 6th, which is tomorrow, all right? August 13th, which is next week, or September 3rd, which is next month. So as you can see, the options go out even to a few years out,
Right. So the farther out you go, the less risky it is. And the closer you pick a date, the more risk you're taking.
100%.
Because it's very hard to predict what's going to happen tomorrow. But we could probably predict that 2 years from now, the market will probably go a little bit higher.
Yes, or probably not do something,
Right.
as you'll see in the next example. So let's pick a date. Let's go September 3rd, a month from now, all right? Now you'll notice once you hit a date, a whole bunch of things pop up.
Yes,
right?
looks
And
like
if you
a
think you were,
jet pilot screen.
for those jet pilots out there, you'll be like, oh, wow.
This is my
simple.
jam.
But for everybody else, us included, we gotta just learn a little bit about the basics.
Right.
So if you look in the middle here, we see share price $146. This is what the current price of Apple, in this case, is right now at the time of recording. Now on the left side, you have strike prices. We call them strike prices, which is basically the future potential price of the stock.
Okay.
So it could go up or it could go down. This is pretty basic. But we have strike prices. We have 147, 148, 149, 150.
So strike prices are basically what the stock should be worth at the end of the contract. But investors could never use really simple words like, that's what the price is.
So far, so good.
Okay.
Now the third key piece is just the premium and the contract, which is here on the side where you see all of these little numbers, $3.40, $3.95. This is called the premium, and the premium is the amount of money that is paid by the buyer or collected by the seller for the contract itself. So those are the three key elements that you need to know. The expiration date, all right, when the contract expires, how long it's valid to, the strike price, the potential future price of the underlying stock, and the premium, which is either paid or collected.
Let's give you an example of actually applying this stuff so you'll see it and it'll make a lot more sense.
So in our contract, there's a few things that we have to discuss, right? It's the key elements that we just talked about, right? The expiration date, the strike price, etc. I want to have the right to buy this deck of cards 6 months from now, and that is the expiration date 6 months from now. And now we also have to put a price on it. I am willing to buy this for, let's say, $13. Okay, I think it's gonna go up to 15, so I'm gonna put my strike price in at $13, let's say, but I think it could go maybe even more than that. So I'll just pick a strike price, $13, but I know this is selling for 10 right now. So now we've had the strike price figured out as well. Okay? We have the expiration date, we have the strike price, and now Andre comes to me and goes,
why would I want to enter into an agreement with this guy? Why would I want the contractual obligation? The reason I would ever want to go into a contract with this guy is because he's going to pay me a premium. Cough it up, son.
What do you want, $1?
Give me that $1.
Oh, it didn't work.
Give me that $1. So that's my premium that I get to keep, and that's the benefit for entering into a contract. Now, our contract represents 100 of these decks. It's not one deck.
Yes.
It's 100 of them.
And we already know that, right? One contract controls 100 shares of the underlying asset, or in this case, Apple that we did, or in this case, a deck of cards, all right? So with this contract, we have already established our terms, and we're gonna see how it plays out.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
So options can be broken up into two sections. calls and puts. Option is basically just two things. It could either be a call or it could be a put. And you can do one of two things with those options. You can buy a put or you can sell a put. You can buy a call or you can sell a call.
Simple. All right.
These are the four options. We're gonna jump right into exactly what each of those mean. Very important to understand. And once we do that, we can go into some examples and make some money.
Okay, so now that Alex is gone, let me just explain it in my own words because it's pretty complicated, but hopefully this helps. First, you can buy a call option. This makes you a bull because you think that the stock is going to go up in value beyond the strike price at or before the date of expiration, at which point you have the option to buy that stock, but you also have to pay somebody a premium for doing that. Now you can buy what's called a put option, which is just a way for you to be a bear, which means that you think the stock will go down below the strike price at or before the date of expiration, at which point you have the option to sell your shares, but you also have to pay someone a premium for doing that. Now you can also sell what are called call options, which means you have the obligation to sell your shares at a strike price at that expiration date, and you make money by collecting those premiums for selling those call options. Now, if the stock does not hit the strike price, you do not have to sell your shares and you get to keep your premium. But you can also sell the put option, which is the obligation to buy the stock at the strike price at or before the date of expiration. And again, you make money by collecting the premiums. And if the stock does not hit the strike price, then you don't have to buy those shares. That's how it works. Those are the four things you can kind of do. That's a very simple explanation, which I know is still complicated, so just press the J button on your keyboard a few times to go back and hopefully it makes more sense. Now that you know all of that, let's apply these techniques to your investing and hopefully make some money. There's three ways to actually do this, and we're going to start with the first one, which is selling covered calls.
Yes, a very easy strategy if you are out there and you already have a portfolio of a bunch of stock with at least 100 shares of each. You can then sell a covered call, which basically means selling calls, exactly what you just explained, and collect the premium on your already invested shares. So let's go ahead and do that.
So it's almost like you're getting some dividends. So go ahead and show me how you would sell an option.
So go ahead, trade.
Okay, trade.
Okay. And then you're gonna hit trade options.
Okay.
And then again, like we did before, we're gonna pick an expiration date.
Okay.
I usually tend to think a safe route is a few months out, let's say. Call it 2 months out. So go 2 months out.
Okay. So what is that? October?
Sure. Let's do October, September, that's fine. Great.
Okay.
So now, again, we're going to sell a call, which means...
Sell call.
Perfect. So we're going to sell the call, which means hit the sell button and hit the call button.
Right.
And once you do this, all you have to ask yourself is, I don't think Apple will get to X strike price. So go ahead and choose a strike price of where you don't think that Apple will be by October 15th. And guess what? Your opinion is fine, but Robinhood here does the calculation for you. As you can see here, you have your strike prices and next to them, chance of profit. Now, if you go for a chance of profit, let's say 83%.
I'm gonna do that. I wanna do 83%.
Okay, which is 83% chance you're gonna make money off of this trade.
Which means Apple will most likely not get to $160 by October.
That's right, and if it does, all that means is you are going to be forced or obligated to sell
my shares.
Your shares at that price.
But it means that my investment doesn't go to zero. It's not like I lose everything. All it means is just my stocks are forced to be sold. That's okay because I'll still have money to either buy back into Apple or I could buy something else.
And the best thing is you're still collecting the premium on it.
So if you own 100 shares, so for example, for me, if I put 1, that represents 100 shares, my premium would be $177, which is pretty incredible. And if I put 2, that's 200. I know I have at least 200 shares. I don't want to have 300, so I can't put 3, but I know I could use at least 2. And that would give me a premium of $354.
That's right. So if Apple does not get to $160, you get to keep that premium, all $354, which you get right away. And you don't have to sell your shares.
So let's do it. Review, bam, swipe up.
And it's gone.
Now I still receive my dividends even though Robinhood took it as collateral, right?
That's right. It's still your shares. These are yours that you own. They're just keeping it there just in case.
All right, so the second application of options trading is buying stocks by selling puts, right?
Yes, so basically you might be out there saying, I want to buy whatever stock you're interested in, and before you go straight into buying that, you take a second and you say, hold on, I can probably get a better price by using options to get into my position. So remember, selling a put is the obligation to buy that underlying. So we're going to use that to our advantage. So what company do you want to invest in?
So I've always wanted to buy the win, but maybe I can get a better price on it.
Right now it's 98 bucks, and maybe you're saying I could, do better than 98.
Right.
So go ahead, trade.
Okay, trade.
Go to trade options.
Okay.
And we're going to pick, first and foremost, the expiration date. So
let's go to the end of the year, let's say, to December 17th.
Okay. So now you have your option of, do I buy, do I sell, do I call, do I put?
Right.
All of that
Sell
stuff. What do we do?
my put.
Sell my, what did you call me?
All right.
Sell, put. Perfect. So now you just have to ask yourself, what price do you want to pay, and are you okay owning win at?
Right, so I'm okay with owning the win at, even honestly at these prices, but let's say $85.
$85
I'm
is
perfectly
perfect.
happy with owning it at $85.
Okay, so worst case, and we're not saying worst case scenario now because you actually do want to own it. Sometimes you're selling the put just to collect a premium, hoping it doesn't get there. But in this case, and a lot of institutions use this method to get into and out of positions, we're going to go to the strike price of 85. Great. And for every one contract, that's going to have you buy 100 shares. So let's just say one, for example, and you're going to collect a premium of
$523.
There
That's
you
not
go.
bad.
So if it doesn't reach 85, guess what? You're going to collect that whole premium and go home happy pappy. Get yourself some Uber Eats and
some Pokemon Uncut sheets.
Oh, for $500? Nice.
That's not gonna happen.
Good deals right
That's
here.
not gonna happen.
And if it does hit that price, then guess what?
I'm
You're
forced
obligated
to buy those positions. I will be forced to buy 100 shares at $85.
Which is okay, because when selling options, you just have to ask yourself, and I'm gonna ask you now, are you okay owning win at 85? We already established that. The answer is yes.
That's good.
And we're good to go.
We're good to go.
So you're gonna collect that premium.
So
go ahead,
review.
hit review. And you need buying power, right, as collateral, just like we did covered calls. You're using collateral of your shares. In Robinhood, for in this case, you need the enough to buy the 100 shares of stock. So make sure you have that. Robinhood will keep that as collateral, and you'll be on your merry way.
So now I've just made $520 of premium right away. And on December 17th, if the win does not hit that $85, I get to keep that $520.
Because the option will expire worthless, and you don't have to do anything.
Nothing happens. But if the win does hit $85 or below, then I would have to buy 100 shares worth at $85.
Which, by his standards, is okay. Okay with me too. We're good to go.
Done.
Bingo, bango.
Bongo.
Bongo drums, where are they at?
All right, and the third option is something called leaps, which are pretty cool.
Yeah, so basically we understand the fact that one option contract controls 100 shares. And again, we're taking advantage of all these options, key features in our investing. So if you want to, let's say, buy
Apple again.
Apple. So you want to buy Apple.
Yeah, which is pretty expensive. And I might not have the money to buy 100 shares.
And that's perfect, because we just learned about options.
Right.
And we understand that one option share controls
100.
You got it, and they got it too. They're yelling at the screen,
That's
100
right.
shares.
And smashing that like button.
Oh, you're so smooth. You're so smooth. So if you want to invest in Apple and maybe don't have the capital to buy 100 shares, which is going to be, at this price, $146 times up, it's going to be $14,000 to buy 100 shares.
Right.
You can control that 100 shares by buying some options. So let's go ahead and do that.
This is really interesting. So just quick math here. 100 times $146 is roughly $14,600-ish, right?
Yeah.
Now let's say I don't have $14,500 to buy 100 shares, but this is what we can do. We could go to trade options,
and we're gonna pick an expiration date
really far out.
far, yes.
So the farthest we can go in this case is September 15th, 2023.
Great. So that's a few years out.
We're gonna buy our call.
So now you have to ask yourself, what price do I think Apple will be by September 23rd, 2023?
Well, I don't know what price it will be, but I think it'll be above $100.
That's a very good call. Get it? Call. So we can make the bet that Apple will be above $100.
Yeah.
So we can go ahead and buy the call option for $100. Now in this case, you'll notice something. If we go down to 100, the strike price of 100, we're gonna give ourselves 2 years for Apple to be above $100. But if you take a look right here, break even, it says 153.
Right.
Because we have to take into account the premium that we pay.
So yeah, this is the interesting thing. So even though it might seem as though by buying one contract for a lot cheaper, for example, if we click on this, you could see that right now, today, it's gonna cost me $5,340.
That's right.
And for that amount of money, you get to control 100 shares, and that's a lot cheaper than paying $14,600.
Exactly.
But the catch is that this is a premium you have to pay somebody to exercise this, right? To get a control of 100 shares.
That's right.
But that's why right here, the break-even number that you see shows you $153. That means
that's the strike price plus the premium that you're
right. It's taking into account the premium. So 2 years from today, if Apple is $153.40, that means you technically broke even. You didn't make any money.
That's right.
So for you to actually make money, Apple should be worth more than that.
So 153 is around what the price is today. We're basically saying our bet is
it'll be worth more than it is today.
today.
Now, what if Apple actually drops below $100?
You lose all your money. There's no easy way to say it. I mean, there is an inherent risk of options, and this is one of them.
Right.
But you have to keep in mind that you do not have to hold a contract to expiration. You can sell it further.
Right.
So if you're in profit a little bit, or if you're in profit or loss and you think you're going to lose more, you sell it and you move on.
The reason that you want to do this maybe over buying 100 shares is because, again, you may not have enough money to do that with 100 shares, and because you want to leverage and be exposed to the performance of Apple and still make money.
You got it. I'm impressed. I don't know what else to say.
Wait, that means I could
take your monthly salary and put it into out-of-the-money SPY call options expiring tomorrow. Make a lot of money, right?
And that was options trading. So go check out Alex's channel on YouTube. He just started it. He's going to talk about investing, options trading, business, traveling, all sorts.
Have you ever wondered what the stock market really is? Why do some people like Warren Buffett amass fortunes spanning multi-generations versus others turn the stock market into a casino and seem to lose everything? By the end of this video, you'll understand how the stock market works, how people actually make money in it, and the tools you can use to start investing with confidence, even if you're just starting with, say, $50 or even $100. We'll also go over the proper way to invest in the stock market so that we can give ourselves the best possible chances of making money, so I hope you stick around through this video guide. I would suggest you take out a notebook and feel free to watch this video at your own pace. So that means at the end or even in the middle of these sections, you can pause the video, write down some notes, and then continue on. It's also a long enough video today where you don't have to watch it all in one sitting, so I encourage you to watch it however it feels comfortable for you. I will bring up a table of contents here on the screen right now of everything we'll cover in today's video, which will include things such as why you should invest, how much money you can really make, stock market terminology, how to construct a portfolio, and even live demonstrations later on in this video. All of these will be timestamped and chapter markered below, along with corresponding resources. Okay, so if you're ready to dive in, let's get straight into why you should invest in the stock market. So to start, the S&P 500, which stands for Standard & Poor's, is a stock market index that tracks the top 500 US companies. This is one of the most followed indexes, and it's considered to be the best representations of the US stock market. And the best thing or fact that you should know about the S&P 500 is that it's been consistently trending upward and producing an average annualized return of around 8 to 10% per year since it got started. So that's the first reason. We know that it's a tried and true method for growing your own money and your own wealth over time. It's also simple to do if you're just to buy the entire index of the S&P 500, which we will talk about a little bit later on in this video on how to do. The next reason you want to invest in the stock market is that historically, stocks have actually produced the best returns over the past 100 years compared to other assets and commodities. So here's one of my favorite short videos by Max Klemenko in which he goes to Wall Street and actually quizzes people that work on Wall Street what the top 10 investments are over the past 100 years.
Crypto and equities, is that what you're looking for?
Number one is stocks with 5.2%.
You can see that stocks has the highest average annual return compared to other investments like treasury bonds, fine art, and other commodities like precious metals like gold. Real estate, for example, even comes in at number 10 at 0.3%. Over the long term, stocks have the most potential to transform your life because they have the highest chances of capital gains. And whenever I interview or talk to someone with a very high net worth, I'm talking over 9 figures, they all agree that in order to build your wealth, you need to concentrate the money you do have into a appreciating assets. And that brings me to reason number 3 you want to invest in stocks. You want your money to work for you. The reason is that having cash in the bank does not offer you much of a return anymore. Your typical big bank like Chase or Wells Fargo will offer you an interest rate of 0.1%, maybe 0.15% in your savings account. Let's pretend for a second that someone hypothetically gave you $1 million and you wanted to live off of that money for the rest of your life. If you were to put it all into a Chase savings account that, say, paid you 0.01% on your money, you would only earn $100 in 1 year. Your $1 million in this case is not working very hard for you, and imagine you just had $1 million earning 10%, that's $100,000 per year. Now that completely changes things, right? Like, we can live off $100,000 per year, that sounds pretty nice to me, and even at 5%, that would get you $50,000 per year with $1 million balance. The thing about investing is that our money will work for us and compound over time, and the term compound interest refers to the interest that you earn on your interest, and this can be illustrated by the following example. Say you invest $1,000 and you get a 10% return in a year. By the end of year 1, you're going to have $1,100. In year 2, you'll get the 10% gain again, and now you're going to have $1,210 because you're getting 10% on the now bigger sum that you started with of $1,100. And if you repeated this every year for 20 years, you'd have $6,727 by the end of it. So just by putting $1,000 in and getting a return every single year, you can see that your money starts to compound and grow even bigger upon itself. And the fourth reason I think you guys should invest into the stock market is simply because of inflation. The US has a central bank called the Federal Reserve, which dictates the monetary policy of the entire country. They've said publicly that they target a 2% inflation rate per year to keep the economy healthy, but as of recent years, you might have noticed that in the news, you might have seen inflation closer to 5 to 8% during the years immediately following the pandemic. That means if our money isn't outpacing inflation, let's say inflation is 5%, and if we're not earning at least 5% on our money, then our money is losing purchasing power just by sitting in that account. This is best illustrated with the example of the US postage stamp. So in 1971, the postage stamp cost 8 cents to mail a letter. As of this year, it's 73 cents. The mechanics of the postage stamp are exactly the same. The stamp just gets you a letter delivered to anywhere in the United States. But just as time passes, it's gotten more expensive to ship a letter because of inflation. So, how do we beat the inflation rate? One method is to invest our money. And a question that naturally arises when you're investing in the market is, well, how much can you really make in the stock market? The truth is that when it comes to the stock market, there are so many strategies that you can employ to try to grow your starting balance, but one that is tried and true for many passive investors and beginners is the index fund approach. I alluded to this a little bit earlier, but that's where you consistently invest into an index fund that tracks, say, the S&P 500. If you were to do that, your annualized returns are going to be anywhere from 8 to 10% on average. So let's actually go through a real world example here. Let's pretend you earn $70,000 US a year. That's about the median household salary in the United States. That means after taxes, you'll have right around $4,500 to $5,000 per month. Let's now pretend you have fixed costs like rent and bills of about $3,500. That means every month you have an extra $1,000 to invest into the stock market. Let's also say you have about $5,000 in a savings account that you can start your initial stock market investing journey with. So that's what you do. You put an initial deposit of $5,000 in there, and you're going to be adding about $1,000 per month every single month. The average annual return that we're going to put in is 8%, and the years to grow will toggle this to 30 years. And I want you guys to see the power of the compound interest that's working here. In 30 years, your portfolio balance will be over $1.5 million, and your total investment over time has been $365,000, while your profit is over $1.18 million. There are two factors at play here. One is that you are consistently investing your money into the markets, and the second is that you're leveraging the power of compound interest and time. Now, on this calculator, you can even play around with different numbers and see what your ending balance is, and you just have to know that when it comes to compound interest, a lot of the gains are going to be towards the end of whatever period you are investing in. So in another example, let's say you're able to invest $2,000 a month this time and you got the same return. Look at how much more powerful this is. A $3 million ending balance, and you can see that most of the gains are towards the end. The key to investing then, in my opinion, is continually investing and trusting the process. Now, a quick note on how reliable the stock market is. Of course, you can lose money in the market. Some years are going to be down years. In 2022, for example, the S&P 500 was down close to 18%. And then sometimes in other years, you're going to be massively positive. Like in 2024, the S&P 500 was up 25%, and in 2023, I think it was up around 20% as well. On average, though, you should come to expect the 8% number that so many people like to talk about online. That's typically the average annualized return. I want to show you guys a fascinating example, though, of how time in the market can really just trump trying to time the market altogether. In a blog post on the website of Dollars and Data, which is a great financial blog, by the way, I'm going to link it down below for you guys, the author gives a really strong argument as to why the retail investor should just keep buying. His main point is that, quote, rather than to worry about whether now is the right time to buy, just keep buying. Market high or market low, just keep buying. He points out that as stocks get more expensive, and he uses the PE ratio to gauge whether or not a stock is expensive, which we will talk about later on in this video. As the PE ratio gets more expensive, their future returns generally decrease. This makes sense. Like if you buy an overvalued stock, it probably won't return as high as if you got in with a margin of safety. And you can see here that as the PE ratio increase, so as stocks get more expensive, there's a negative correlation here with your returns for the next 5 years. But here's the fascinating thing. The author Nick says that as long as you hold for a longer period of time, watch what happens to your real returns even if you bought at an overvalued price. Looking at this interactive GIF, you can see that as years pass by, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 years, the number of red dots decreases. He states that, quote, over any 20-year period, US stocks have had no real negative returns when including dividends, and over a 30-year period, the returns have generally converged despite some dispersion. So that basically tells us that to accumulate our wealth in an aggressive manner, we should just keep buying no matter what. He uses an excellent example that if you were to search on Google, stock market overvalued 2012, many articles will come up detailing what investors believed at that time. They believed that the market was overpriced by 50% in some cases. But look at this graph from the S&P 500. In 2012, it was trading at 1,400, and today it's trading at close to 6,000, if not already over that. If you had believed it was overpriced back then you would have missed out on some serious gains, as 10 to 15 years later, we're pretty close to nearly 3 times that. All right, so now that we've covered that, let's actually go over what is the stock market and what is a stock. So basically, the stock market is just a marketplace that is now all digital. And in this marketplace, people are buying and selling stocks left and right. When you buy a stock, you're purchasing a small piece of ownership in a company, and you're typically buying it from someone that is selling it to you on the open market. Owning a company's stock gives you claim on its assets and earnings, and the stock market allows you as an individual to trade these shares, and the prices of these shares will fluctuate based on factors like supply and demand, how well the company is doing and its expectations in the future, or share prices just might fluctuate based on broader economic conditions. The stock market then is just a system that allows people to connect to one another in order to trade these shares. Now, to quickly explain why companies would even want to sell their shares on the open market, the reason is that companies sell their shares on the open market primarily to raise money for growth and expansion. They like to raise capital, and this process is called an IPO, or initial public offering. You might have heard that term before, but basically it means that the company has gone public and sells their shares on the open market, giving a larger pool of investors access to that company's shares, including you and me, and therefore we can speculate on the price and perhaps the future direction of the company. Now, before I get into how stocks are categorized, which is an important topic that we're covering today, we should go over some of the most important terminology of the stock market so that you can speak the language and understand the lingo. Not only will these terms follow in this video, but you might actually hear it out in the world, or you might see it in the news or on financial websites. All right, so here we go. Bull versus bear. This is something you're going to hear very often in stocks or cryptocurrency, or even different markets like commodities. Essentially, being bullish on something reflects that you have a positive outlook on the future of that market or whatever you are speaking about, and the sentiment means basically that you would expect prices to rise in the future. You could be bullish on tech stocks, which means that you think tech will outperform in the short term or perhaps the medium term. You could also be bullish on, say, collectibles like Pokemon cards or perhaps rare video games. Now, being bearish, on the other hand, or a bear as they like to call it, means that you have a negative outlook on the market and you expect prices to fall. The easiest way to remember the difference between the bull versus the bears is that bulls typically have horns, and the horns point upwards. And that is the direction you want prices to go if you are someone who classifies themselves as a bull. A bear, on the other hand, they have claws and they usually swing downward when catching prey, so that's the easiest way to remember that. Basically, being a bear means that you expect prices to fall. The next important term you should know is market cap or market capitalization. This just refers to the size of the company you're talking about. So if a company has a large market cap, that means the company itself is very valuable and worth a lot in terms of valuation. We'll talk a little bit more about market capitalization more in the next section and actually cement it with an example. The next term you should know is an index. We've already covered this a little bit, but an index tracks the performance of a group of pre-selected investments such as stocks. So in the stock market, we have the S&P 500 index, the NASDAQ index, and the Dow Jones. Each of these indices tracks the group of stocks that make up that particular index. All right, this next term is one of my favorite terms. It's called frothy. So when someone says the market is frothy, they mean that the prices of the stocks and valuations are being inflated to a point where it's kind of bubbling up to the top. Just like if you had a really bubbly drink, the bubbles are exciting and they are slowly rising to the top, and you don't really want them to overflow out of that cup. Frothy isn't exactly a market bubble, but it's getting close, and it's something investors might say if they think things are overvalued. A stock market bubble, on the other hand, is when prices of stocks are so inflated because of speculation that they get too overpriced and eventually there's a crash or the bubble bursts. A famous bubble was that of the dot-com era back in 2000-2001 when stocks were trading for insanely ridiculous valuations without even having any sort of underlying business. Alright, the next term is blue chip stock. This means an excellent stock. Apple would be a blue chip stock these days, Coca-Cola is a blue chip stock, McDonald's and Microsoft could count too. The origin of this term came from poker games back in the day when the blue poker chips were the most valuable chips on the table, and the term was first used in 1923 to describe stocks that traded at $200 or more per share back then. On the contrary, a penny stock is something that is typically bought for pennies and is usually a very small company that is highly speculative. And the last term I want to cover in this section is something called a dividend. So a dividend is simply a portion of profit that is passed back to you, the shareholder of a stock, just for owning the stock. The company you are invested in may decide that it wants to reward its shareholders for holding the stock, and because they have a lot of profit to pass around, they might actually announce a dividend and pass it back to you. Dividends are often paid quarterly in the form of a cash or stock reinvestment. Owning dividend companies are one way that many beginner investors like to get into investing because it's a nice way to get some passive income, and typically dividend paying companies are large and stable. In our live demo today with one of the brokerages, we'll create a 5-stock dividend portfolio just as an illustration, so I hope you stick around for that. Alright, so now that we understand some of the basic terminology around stocks, let's talk about how stocks are typically categorized. In my opinion, they're categorized in 3 different ways, either by market capitalization, sectors, or themes. In terms of market cap, this helps you as an investor understand the size of the company and its risk profile. The way that it's calculated is by multiplying the company's share price times the number of shares that are in circulation. There are micro caps, which are companies valued at less than $300 million, small caps, which are valued between $300 million to $2 billion, mid caps are between $2 and $10 billion, and then you have large caps that are over $10 billion in valuation. Technically, there are also some companies that are mega caps these days. These are your Apples, Nvidias, and Googles of the world. Now, microcap stocks are usually way more volatile, much riskier, can have a lot more upside because they're so small. They have tons of room to grow, but these are usually known as penny stocks. And as beginner investors, we're probably going to stay away from penny stocks because investing in penny stocks increases the chances that you actually lose money. You can also make a lot of money, but it's really hard to know which ones do well, and a lot of them might go to zero or just might fail. Compare microcap stocks to a company that is a large or a mega cap. A large cap stock is way more stable, but may offer slower growth or limited upside. So for example, it's going to be a lot harder for Apple, for example, to double its stock price because Apple is already currently valued at over $3 trillion. In order for it to double, it would have to basically double its value, so another $3 trillion in value. That's going to be really difficult. The next category we have is sectors. So these are just simply groups of stock based on the area that they focus in. So you could have stocks that belong to the energy category, the real estate category. Another popular one is information technology. These are tech stocks. Having a diversified mix of sectors in your own portfolio is actually going to be a very good thing because that gets you exposure to many different categories of stocks. Of course, that's even if you want a diversified portfolio. Some people just love concentrating into a few stocks, but I think as beginners, diversification is always going to be helpful. Lastly, there are themes of stocks, and there are a lot of themes out there. Think of all the themes of companies you could possibly imagine. AI stocks are ones that focus on AI. Growth stocks are the ones that focus on trying to grow as quickly as possible. There are ESG or environmental stocks, emerging market stocks, defensive stocks, dividend stocks, value stocks. There's so many stocks. These are all examples of themes of stocks that you should have a general idea of, but aren't exactly super important to basically getting started. You just should know what kind of theme they fit in. All right, so now let's actually talk about what to invest in as a beginner in the stock market. I think there are a couple of approaches that we'll go over today. The first approach is simply investing in individual companies. This approach can be very exciting because of its potential for high returns, but it's also a lot riskier. For example, let's say you have $1,000 in your portfolio and you decide to invest $200 each into 5 different companies. If one of those 5 companies performs exceptionally well, let's say you have Nvidia in your portfolio and it tripled in value, your $200 investment could turn into $600, significantly boosting your overall portfolio gains. However, the flip side is that if one of these companies performs poorly or even goes to zero, your losses could outpace the overall stock market returns. For example, if the stock market is down 10% in a year and you're invested in some companies that are down 50%, you may underperform the market in a more volatile year. And the name of the game with stocks and the stock market is that you don't want to underperform the market, because the market is the easiest benchmark to hit. If you just invest in index funds, you will hit that market return. If you were to pick individual stocks, that's a tempting way to try to beat the market and build your wealth quickly, but it requires a lot of research, a lot of high conviction, and you just have to accept that you might lose money or your portfolio balance will be very volatile. The second approach, and the one that's much simpler and more beginner friendly, is just simply investing in index funds. An index fund like an S&P 500 ETF gives you exposure to a diversified portfolio of hundreds of the top US companies with one single purchase. This is more of a passive strategy where you basically set it and forget it, relying on the market's historical average returns of 8 to 10% over time. An example of a fund that tracks the S&P 500 is ticker symbol VFIAX, or ticker symbol VOO is the ETF version. A ticker symbol is like an airport code. You know how JFK references John F. Kennedy Airport, or LHR is London Heathrow. Investments that you can buy in the market have their own codes, and these are called ticker symbols. So companies like Apple, Google, Microsoft, etc., they have their own symbols. Index funds are passively managed, so there are super low fees because they have no fund manager, and not to mention your money is being instantly diversified among all these holdings because an index fund will just buy everything that's in that index. Another similar option is called a target date fund that adjusts its asset allocation as you approach retirement. For example, if you plan to retire in say 2060, a target date fund will start heavily weighted in stocks right now and gradually shift towards safer investments like bonds as the retirement date approaches. 2060 refers to the date that you would want to retire, and these are most commonly found in retirement accounts like the 401k. For most beginners, I think you either go with all index funds, or perhaps another beginner-friendly strategy is to have the majority of your money in index funds and then just have a few additional individual stocks for additional upside and growth potential. Beginner investing strategies aren't about day trading or chasing quick returns. It's more about long-term investing. Remember, there are tax implications too for different strategies, which we will cover later, but the key takeaway is this: you want to focus on building a portfolio that matches your risk tolerance and your goals. I'm going to give you guys a cautionary tale as to why you should not want to pick individual stocks as a beginner, so consider the tech company Intel. They were once a high-flying tech stock during the dot-com bubble, but if you had chosen this stock back then, you can see by the chart that I'm going to pull up on the screen that to this day, you would still not have broken through its all-time highs back in 2000. Compare that to the overall performance of the market since 2000, which has 4 to 5x'd since then. This is the danger of picking individual stocks. There is definitely more risk, but there's also a lot more reward if you can get it right. So if you were to pick Nvidia stock, for example, you would have done incredibly well. However, I think as beginners, we want consistent gains over time because that's going to be less stressful. So now that you have some idea of what to invest in, we're going to talk about the types of accounts you can buy them in, and then how to actually evaluate and research stocks in order to figure out what is right for you. Then we'll do some live demos of creating portfolios and buying stocks later on in this video. Okay, so whenever you're buying a stock, you need a special account to buy it in. You just can't buy it in your bank account. So you need something called a brokerage account or a retirement account like the IRA, the Roth IRA, or the 401k. Once you have one of these accounts, you can then transact your stock or your index fund purchases. The most common type of an account is a brokerage account. So here's a list of a few of them. You have Fidelity, M1 Finance, Charles Schwab, Robinhood, Vanguard, E-Trade, TD Ameritrade, Webull, Interactive Brokers. These are just to name a few. The ones I personally use and recommend to most beginners are M1 Finance, Fidelity, and Robinhood, simply just because their user interfaces are very easy to use, and I will leave links down below for these as well. Now within these brokerage websites, you can open up what's called a taxable brokerage account. That's the standard brokerage account that most people will use to buy and sell stocks in. You can also open up a retirement account like the individual retirement account, known as the IRA, or the Roth version of it, like the Roth IRA. The 401k plan is something you need to set up with an employer, so these plans are typically employer sponsored and you need to set it up through them. I have a video detailing the differences between 401ks and other types of accounts I will link down below as well in case you want to watch that after this video. Now my favorite account to trade in is the Roth IRA. If there's one takeaway you remember from this video out of everything, it's to start a Roth IRA because the benefits are incredible. This is an individual retirement account where you put in after-tax dollars, but as a result, when you invest within this account, all your earnings are tax-free. The contribution limit on it is about $7,000 per year as of 2025. That could change in the future. It might go up to $7,500, but right now it's $7,000. Now here's the power of that account. Let's say you have Apple stock in a Roth IRA and you buy Apple stock regularly. Let's pretend in 50 years, I don't know, you make about $2 million from it. You wouldn't owe any taxes on those gains versus in a normal brokerage account, you might owe 15 to 20% in taxes on those gains. In a normal brokerage account, gains are taxed, and we'll talk more about taxes later, but in a Roth IRA, it's completely tax-free, and that's why it's so powerful. For now, you just have to know we need a special account to actually trade in, and you'll either set up a Roth IRA or a taxable brokerage account, and then you will trade stocks in them. All right, so let's talk about researching stocks now because it's a very important part of this video. There are two camps that investors usually fall under. There's fundamental analysis and then there's technical analysis. Investors who love fundamental analysis attempt to figure out what a company is worth intrinsically, which means they're trying to figure out the true value of a company based on the underlying company's health, like their revenue, their profits, their cash flow, their assets and liabilities, as well as their position in the market. By comparing the intrinsic value they calculate to the current market price, they can then decide whether or not a stock is undervalued, overvalued, or fairly priced. They can also compare the current valuation of that company to comparable companies within that industry. So pretend Google is an undervalued tech stock because it trades at a much lower price to earnings ratio than say Nvidia. That could be an indicator for an investor to buy Google over Nvidia. Another approach is called technical analysis. These are traders that are trying to identify ways to make money on stocks through patterns on a stock chart. They don't really care about fundamentals, they're just simply trading the price action or the trends and movements on certain stocks on a day-to-day or shorter term basis. Honestly, a technical analysis trader or investor is someone who takes a much more short-term and micro view of stock trading and investing. They rely on these patterns and these charts and these price trends to make decisions, versus a fundamental investor is someone who is more likely going with a longer term approach. The fundamental person buys an undervalued company, and the goal is to invest in these companies and then patiently hold the shares with the belief that the market will eventually recognize their true value, leading to an increase in that stock's price. I'd say most of what we teach on this channel is fundamental investing, and it's a really good strategy for beginners. So in terms of what metrics to pay attention to when researching stocks as a fundamental investor, let's talk about the 5 indicators that you might want to look at. Number 1 and 2 are revenue and net income. So revenue simply shows you how much the company is bringing in terms of total sales. Net income is the profit or the amount that they bring home after all these costs, and these are general overview numbers that are good to keep in mind as you dive more into the company's other metrics. The third, which is a big one you need to know, is called the price to earnings ratio, and I've actually talked a little bit about this in this video already. Many investors use this PE ratio to gauge the current valuation of a stock. One of the ways we use PE ratios is being able to figure out how much we are paying for a given company. If a company's PE ratio is 20, this means that investors are currently paying $20 for every $1 of that company's earnings or profit. In general, a high PE suggests that investors are expecting higher earnings growth in the future compared to companies with a lower price to earnings ratio. A low PE can indicate either that a company may be currently undervalued or that the company is doing exceptionally well relative to its past trends. When looking at a company's PE ratio or any other indicator, it's extremely important that you compare this ratio of that company's to other companies in the same sector or industry or niche. For example, companies in the technology sector typically have a higher growth rate compared to those in the retail sector. Therefore, PE ratios for tech companies will be higher overall, and as with everything, context is very important, and this ratio should be only used as a comparative tool when comparing companies within the same sector. There are general benchmarks for what a healthy PE PE ratio looks like depending on the sector or industry that you're trading in, and usually that varies a little bit, but you can do some digging online to figure out what that is. Alright, so this is from Yahoo Finance at the time of this recording, and last quarter you can see that Apple had a PE ratio of 38.37 over the past 12 months. That means investors are happy to pay $38 for every $1 of profit that Apple produces. A higher PE ratio such as 38 often suggests that investors expect strong future growth or view the company as a high quality business worth paying a premium for. Nvidia, on the other hand, trades for around a 53 PE ratio, which suggests that the market is pricing in a lot of growth for this company, perhaps because of all the innovations surrounding it, including the chips that they're making for AI. The next metric you can look at is called the price to sales ratio. This is similar to the PE ratio, but it's simply represented as the price of a company's share price divided by the company's sales per share. One of the areas where the price to sales ratio is extremely useful is if a company isn't earning a profit yet. If that's the case, investors can look at the price to sales ratio to determine whether the stock is undervalued or overvalued. Investors can't compare a company with no profit to one with profit, so instead they would like to use price to sales instead. So for example, if the price to sales ratio of a prospective company is lower than that of a comparable company within the same industry, and that other company is profitable, then investors may consider buying the prospective stock due to an attractive valuation. Obviously, the price to sales ratio needs to be used with other financial ratios and metrics when determining whether a stock is valued properly. Lastly, I like to pay attention to free cash flow. That's number 5 today. Free cash flow indicates the amount of cash generated each year that is free and clear of all internal and external obligations. In other words, it just reflects the amount of money that the company can safely invest or distribute to shareholders. If there is a positive free cash flow trend, that probably means that the company is doing pretty well because they have consistently enough cash generated each year to continue their operations as well as investments. Now, on the other hand, if free cash flow is trending downwards, you probably should figure out why that is, and it might mean a higher chance of negative stock performance. Now, it's important to note that not all companies have free cash flow. It's not uncommon, for example, for banks to have negative free cash flow just because a lot of their revenues are reliant on interest income and fees. Banks have significant liabilities in the form of deposits, and their assets, such as their loans and investments, can be more illiquid. Therefore, banks might not be as applicable to free cash flow, but in general, most companies are. All right, so those were some indicators that you can pay attention to when it comes to investing as a fundamental investor. There are also some soft factors that you may want to look at as well to ultimately guide your decision on whether or not you should buy a stock. To give you an example, in 2024, I was paying attention to one stock in particular called Robinhood. Robinhood was trading for around $15 a share in early 2024, and I noticed that many people were bearish on Robinhood because of the negative sentiment that still surrounded the brokerage firm from the GameStop days. But there were some soft indicators that made me bullish on Robinhood. One was the fact that on Reddit, most people were still using Robinhood as their de facto brokerage of choice, often posting screenshots from their brokerage app on that platform. In addition to that, Robinhood continued to innovate in the brokerage space, offering new features to their platform, a new credit card, bonuses for transferring your account, and more. I also read and listened to their Q2 earnings report and realized that Robinhood continued to grow in a space that I felt was a little bit archaic. Charles Schwab, Vanguard, and Fidelity had not innovated on their products in years, and why would they have to? They're the incumbents and they had all the assets under management or assets under custody. Another reason I liked Robinhood still was that the founder was still at the helm of the ship, and founder-led companies are always ones that I am bullish on because typically the founder has the entire context of building the company from the ground up. Therefore, the founder typically makes great decisions that are good for the company with the most amount of information available. All these soft indicators, paired with the fact that Robinhood was trading for a very low multiple in terms of price to earnings compared to its peers, made me bullish on the company. I started to average into Robinhood from February to August of 2024, and since then my position has grown tremendously. In fact, I'm up over double. If you're curious, I post all my buys and sells in my own community on WAP, and within that paid community, you can also see my entire portfolio and get 2 bonus videos per month not seen here on YouTube. I think it's a great place for the beginner investor to try to learn a little bit more about the stock market, and if you are interested in checking that out, I will have a link to the WAP community down below. Now, there's absolutely no pressure though. It's just simply one of the offerings that I have for the people that watch my channel. This video is still going to be free. All right, so now let's talk about creating a portfolio. When it comes to creating a portfolio, there are first a few questions that you need to ask yourself. First is to figure out your investing style to understand what type of holdings that will fit you within your portfolio. Chances are you probably inherently know if you're more on the riskier side or more conservative side, and if you don't, there are questionnaires online that you can fill out to figure out what your investing personality is like, and I will link one below in the description. So on the screen right now, you can see a spectrum of risk to reward ratio, and at the very bottom bottom, we have savings accounts. This is just liquid cash sitting in hopefully a high yield savings account, and it gives you a lot of flexibility because you have access to it right away. If you're someone who's super risk averse, you may actually only hold cash, but as we know, holding cash is not the best option because it does lose purchasing power over time. Next up on the list are bonds. Government and corporate bonds are fixed income. These are not too risky, but the rewards are not so great as well. And then I view US stocks as high risk to reward, same with international stocks. And in this graphic, international stocks and US stocks, in my opinion, both have high growth potential with obviously higher risks. The point of this graphic is just to show you that different investments can suit different people, and you can tailor your own stock portfolio to what you gravitate towards. I'll give you a simple portfolio that's good for all beginners in a moment, but the one thing you also need to figure out after you've identified your risk profile is how long you're going to invest for. This in the investing world is known as your time horizon, and it needs to be answered before you invest. So if you're investing for, say, retirement, you can likely contribute and invest and feel pretty comfortable with any ups and downs in the market because your time horizon is long. However, if you can only invest for a few years, say maybe because you want to put a down payment on a house and you're going to need that money, then perhaps you don't want to get too risky, because if you risk it all in the market and lose it, then, well, you don't have your down payment. It's important to understand why you're investing because it's going to guide a lot of your investment decisions, and it may actually save you from being too emotional if the market performs with a lot of volatility. Now, I've spent a lot of time studying the best ways to build wealth through investing, and one of the simplest and most effective strategies for beginners is something called the 3-fund portfolio. It's a great approach that's set it and forget it, and this is where you buy 3 ETFs, one covering the US stock index, one covering the international stock index, and lastly, you have an ETF of bonds. This gives you a diversified, low-cost portfolio that can weather almost any market condition, and my personal 3-fund portfolio will be here up on the screen right now, and this is from the M1 Finance app. This is a great brokerage app for beginners if you're trying to start a new portfolio and buy, let's say, 3 slices of an ETF. I'm going to have a link for M1 Finance down below, and we're also going to go over a live demo of them later. You can see that this portfolio only includes 3 ETFs here at the bottom, which is what the 3-fund portfolio is, but you can also buy individual stocks within M1 Finance as well. Now, the entire premise of the 3-fund portfolio is that since even professional active money managers have a hard time beating the market, the average investor would just fare way better if they just simply invested in index funds and ETFs. So all we have to do as DIY investors is to make 3 investments, and we'll not only have a good, well-diversified portfolio with an appropriate level of risk, we'll also have the potential for market returns, if not better. In terms of how you allocate your total investment split among the 3 funds, there's many different approaches. My personal one is 60% US stocks, 30% international, then 10% bonds, but it's going to depend on a lot of factors. I have a full walkthrough on the 3-fund portfolio, and I will leave a link down below in the description as well. Now, if you don't want to do ETFs or index funds and would prefer the individual stock method, you can do that too. I would just say that with individual stocks, you need to be a lot more purposeful in the ones you do choose, and if you are choosing a basket of, say, 5 to 10 individual stocks, at least make sure you're well diversified across different sectors or categories. You wouldn't want 10 tech stocks because if the entire technology category starts to underperform, this could have a huge negative implication on your portfolio balance. All right, so let's go through a live demonstration on how you would buy and set up a dividend portfolio on the M1 Finance app. We're going to be buying 5 different stocks within the app. All right, so this is the live demonstration of the video. I'm going to show you M1 Finance followed by Fidelity. So right now, as you can see on the screen, this is the M1 Finance dashboard. Once you're in here, you can see how much you actually have in M1 net worth. So I actually started this account with $50,000 back in November 25th of 2024. And you can kind of just click around here. You can look at the 1 week performance, the 1 month performance. As you can see over the last month, I'm up around $1,357. Now, when you actually log into this app, yours will probably be at 0. You're going to have to actually transfer some money from your bank account into the M1 Finance account. It generally takes about 1 to 2 business days to do so, but then once you have the cash in your account, you can start investing. You would then come to this Invest tab right here. It will drop down like this, and then you can click Invest. And this is just my personal portfolio right now. You can see that most of my money here is invested in the 3-fund portfolio. In fact, 100% of the money that I have that's invested is within the 3-fund portfolio. If you click into the 3-fund portfolio, this is exactly what I have right now. You can see the 3 holdings that I have in the 3-fund portfolio. I know I've been saying that a lot. I have VTI, which is the Vanguard Total Stock Market ETF, VEU, which is the All World ex-US ETF, so that's the international fund, as well as a bond fund. At the top, you can see I have $1,145 in uninvested cash, so I could add more to this 3-fund portfolio if I wanted to. I have total buying power of $51,660, and they are allowing me to actually trade on margin, which I'm not going to do. That just means borrowing from M1 Finance in order to trade more. We're not going to touch that. Now, let me walk you through some of the other features of M1 Finance, which I think are really fascinating. So down here in the research tab, there's the news tab. And so you can read the top stories of the day. Today is Friday, January 17th. The market is now closed. However, you can see what the top stories were today here. And up here in the top left, you can search for any symbol or company name and find out news about them as well. So let's just say, for example, I look up Robinhood Markets. If you search, you can see how the chart is doing, and this is a 1-day chart. So this is how the stock traded on today's trading day, as well as the 1-week chart, 1-month chart, 3-month chart. You can find this in mostly any brokerage app, these type of charts. And you also get some key data about how Robinhood is trading, as for example, the price to sales ratio, which we've talked about in this video, earnings per share, the price to earnings ratio, previous close, today's open, what the day's range looked like today. So this is how the stock traded. The lowest it traded for today was 46.97, and the highest it traded for today was 49.27. We can also see the yearly range. So as you can see, it's kind of trading at an all-time yearly high right now in the last year, in the last 52 weeks, and the 52-week low was right around $10.38. You get some more basic information about Robinhood here, who the CEO is, the employees, the shares outstanding, which is, I think, very important to figure out market capitalization, as well as how much of your shares are actually worth in terms of percentages. Then, if you scroll down, you can read some of the top articles on Robinhood right here, and I think that's really great. I think you can search for any company here. We can even click on Apple, for example, and you can take a look at Apple. You can add it directly to your portfolio with this button, or you can just add it to your watch list. Now, another favorite feature of the M1 Finance app for me is to look at all the stocks as well as the funds available to trade or buy within your portfolio. And you can kind of see that if you click on stocks here, you get some basic information about how the stocks are doing. Like, for example, the market cap, what the dividend yield is, if any, what the price history looks like with this little mini chart here, as well as the price to earnings ratio on the right side. You can even sort and categorize by different types of sectors. So let's say we just wanted to look at media companies. We could do that by clicking media. Same thing, they have filters for everything, and then you can directly add the stocks from here into your portfolio, which I will show you guys how to do. You do the same thing here with the funds. For example, these are all the ETFs that they have available to trade. Another favorite feature of mine is called the model portfolios. This is M1 Finance's, they basically curated a templated version of a portfolio for you. So you can just literally copy paste one of these portfolios into your own dashboard. So let's actually look at general investing here. You can easily create a diversified portfolio and set it to your own personal risk tolerance. So these pies are pretty cool. You can see that if you're ultra conservative, you know, if you click on this pie you could add to your portfolio, and it includes, looks like treasury bonds, small cap ETFs, iShares National Municipal. I would say that I would think this would be a muni bond, 2% S&P 500, and then international, as well as some developing markets. And you can see the exact slices that they have here. It looks like most of this portfolio is in the 1 to 3 year Treasury bond ETF, which is very, very conservative. So you could either click this button and add it to your portfolio if you'd like to. You can see that I could just add it right here. But I'm not going to do that. What I'm going to do instead for today's video is actually create a dividend portfolio of 5 stocks. But what I like to do is I just like to go to my pies right here and then click build a stock and fund pie. We're going to click create a pie right here and then just type in dividend portfolio. I already have that copy pasted, and then we're just going to click add pie. You'll see that it says new pie requires a minimum of 1 slice. You can drag and drop different slices in. However, the easiest way to do it is just click add slice, and then let's select some stocks that you'd like to add to your dividend portfolio. You can search by dividend yield, so like you could just click this button, but that gets you, stocks with a huge dividend yield, which is kind of a red flag to me in my opinion. So instead, we can search for dividend yield between 0.5% and let's say 4%. Those are usually safer dividend yields because that means the company isn't paying out so much dividends that they can't reinvest into themselves. So for the purpose of today's example, I'm just going to choose 5 stocks. Let's say we choose Microsoft, we like JP Morgan, maybe we get some Exxon in there, Costco, love Costco, and let's choose one more, AbbVie, which is let's choose Johnson & Johnson. Okay, so you click add at the bottom here, and you can see now you have a dividend portfolio weighted 20% in each of these stocks. If you'd like to change the weighting, you just go in here, 25 and 25% of Microsoft, but now you need to remove 5% in order for your pie to basically total 100. So let's say we want less Johnson & Johnson. Then you just go up here, click save. Now that this pie is created, we actually want to invest in this pie. So just because you have it created doesn't mean you're investing into it. So now what we want to do is click add to portfolio. And we will add that. All right. All right, it will say securities added at the top, and then you will see that we now have two different pies within our portfolio. We have our 3-fund portfolio from earlier, which is accounting for 100% of our total allocation right now, and we have the new dividend portfolio that we just made. The problem is, though, is that M1 Finance wants you to have a total of 100% for all of your, let's say, pies. And so what you want to do is actually reduce the amount that you're investing, let's say the 3-fund portfolio, to 99%, and then have 1% of your money going towards the dividend portfolio. You can change this ratio however you'd like. I think for me right now, I'm just going to do 1% just as a example. So then you wanted to click save. And then it'll say confirm changes. Let's confirm that. And here we go. We got 2 slices now in our portfolio that are actually live. And then within the dividend portfolio itself, there is no upcoming trade or activity, but what you can do is click buy. And let's say on the next trading day, we want to buy $500 of the dividend portfolio inside your own portfolio. You will then click confirm buy. And since the market is closed, it says we'll execute it for you during the morning trade window, which is going to be Tuesday for me since Monday is a holiday. However, if you click on the upcoming activity and click trades, you will see that it is going to buy $500 worth of the 5 stocks that we said we wanted in the exact allocations that we said we wanted it in. So that's basically how it works. And every time you add money into your portfolio, M1 Finance basically auto rebalances it for you so that it basically balances out your portfolio in the exact allocations that you wanted to in the first place. Some people find it a little bit restrictive in this way, and that's why we'll talk about fidelity in the next portion of this video. However, some people really like it because it's really simple and it's always going to stay really balanced. That way you don't really ever have to worry too much about rebalancing too often, which can be a huge headache in the more traditional brokerages. So M1 Finance is a really good set it and forget it type of place, especially if you're only buying, let's say, a 3-fund portfolio, or perhaps you have a dividend portfolio that you like in there. When you start to mix a lot of individual stocks within that said portfolio, then it does get a little bit confusing. So just acknowledge that that might be a drawback of the M1 Finance app. All right, so that was M1 Finance. I hope you enjoyed that. Now we're going to go through Fidelity and basically show you how to buy and sell a stock on that platform. It's going to be a lot shorter, but it'll be short and sweet. All right, so now this is the Fidelity portion of the video. I'm going to show you guys how to buy a stock using the mobile app. So when you log into the screen, it'll look kind of like this. And then on the bottom middle, you can click transact, or you can click the magnifying glass at the top right. Let's actually search for a stock today. So we'll click the magnifying glass at the top right. And let's say we want to buy some Coca-Cola stock. You can see it's already a recent quote because I was practicing this a little bit earlier because I already messed up the recording once. But we want to buy some Coca-Cola stock. You can see that it's trading for $62.71. So let's click on it. All right, so now that we've clicked on it, we can see the 1-day chart. We can look at the 5-day, the 1 month, the 1 year. You can see that over the past year, it's up 4.53%. Now let's actually go ahead and just buy Coca-Cola. After you click buy, you're going to get a screen like this. This is the order screen, and you can see that the last price of Coca-Cola was $62.71. Now, if the market were open, this price might actually be fluctuating, but since the market is closed right now, it's just at $62.71. The action type that we're going to choose is buy. You can either buy in shares or dollars, so that means you can buy 1 full share, or perhaps if you just want to buy $100 worth of the stock, you can choose the dollar toggle right here. But for the sake of this video, let's just buy 1 share. You can see that the estimated cost here is $62.68. It's slightly less than the last price of $62.71 because that is the asking price of somebody else on the market right now. Next up, you have market versus limit. So these are order types, and this is a little bit complicated for a beginner, but essentially what market means is that whenever the market is open next, your share will execute as quickly as possible at whatever the market price is. The other option is called limit, and that's where you can specify a certain price for your stock to trade at. Now that's a little bit complicated and would probably take a little bit too long to explain, but if you're really interested in that, you can look up some tutorials online. For the sake of our video, we're just going to click market, and then we're going to click preview order. So let's actually click that. And this is what the order preview looks like. As you can see, we haven't bought the stock yet. We still have to place order at the bottom. That's still the button there. And the market is closed, but let's actually go ahead and just click place order now. And there we go. You can see that the order was received. We have a confirmation number here to buy 1 share of Coca-Cola at the market price when the market opens the next time the market is open, and that's all you really have to do. For the sake of this video, let's do another trade. Let's do Coca-Cola again, but this time we're going to buy $50 worth, which is not even a full share. But the beauty of Fidelity is that it lets you buy fractional shares. So if you put in $50 right here, you can see that the estimated number of shares that you get is 0.797. This is a fractional share that not many other brokerages might offer. So what's really great about Fidelity is that they let you buy fractional shares, which means that it's a little bit more flexible than some of the other brokerages out there. And you can even buy fractional shares of ETFs as well. So let's actually type in symbol VOO at the top here. And that is the Vanguard 500 S&P Index Fund ETF. You can see that the last price was $549.46. And if we only bought $50 worth, it is 0.09 worth of a share of VOO. But let's just do it for fun anyways. And we'll click preview order. So this is a good to know. Market and limit buy and sell orders of stocks and ETFs in dollars are only allowed during normal market hours. So you can't actually buy in dollars right now because you actually need the market to be open. However, if you were to buy in shares, that's totally fine. You can place that order over the weekend. But with dollars, you need the market to be open. That is something I didn't know actually until now. So when the market is open, if you want to buy in dollars, that's exactly the exact flow that you would go through. And hopefully this was educational. And I hope that you enjoyed this live demonstration portion of the video. To sum up, I would say M1 Finance is a little bit more rigid with individual stocks, but it's a lot easier for the beginner to get started with. I would say with Fidelity, you actually need to know what you're doing with buying and selling shares, and you can actually get very complicated in the Fidelity app if you want to. You can do options trading, you can do margin trading as well, so just be careful if you're taking on more risk. Thanks for watching those live demos. Now let's talk about taxes on stocks, because this is going to be pretty important when you're making gains in the stock market. Whenever you make a gain in the stock market, you will owe taxes to the government. I know it sucks, but in the United States, they always want to tax you. Now, please note, in order for you to actually pay taxes on the stocks, you actually have to realize the gain, which means that you would have to sold the stock that you made money on. If you simply bought a stock and just held it indefinitely, you do not owe any taxes. It's only when you sell the stock and you actually make that gain, then you pay the taxes. Now, there are 2 tax treatments for stocks, either short-term or long-term capital gains. A short-term capital gain occurs when you hold the investment for less than 1 year and therefore is taxed at a higher rate. It's typically your ordinary income rate, which is the tax rate that is based on your income. So as an example, let's pretend you buy $1,000 worth of Apple stock in January, and then let's just say it doubles. So it goes, it goes up, it's great. And you sell it for $2,000 in June of the same year. Since you didn't hold the stock for a full year, you will owe short-term capital gains taxes on the $1,000 in profit that you took. If your ordinary income tax rate is 35%, then you would owe $350 in taxes to the IRS when you file your taxes the following year. Now, at least the great thing about most of these brokerages is that when you do buy and sell, they keep track of it for you. So you really don't have to keep track of your taxable gains and losses manually. You will get a 1099 at the end of the year that you will be able to see your tax burden on. There are also long-term capital gains. So if you're able to sell a stock after holding it for a year, you will pay considerably less in taxes. The long-term capital gains rates are roughly half the rate of short-term capital gains rates. It's typically 15 or 20% depending on your income. There are also some cases where if you don't make that much money on a yearly basis, the long-term capital gains rate is actually 0%, but that's if you make less than $47,000 a year. So obviously there is a huge difference here, but I think the most important thing to note is that you shouldn't let taxes control how you buy and sell or invest. As long as you're making money, profit is profit, and I don't know about you guys, I'd rather pay taxes on a profit and at least have some profit than not have any profit at all. Now, if you are on day 364 and you have a massive gain and you want to get out of that position, then yeah, maybe I would tell you to wait until day 365 to sell that so that you can save a lot on taxes. But in most cases, I don't think you should let tax treatments influence your overall investing strategy. Another thing you want to consider toward the end of every year is a strategy called tax loss harvesting. That's where you sell some positions you might have at a loss in order to offset any gains that you might have incurred throughout the year. Okay, so new example, let's say you take $10,000 in profit in the markets over the course of this year, but you have one pesky stock position, let's pretend it's GameStop, and it's down $4,000 this year. That $4,000 loss of GameStop, if realized, so if you sold it and you actually lost $4,000, you can offset the taxable gain of $10,000 by that corresponding amount. That way you reduce the amount of taxes you pay because now your yearly taxable gain is now only listed at $6,000 total dollars. Now, one way to avoid taxes altogether when buying and selling stocks is by investing through a Roth IRA, which we already talked about earlier in this video. If you do have further tax questions and you don't know how to answer them, make sure to consult with a CPA or tax attorney that can help you more than this video can. Alright guys, I super appreciate you guys watching this video. I know it's been a long one. I hope that you stuck around this entire time, took some notes, and really absorbed what it meant to actually begin to investing in the stock market. There are a lot of free resources I'm going to link down below in the description. If you'd like to support this channel, all you have to do is use the links down below, especially if they have my own link or my affiliate code on them. Lastly, if you want to join my private community where I share 2 bonus videos per month and everything that I buy and sell, as well as show you what's in my portfolio, make sure to check out the link down below. Alright guys, I will leave another video for you right up here about investing. I hope you watch that as well. I hope you subscribe, and I will see you in a future video. Thank you for being here. Alright, peace.
If you own 100 shares of a stock, then you can make income by selling covered calls. Whenever you sell this call, you're agreeing to sell your 100 shares of your stock at your strike price. For example, if I want to sell 100 shares of AMD at $130, I would set my expiration date and then sell a 130 call. So I'm agreeing to sell my 100 shares that I own of AMD at my $130 strike price. And for this, I'm going to get paid $230 of credit. So if I hold this option into the expiration date, then I get to keep that $230 of credit, which means if AMD is above $130 on my expiration, technically I'm selling the shares for $132.30. But if AMD is below my $130 strike price, then I get to keep the 100 shares that I own, and I also get to keep the $230 of credit. If you own 100 shares of a stock, then you can make income by selling covered calls. Whenever you sell
Dude, I have a strong feeling that Tesla shares are gonna go up soon. How can I maximize my profit? You could buy a call option. Super risky though. How does that work again? The option gives you the right to buy 100 Tesla shares at a certain price, so if they go above that price, you make a ton of money. Okay, so if I buy a 700 Tesla call and the price goes up to 800, I make $100 in profit times 100? Yeah, but that option could expire in a month and cost you around $1,000. So if Tesla doesn't go up, I forego the price that I paid for the contract. That is risky. Dude, I have a strong...
When you buy a call option in the market,
Folks, in today's video, we are going to break down the top 7 stocks to buy heavy before November 2025. Now we're going to break down each of these and explain why each is a great deal at current prices, is screaming buy down below. Okay, let's start. Number 7, ASTS. This is AST Space Mobile. It's a hot satellite stock that has attempted to build the first space-based cellular broadband network that connects directly to everyday smartphones. There's no special hardware, no satellite phone, just your existing device connecting to satellites that act as cell towers in space. Backed by partnerships with major global carriers like AT&T, Vodafone, and Ruka-10, and just recently Verizon, well, ASTS is positioning itself to fill one of the last major gaps in connectivity, the billions of people still living in mobile dead zones. The bull case here is that if ASTS successfully scales its Bluebird satellite constellation, it could unlock a massive global market. This is a classic early stage story with extraordinary upside if execution aligns. This is a company at the intersection of telecom, space, infrastructure, and global broadband. Now, what about the chart setup? Well, here's what we sent out to Discord members today. ASTS satellite stock is finally heading towards a deep deal zone, which means we are soon going to identify it as a buy idea. We see the deal zone as the $55 to $65 range, range for the long-term picture. The company has a very unique value add as a satellite play. 5 billion people own mobile phones, yet hundreds of millions still live in dead zones without reliable coverage. Governments, carriers, and enterprises are all seeking ways to close that gap. ASTS aims to monetize both consumer connectivity and enterprise data partnerships, tapping into a global telecom market worth trillions. Potential market size dwarfs the company's current valuation. Okay, number 6, Supermicro Computer, SMCI. So this is one of the most talked about stocks in the AI world right now, and for good reason, but the stock, in my opinion, is still trading at a very good deal range, way below all-time highs, while all of its competitors and peers that I'd argue are actually worse in many cases are way above all-time highs. The company builds the servers and systems that power artificial intelligence, cloud computing, and massive data centers. In plain English, when companies like Nvidia or big tech giants need racks of hardware to train AI models, well, SMCI is one of the few companies that can deliver fast, custom-built systems at scale. But what really makes SMCI stand out is how fast they move. When Nvidia and AMD drop a new chip, well, SMCI is often first to market with systems built around it. Their building block design lets them mix and match parts very, very quickly, kind of like Lego for supercomputers. This gives them a big edge in an industry where speed matters, because every company racing to build AI infrastructure wants to build hardware not today, but yesterday. So whoever's fastest to market and has that speed component is going to outperform long term. The trends around them are massive. Nearly every major company, as you know, is pouring billions of dollars into AI infrastructure. It's going to be many, many trillions long term, and SMCI sits right at the heart of that spending wave. And they're not just selling servers, they're selling entire pre-built AI factories that companies can install almost like plug-and-play units. Overall, you got to understand that the more data centers get built, the more SMCI's products and business strategy become valuable. They are essential parts in the current AI arms race and in the current AI ecosystem. What about the chart setup? Well, this is what we sent out to Discord members. Quote, SMCI is arguably one of the best deals in the AI arms race, and we believe this will shine through 2026. Supermicro is deeply embedded in the supply chain for artificial intelligence and high-performance computing, and the company guided to US $40 billion in revenue for fiscal 2026, implying a very steep growth path. The combination of new server architectures, higher average selling prices, and potential catch-up from delayed orders could act as a trigger for acceleration in 2026. And in effect, if you look at the chart breakdown, we do see SMCI getting back into the hundreds next year. Number 5, Applied Digital, APLD. Applied Digital is a company that designs, builds, and operates high-performance computing and AI-specific data centers. Their business is all about providing the infrastructure backbone for large-scale compute, data center hosting, GPU/HPC hosting, and cloud services. Now, we've been big fans of APLD since way lower prices, and we've made many, many public videos about this stock. However, the reason that APLD stands out is because it's not just offering generic data centers. It's actually focused on next-gen design. Things like liquid cooling, high power density, and proximity to cheap/renewable power sources. This gives it a big potential edge whenever companies need huge AI factories, right? A data center is basically an AI factory, and those things suck up so much power and have so many potential issues that you want to make sure that you have the most power efficient apparatus equipped with great cooling systems so you don't have any big downtime. In terms of proof of concept, you've seen them lock in lease deal after lease deal after lease deal with very, very big players, and we love to see it. Not only are they adding lease deals, but you're also seeing capacity expansions, headline growth in AI infrastructure bookings, and the company becoming better and better managed in terms of overall losses. Obviously, in the AI data center space, if all of your competitors are willing to spend above and beyond their revenue, well, if you decide, oh, you know what, actually my main goal is printing profit, well, that means that you're going to be out of business in 2 to 3 years because, well, your AI data centers are going to be obsolete. So when people say, oh, don't buy data centers because a lot of them have big losses, well, let's be real. If they don't, they're going to be out of business because you can't be competitive without investing tons and tons of money up front. Now, in terms of key upcoming catalysts, I see large new lease or hosting deals as a potential thing that could validate their facilities and capacity even more and cause more rallitos. I see capacity ramp up announcements. We've already seen a lot of that. You have new data centers, anything in terms of new data center campuses coming online, new gigawatt pipelines being announced, anything in terms of demonstrating cost efficiency or differentiation in cooling/power, any new strategic partnerships, those also have a big impact on the price. Now, what about the chart setup overall? Well, quote, APLD data center play is finally taking a much needed breathing cycle. How far will she drop? Well, in case A, we see a continued slump to $20 and then a rebound back through previous resistance levels and slowly up to previous cycle highs. In In case B, we see an even further dump to $12 previous channel highs and a resurgence. In case C, we see a more immediate bounce back coming in the next few trading sessions. As a long-term play, we are happy with all potential cases given, but understand that bigger dips can be even better opportunities for better deals. Number 4, Energy Fuels Inc., ticker symbol UUUU. For use. So what exactly is Energy Fuels, Charlito? Well, Energy Fuels is a US-based mining and processing company focused on uranium, rare earth elements, vanadium, and other heavy mineral sands. In simple terms, they mine and process raw materials that are critical for nuclear energy, clean tech, and advanced manufacturing, and are very, very relevant in the overall scale-up right now for the AI data center race. Now, they aim to supply the building blocks for things like carbon-free nuclear power and rare earth-dependent technology. Right now, we're in a very big energy pricing crisis, and energy prices are going to go up and up and up as data centers use more and more power. And nuclear is a very, very key component, and this play does fall largely into the uranium nuclear energy category. And with pricing trends, it makes sense to use more and more nuclear energy. And so investment, I believe, is going to head into this direction. And I think that triple U, or rather quadruple U, is a big play for that. Now, we actually just alerted calls on the stock in the Discord a few minutes ago, and if you would like to see those calls, well, just go ahead and join us with that first link down below. If you're already a member, you just have to go to the Options Idea tab. Okay, number 3, QBTS, which is D-Wave Quantum. D-Wave Quantum builds quantum computing hardware, software, and cloud services. Their kit includes quantum annealers, their specialty developer tools, cloud access, and services to help enterprises apply quantum to real problems. Their mission is essentially to make quantum computing not just cool science, but practical for optimization, logistics, drug discovery, finance, and manufacturing. So what makes this stock stand out in the quantum space? Obviously, we've been fans of this stock since way lower valuations, all the way down in the $2 region a couple of years back. Now it's trading 10x plus higher. Why have we liked it, and why is there continued upside? And why is this something that you'd be fine if you bought the dip during bear markets and you accumulated over time? Why? Well, the one thing about D-Wave is their edge is commercial adoption today. They have a stack, hardware plus software plus cloud plus services. They have real customers today in manufacturing, logistics, finance, solving real-world optimization problems today, which gives them a first mover in the practical use case of quantum area. We've been talking about this for a while, but quantum is actually the next leap in terms of AI compute. We're still very, very early innings now, and the technology is really, really out there. But the reason that so much investment is going into this category is because everybody wants to have the next-gen computational power. And QBTS is one of the first movers here. Now, what about the current chart setup? Well, we've been yelling about QBTS since the $2 range years ago, but here's what we sent out to Discord members today. Quote, where will QBTS bottom for the next cyclical bounce? We love this long term, but the volatility will always be here. Critical levels of support are at $26, $24, and at $18. On watch for next few week breakdown and recovery cycle. Okay, number 2, USAR. So USA Rare Earth is a US-based mining and manufacturing company focused on rare earth elements. Their aim is a mine-to-magnet strategy, extract rare earths domestically, process them, then manufacture the high-value magnets used in everything from EV motors and wind turbines to defense systems and electronics, and specifically AI data centers. Given how many industries are chasing supply chain security and clean energy transition, USA Rare Earth is positioned as a domestic supplier in this critical segment. So why does USAR stand out in all the different critical mineral plays? Obviously, we like a lot of them, but why does this one stand out right now? Well, what makes their story stand out is they're not just mining raw ore, they're actually trying to capture value further down the chain by processing and manufacturing magnets. That vertical integration can be a big differentiator. The market segments they serve, electric vehicles, renewable energy, defense, electronics, are expected to grow pretty substantially, and as countries and companies push to de-risk supply chains and move away from overdependence on foreign sources, especially China for rare earths and magnets, well, USAR's positioning becomes more and more relevant. Now, what are the tailwinds and the potential catalysts for the stock? Well, I've identified a few for you. The demand for rare earth magnets is rising sharply due to AI data centers, EVs, wind turbines, robotics, drones, and electronics. Policy emphasis is increasing for critical minerals and domestic supply chains, especially in the US, which could generate incentives or preferential treatment. And if USAR can scale mining plus processing plus magnet manufacturing, which they've been doing, the margins could expand as they move away from selling ore towards higher, much higher actually value products. All of this suggests there could be substantial upside in the future for the stock, for the patient. Okay, and lastly, number 1, SoFi. SoFi, as they say in Charlie Land. Now, SoFi in many ways has been a OG play. We've been talking about this for years. It has performed, it's gone up some multiples, but it's nowhere near where I thought it would be. And I think there's a big arbitrage opportunity here. I think the stock is actually underhyped. I know it's at all-time highs, but I actually think it's really, really underhyped. SoFi is a fintech company that aims to be a one-stop financial app for consumers, offering things like student loan refinancing, personal loans, mortgages, checking, savings accounts, investment accounts, credit cards, and more. And the way that I've always looked at it is they have this user base. The user base is growing massively. The user base is using more and more of their services. The user base is generating more revenue for SoFi per user. All of these things are great, and you can kind of see the exponential flywheel there. Now, these are the catalysts that I would keep in mind as we head into the upcoming quarters and as SoFi reports their earnings. So, accelerated growth in members and products per member. When SoFi shows it can reliably monetize users with multiple products, that signals scale, and that's what they've been doing for years. I think it's going to heat up massively. Expansion of its technology platform business could deliver much higher margin revenue as well. Any move into new geographic markets or new product areas, crypto, remittances, or international services, that could drive the needle. And further improvement in profitability and operational leverage as a net of all these efforts and more. It's going to be obvious that as more and more users and products scale, well, fixed costs are going to get absorbed better, and you're going to see the overall profitability and the marginal profitability really start increasing. And once that happens, I think you're going to see the stock re-rate much higher. By the way, if you'd like to see our SoFi calls, make sure to check those out in the options idea tab in the Discord. Anyways, folks, that caps off today's video. Have a great rest of your day, and we will see you in the next one.
started getting down,
300.
and it relaxed them on the perimeter.
And obviously the results were much better. Good beginning tonight for Arkansas. One of the few times tonight the shot clock has been down to single digits, but Acuff will pull. Billy Richmond got a hand
Hey,
on it.
Hunter
It's out of
and
bounds to
Lance, I
Cincinnati.
appreciate y'all, man. Thank y'all so much.
There by the Bearcats. Stayed in the stands, talked,
Hey, Luke, they ain't enough, playboy.
Kept the Razorbacks on the perimeter.
Hold on, matter of
Nice
fact, I got something for you. Hold on.
You've reached your limit on talking. Shut the fuck up.
To Day Thomas. There's an open three from the corner and a miss from Atari. Extra pass to Acuff. Long again, and Abayev will rebound. Those guys were McDonald's All-Americans. Both Abayev and Acuff and Malik Thomas. That was a real nice get, though, for Cincinnati to get this 6'8 freshman out of the state of Florida, an overtime elite.
Yeah, he's number 22 player in the country. I think one of, I think 8 to 10 McDonald All-Americans in the history of Cincinnati. And so to get him definitely is a good get. And again,
Hey, crazy thing about it is, man, look here. Hold up, you
he really
said.
showed signs. Now he's going to struggle, and he's going to be like all freshmen. I don't care what you're rated.
Oh,
especially
hey,
early
look,
in the year,
man,
you're
y'all
gonna get
wilding
certain
out in
rates
this
like
bit,
you
boy.
didn't have a
And
clue
less
you've never
people in
played
here.
ball before.
And y'all turned up, talk
see
crazy
that
more
there's
than the damn Kentucky game
really
was,
good
man. Y'all
upside
cutting up, bro. Don't do that, man.
This is Nick Pringle. There's Malik, Darius Acuff, along with Abayev, part of the McDonald's All-Americans. Always a prestigious honor.
Hey, that boy MD wildin', bro.
Now in shoot-around today, if a Razorback missed both free throws, everybody booed. So
Hey,
fortunately
y'all
for Pringle, he didn't
wildin',
miss them
bro.
both, or his teammates would have had to boo him right in the middle of the game.
Oh, y'all wow.
Tough crowd.
Indeed it is. How about that
You've reached
fight for
your
the
limit
basketball?
on talking.
Arkansas can
Shut
run.
the
Billy
fuck
Richmond with the hammer.
You play around with that ball, Cincinnati, and don't get it moving inside, outside the side. These Razorbacks are too athletic, too long, and too quick. They're going to swipe it and dunk it on your head.
You talk about turning defense into offense in a blink of an eye.
Hey,
What about
Jay,
the
here,
start of
appreciate
this?
that, man. Say
And then
have a
once Billy
beer
Richmond got the
on
ball,
us. I
you
appreciate
knew
that.
something good was going
Hey,
to happen.
Hunter,
How about this
appreciate that too,
punctuation
man. Thank
from
y'all.
Billy?
Early on, you got to love the active hands of the Razorbacks. They're really getting up and pressuring the ball. And again, they're causing Cincinnati, if you're casual or you're not strong with that ball and make strong pivots and protect it and make strong hard bounce passes to the right side away from the defense, these guys are going to get a hand on it.
7 points off turnovers already for Arkansas.
Hey, hold on, man.
Billy
Stop
Richmond
the
had a pretty good
motherfucking
dunk in
music.
prime
Hey,
time
hey,
at the
Cole
finals. He
White.
didn't win the
Hey, we ain't
competition.
doing
Trevor
that, my
Brazil
boy.
did. We'll show
You might as
why
well go and
a
get
little
on
bit
up
later
out of here,
on,
motherfucker.
but this team has tremendous
You've reached your
athleticism.
limit
I think
on
you
talking.
Get to see it
Shut the
when they're
fuck
playing loose
up.
and free,
Hey,
and it started
we ain't
late
on that
last
type
year,
of
and
time right here, man.
now we'll
Go
see
ahead
against
on
this
with all that
gauntlet of a
funny
schedule
bunny
if they
shit
could just
now.
pick up where they left
Come
off.
on now, dog.
You can guard.
Come on, man.
Get into a little rhythm and transition. It makes the game a lot easier offensively.
Cincinnati's had to burn a couple of timeouts. Day Thomas. Rodriguez has made 1 3, but you see Creasa getting pushed back towards midcourt.
He's having trouble penetrating that defense. They can't get anything in the lane.
How about this defensive stand for Arkansas on a long miss? Rebound to Miller, and a whistle. Arkansas kept pushing the Bearcats further.
Hey,
and
we
further
won't
from
do
the
no
three-point
funny
arc,
bunny
but
stuff around here, man.
Cincinnati's
It's
gonna get a
over
lot of
with. Won't be
rebounds with
seeing
their
no
size,
more of
and
that
they did
guy.
there.
Done
Bob
for.
Miller is a
Max,
long
done
drink
him.
of water right there. And he's athletic. If you don't get a body on him, he's active, athletic, long. He's going to get in there and get a hand on it. He's going to be able to bail Cincinnati out of some bad possessions by making a play like he just did.
Rodriguez is going to inbound. Krisa. Defended by Isaiah Seeley, the 6'7" freshman from Springdale in the game. Coming in with some fresh legs. Thomas, high off the window, too high. Rebound Thomas.
Well, that boy tripping, Jerry.
Hogs
But
coming
what wrong
back
with
4
that
on
boy?
3. Trevin Brazil couldn't catch it. Back to disrupt was
Y'all
Miller.
turned up. Hey, it's like y'all done drunk too much
He's
during
seen
the
a couple of
Kentucky
dunks
game.
already
Now
with
y'all
Bobo
want to
Miller,
come
and
in
he
here
didn't want to see
wild.
another.
Yeah, I think they kind of saw TB about, a little over half court, a little bit ahead of the ball, and there's some urgency by Bobo Miller. Great defensive deflection there. Saved the basket.
DJ Wagner to inbound. DJ trying to get downhill. There's Thomas, open look. Missed the 3 ball. Seeley got his hands on it, but it'll be Bearcat basketball.
Can't nothing about it. He got all the attention he wanted there in the parking lot.
You look at Isaiah
Hey,
Seeley again. The
I
young
ain't seen
man
nobody answer my
from
question,
Springdale
though.
who
Do y'all think
part of a couple
Arkansas
of teams that
football
finished
going to beat
runners-up in
Auburn this
state
weekend, though?
championship attempts.
Tomorrow, rather.
There's going to be some nights when Kirk Krisa is just going to rein in 3-pointers.
Well, again, he's not a guy, in my opinion. He can play off the bounce, but if he can get that ball moving inside, out, side to side, and let him get those puppies set, he's going to knock down more than he misses.
A couple of times
Kentucky
Thomas has
won
tried that
that.
runner, too strong off the window. Now the Bearcats will push. Miller, open look.
Bruh
Thomas
said,
rebounds the
"Well, I think-"
miss.
Hey, I'm gonna be
That
real,
was
man.
just
Arkansas
ripped
been
away
hanging
by
with
Nick
some folk,
Pringle.
man. They done lost a couple games that shouldn't have been lost now. Don't get me wrong, but hey, Auburn is trash, bro.
Wagner with the step back 3.
Almost.
Just about rattled it down.
Yeah. Hope the backboard's okay.
Krisa goes to the deck, no whistle. Seeley the rebound. Isaiah Seeley follows his miss. How about Trevin Brazil? He's tried 1 long 3. A little bit of a sloppy sequence here in the last couple of minutes. This is Chom. Went to spin baseline and didn't realize quite where he was on the floor. Thomas, quick release. Knockdown 3 for Malik. And a foul, I believe, going against Malik, knocking down Jordy Rodriguez. But Joe, we saw Billy Richmond doing what he does best.
Well, you play a little D, you get out there and get on the floor, you get running, and you got that dude in front of you. It's gonna be fun.
Oh yeah. Hey, y'all make sure y'all smash that like button, man. If it's your first time to the channel, you already know what time it is. Go ahead and subscribe. Jerry said, I know I. Bro, so he can suit up on their ass and go. I'm telling you, bro, like defense gonna be non-existent in the mud tomorrow. So I'm pretty sure it's gonna be a wild game. But you know what, man? Auburn, bro, they just looking for a reason to fire Hugh Freeze. So, you know, if Arkansas beat them, I'm thinking real deal. They're gonna look at it like, oh yeah, you got beat by Arkansas. I ain't seen that got beat by Memphis. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna look at it like that. They're gonna show them get gone. Yeah, it was crazy because Mississippi State losing is getting close to fire. Oh no, y'all. Hey, somebody, y'all already. One of my mods, if you don't mind, go ahead and drop SLR's channel in the chat for me so I can pin it, man. I'm just a corner man. I'm stepping in for my partner there, man. he usually covers Arkansas games. So some days when he can't do one, he does Arkansas and Kentucky game. Whichever one he possibly won't be doing, I might be doing it. I might, but at the moment I've been concentrating on the women's basketball. We'll see.
14 teams in the big dance. 7 went to the Sweet 16, including Arkansas. 4 teams in the Elite 8, 2 in the Final 4. Then Florida wins the national championship over Houston. And Joe, only LSU and South Carolina didn't make it. And I got
all right, for sure. For the ones asking about the Arkansas games, I just pinned the comment. I just pinned the comment. That channel right there, y'all need to make sure y'all go over there and subscribe, man. That's my partner. That's the SLR corner right there, man. Look, we do our thing like this. You like to talk on the mic, you on the good vibe, chop it up with our people. That's where most of the games going down there, right there.
Start talking about the transfer portal, and you have 10 teams from the SEC in the top 25 or 30, so they went right back out and reloaded whenever they needed some players.
Yeah, they have the resources, and, man, they use them.
Bearcats trying to climb back into this one in the first half. Trevin Brazil, boy, that thing brought rain way up there, grazed the front of the rim. And Sham the rebound. Bearcats shooting below 30% from the field, but chipping into this deficit.
Porcupine, what you talking about,
12.
man?
Another knockdown from Celestine. Back-to-back hits.
Young man played a
Yeah,
lot
man,
of
I'll
minutes
be
with
doing
Baylor
most
last
of
year.
the women's
Afraid of the big
basketball
spotlight,
games on this
coming out
channel.
playing well.
And there's a make from Darius Acuff.
Oh, y'all already know what time it is.
You're talking about a young man who came in with all the accolades, ranked either 5th or 7th in the recruiting class by the different services. DJ Wagner, a couple of big steps, hanging in the air and hitting, and that's the first 2 for DJ. A little low for Arkansas, and all of a sudden they found 5 quick points. Celestine tried again. Tried to rein in another 3. Here's another one of these.
Hey, no problem, Molly.
Razorbacks
You know
again.
we
Isaiah
got to do what we
Sealy,
can for the
6'7"
fam.
Springdale native.
You know how we do.
Up your cow, because Acuff was beat. He was getting ready to have a layup put on him, and Sealy unselfishly sees it, gets over there, and makes a play.
I ain't got none of the mustards.
As a
I ain't
freshman,
got the,
start
you
doing
know,
some of that, making some defensive plays
the
like
sound
that.
bites for the Arkansas folks. So I just got to settle with what I got.
And he asked a question to the entire group, and he said, hey, if Sealy's going to get on the floor, what does he have to do? And everybody said defend.
Yeah.
And Cal goes, what else? Rebound. And he looked at everybody and said, if you want to play.
How you coming in here asking about this dude, boy? You're finna be out of here, my boy.
Older veteran guys.
Let me find out you him.
Told to them by some very elite coaches in different spots. You know, that's not just in Arkansas.
Well, South Carolina up 100 to 25. Jesus.
The more you hear it,
hey, they ain't put up the 148 yet like LSU did, I guess.
Wagner elevated for the rebound, but it was knocked out of bounds. It'll stay Razorback basketball. It was just fun to listen to the entire group at once say, rebound, defend.
And those were all the guys that have heard it.
Thank you so much for that donation. I really
only heard it
appreciate
for,
that.
what, 2 months?
That's right.
Somebody, DJ Wagner was probably like, here we go again.
Funny talking to DJ, and obviously he's in his 3rd year with the same coach. That's pretty unique as well. And DJ told me that, listen, there's times that coach might not explain something perfectly, but I know what he means. When I was a freshman, he might say it perfectly, and I had no idea what he was talking about.
Absolutely. And I think that is why you see the schedule this year that Cal has played. He likes the fact that he's got some guys that know what he wants, and he feels confident that they can handle situations. And as you'll see, as we all know, he's put a schedule together that's pretty dang good.
No doubt. Nice drive from Acuff Jr., 7 points for Darius. Another long 3 and a miss from Tillery. Acuff, the young man from Detroit, IMG. Richmond hanging in the air, could not bank it in, but he'll shoot 2.
And again, if you're Cincinnati, you know, you like the playing hard, they're getting after it, but 19 three-point attempts and 2 free throws through 15 minutes of the game. And that is just not gonna, that's not winning basketball, especially on the road. You gotta attack, get downhill. You don't want to play slow, but you want to slow the game down a little bit, especially if you're playing a team like Arkansas that, hey, they want to go, and they're good when they go. So you try to go with them in this building with those dudes, you better play a heck of a game. But they got to cut down on the threes and get to the free throw line.
Hey, real talk, Jericho, boy. I think that boy he playing. He's going to get up out of here again.
Every other team from the Elite Eight a year ago, and some of those are in league action. Others are in the non-con play. But obviously, as Joe mentioned, just trying to prepare this team. I don't think there's going to be another 0-5 start in league play, but he threw this gauntlet out there because he had so many returning players.
Yeah, he likes his team. You don't make that schedule if you don't like your team. Hey, he didn't even have a team last year, and you saw the schedule. It wasn't anything like that. He wasn't going to put, you know, it's called a self-inflicted wound, Brett.
Yeah.
you know, you don't, if you don't feel good about your team, you don't schedule, and Cal feels good, and he should. He's got a good team.
You throw Duke and Houston on your early season schedule in addition to what you're going to get in the SEC. You know that you're willing to take on the other top dogs in college basketball. Acuff, spinning jump shot. All of a sudden, Acuff Jr.'s come alive, 9 points.
I like his poise.
Yeah, Jerry, I don't know what these boys be on. You know they get real. You know, we always had that one person that if come up with 15 different names in that bitch, just block them all.
Very impressed with him so far.
Joe, I mentioned his time at IMG. His father played him up, sometimes 3 or 4 years, and he simply said, we knew this time would come when he would be a freshman going up against older players rather than being one of the younger guys. And that was a nice drive from Abayev, the other McDonald's All-American. But this whole plan has been in place for Acuff Jr. for a long time.
Well, he plays older than he is right now. I mean, he's got good vision, not that time, but he's been under control.
He knew we were talking about him, had to turn one over.
The jinx.
The Bearcats going the other direction. We've got a timeout. Settle things down just a bit. The Razorbacks up by 15 over Cincinnati.
Hey, real talk. Hey, but there is a damn shame I be reading that shit like, man, I know exactly what you talking about, bro. Like, God damn. Hey. Yeah, real talk. Hey man, Sam, we ain't unbanning nobody. Matter of fact, finna ban your ass for coming in here asking for that boy.
A 7-footer before.
Well, Brad, unfortunately, I've had it happen to me.
So this is nothing new for you. Trevin Brazil might just go right
I
over
didn't have
Joe
my
Klein.
back turned to him. It was coming right at me.
That's worse.
So but no, that was impressive. I mean, he got some bounce and he's got some length to go with it. And
you know, Trevin talked about what he called setbacks in his career at Arkansas, both physical and mental. And he said, listen, the mental
Don't
aspect,
be
I think
coming in here
sometimes
asking
people
about nobody that done
underestimate.
already got banned.
Just
Like,
when you
we
get
don't
back on
know
the
who
court,
you
it doesn't
is,
mean
bro.
you've got to hit the
Hey,
same bounce.
Sam
And, you know,
Ferguson.
it's been
Hey,
a
y'all.
journey for
Done him.
Trevin. And for
Max
him to
done
still
him.
be here now, fifth year of college
If
basketball,
I want to win
third college
86K, let him
coach,
have it.
it has been kind of a wild ride, but I think this is
and make himself known as a hooper on this court.
Hey, I know it's too many I'm dead ass. Somebody can get mad at me. I did get. Oh, yeah, right. Called your ass Rochi Mari. Hey, Rage. Rage called me. But I'm about to ego him, y'all. Ego, nigga.
Ooh. Yep.
Goddamn. Oh my God. Spray these hoes. You know that not. But I just like one.
How aggressive, I'm telling you. Hope.
Let me get one.
Let me get one.
Yeah, that's how it be, Lou. That'll be politics. Hell no, slap it at me. No, I'm playing.
Not going to be in the finals, guys.
This is my
championship right here.
This ain't close.
This is a huge game.
Why you calling me again? I don't want to talk to that nigga.
And a little bit of me is
Fuck Rage.
now swaying with Nelson. I'm thinking about it. I kind of want Team Raekwon to pull the upset.
I've officially changed my prediction as well. Then I'm changing mine. Dream team by 20. All right, on the ref's whistle. The most anticipated consolation match.
Call Ippy? Nah, fuck Ippy. Damn. Nah, but I didn't fuck Ippy, but.
Stripes over checks officially for Ray.
Good.
We got niggas going out
When Ippy walked out the house with his suitcase, he said, I got you. No, he didn't. No, you don't.
I got
you.
you.
Didn't have me, nigga. Nigga,
I got you.
Thought that was an anime scene. Nigga went out there and stole.
Is this the same? This nigga right here? Here we go.
Is it Ippy straight?
First dub. Here we go. Raekwon. They've had a long break.
I knew that wasn't gonna do no Ippy play. I think it's a mission against me to win at basketball, bro.
Against you? Oh, they
Yeah.
want you win.
The reason why I think it's
Yeah,
because
what happened?
I made so many basketball skits
Uh-huh.
that in order to balance it out,
This your like the karma.
this is the karma in the world.
Wow.
I cannot win in basketball events.
Wow, that might be the case.
That's deep as
That's the only thing I can think of, nigga.
Wow.
Think of that.
Vote up, chat.
Hey,
vote
vote
up.
chat, vote,
vote
vote,
chat.
That make, bro, you might be on some real shit.
Cause think about it, we got everybody, bro.
Yeah. Literally, like,
And we lost by 30.
It still don't matter. It keeps happening.
I have to go get my nephew money. I gotta go get. I have to call all my NBA people and tell these niggas pull up. And we still might lose. What if Braun was the guy that get cooked?
Somebody pin this. Somebody pin this. Hey, vote. Somebody pin that, please.
Vote, please. We need it.
Looks good from the corner.
Yo, it's 5-0. What if?
What was it?
Don't answer. What the fuck?
Why is this your? This is your.
What? Why are you Dylan?
Damn.
What the fuck are you
That's
doing?
so weird. That's so weird.
That's actually weird as fuck. Why did you do that? No. Turn no. You're actually out of control. This is crazy. What is that, bro? What was that?
This nigga tripping.
Nigga, that was actually crazy, bro. Nah, bro, like,
That ain't it, bro.
this is exactly why. Hey, I just want to let y'all know right now. I know we don't live together like that in LA. I'm moving out. Nah, I'm done. That's it. I'm moving out.
Why do you that was wild.
Nah, I'm done with it, bro.
Now, Dylan, you saying I'll be giving off sus energy? Nigga, that was sus as hell.
That bitch, okay. Bro.
What did he say?
I tried to kill today. He said, you missed it. Damn, nigga, okay. I can understand. I looked at my hand. I didn't see nothing. Y'all know I missed it, bro.
Bro, that nigga Rage calling.
I'm not calling Ippy. He calling you?
Yeah, he called me.
We not answering Rage call because we know what he trying to do. No, nigga.
Fuck you, Rage.
That nigga said move. That nigga said move out after Anime House.
Come on,
Chat, that's why I didn't go down there because we were shooting Anime House. Can't do that shit. Had to lock in.
We ain't got nothing to talk about, bro.
Oh, we need to. Yo, what is going on? Niggas get on my team and just say fuck Mark, and I'm dead ass. Freaka losing his dribble.
Fuck.
Nah,
What?
It might be fuck Mark. Oh, it's fuck Mark day.
Nigga on in Dream Con, I ain't never seen that nigga lose his dribble.
He was cashed out against us. He wants to win. It's fuck Mark.
They no more cash. Oh, they my own nephew. Fuck Uncle Jay. If that would have cashed, I would have walked out. Yo, our teams play no defense in no state. Don't matter what state you in, Mark's team will not play defense. I think they can't play without me there, bro.
Yeah, they need your energy, bro.
Cash, Jay.
My bad, I didn't mean to call you.
That is the jump shot of a defensive
Who's that?
specialist.
Did he just shoot?
How the fuck did
he just shot?
Oh, we
How the fuck he answer that?
They
Oh, he right there. He right
They
there.
playing around, bro.
Yo,
are we winning that poll? They are tired.
Oh, the poll. What about the poll, chat? Did we win the poll?
Chat, did we win a poll, bro? Like, for real, bro. Dead ass, bro. I already told y'all we lose.
Did we win? No, we lost the poll against Ray's team. We got cooked.
this is right. Yeah, right.
Oh my God, we lost by 20%.
Damn, chat.
Niggas gave up on us.
Niggas really gave up on us, bro.
Yo, can we get a bucket?
Truly disgusting offense.
They said free ability.
They said, he said truly disgusting offense.
That nigga gave up.
They said what?
FBI, bro. FBI, bro.
Yo, I'm dead ass finna look into this. This is an investigation ongoing. No, it's an investigation ongoing for real.
Hey, bro.
Yo, it's 7-0, bro.
Bro, come on, bro. Ippy! What is he there for?
Bro, what?
Play first flight, bro.
Yo, what?
Yeah, bro.
I think that nigga just went to shop at Lennox.
Bro, Ippy can't come back. If he loses, if this nigga loses, he can't come back, bro.
I picture the movie, see the sitcom. I got you, bro. I can picture him doing that. Why you say that? I got you. Don't worry.
Set a screen for somebody. Come on.
What the? What did he say? He just set a screen for somebody. Come on. Yeah, good shit, Bilu.
Type of plays he can make. Draws the
There we go. There we go.
And that's all started by the efforts of Bilu.
Gosh, bro.
That nigga's not funny. He was perfectly placed right there. I ain't gonna lie.
Set a screen for somebody. Come on.
Everybody got quiet at the perfect time.
What's the mindset here, boys, to get back into this your dream team? We got
Absolute desperation.
One.
Desperation. They need to play hard.
Why is it one? It's two. It's two.
They just take a long time.
Yeah, I don't know why they do that.
Yeah, for us. I seen Raekwon team go up quick as hell. 3-7. Y'all stay on them. Stay on them. There's no reason why they should beat us. I ain't gonna lie. That's terrible defense. Yo,
Come on!
Jacob!
Where's our bigs, bro?
Nigga, where you, bro? Go in.
Come on, man.
Hey, I need J-Dub in the paint on defense. Where's he at? Why was he at the 3? Who is he guarding?
They're very unique.
He's beside himself. So listen, keep it up once those fall. It's a recipe for success.
This is
Said your team can't
NBA
rebound.
2K my play. MP is out there right now, and he just didn't put enough coins, enough VC into his.
Damn, y'all needed me out there. Sage, Kage, Mark on me, bro.
Actually, in a custom suit.
My defense stupid, bro. Y'all see me locking Duke up?
He does look like a rival to 2K.
I know chat finna cook me. But really, real live, I be locking Duke up until he start doing all that extra shit. Switching and shit. For real, nigga.
Bro.
Like hands? Switching hands?
There we go.
Nigga said hell yeah for sure.
Only 3 points on the board for the Dream.
This is
Niggas doing all the mark dots.
a JV.
But all these niggas having
Nice.
there it is. And with the foul. That's what we like to see. That's what we like to see.
And one here. Without him, points. They literally, without him, they wouldn't have points. Literally.
Got a sub coming in here for the Dream Team.
All my niggas hate that, bro. I hate his shorts, bro.
I hate everything. And just like
Y'all
that.
niggas devious.
Dez, chill.
No, I'm not chilling. I'm not chilling.
I think you was talking about the other dude.
I know.
I believe they had an 8-7.
Wait, what the fuck? We're back in this thing.
Turnover.
Okay.
There we go.
We back in, chat.
Get the momentum. Come on.
We back in, chat.
Playing small ball right now.
All right, 8-6.
Ain't nobody.
Raekwon.
There it is. Stop fouling him. Why you act like you ain't just Dez? Why you act like you ain't fouled that nigga, bro?
New York
Nigga
City.
heated up.
New York City. New York City.
Power play.
Tech.
As Freakin now steps up to the line.
You bring to the power play. Good. Hey, take your time.
Wait, they took a point from us.
Oh, we did just have 7.
We had 7.
Oh, there it is. It's back.
No,
he just made
one.
the shot.
Oh,
What the fuck are you looking at?
I couldn't see he was pointing.
What,
I didn't know if he
Oh
said
no,
it.
we had 3. Oh, they gave us extra point.
I thought I was gonna see.
They gave an extra point?
Because we had 3 and then we hit the
I'm good, brother.
and he made the free throw.
So we had 6. We did have 6.
Yeah,
All
we
right,
did
double
have 6.
points right here. This has proven to be the deciding factor.
How was it? Our team is tired though because they just played though. Bro, 8 to 12. Wait, they got.
What are we doing?
Oh, nice!
Wait, that power play. Oh, they get 4.
Yeah.
What a sequence.
Bro,
we gotta get the next one, bro.
slow the-
Chat, we gotta get the next power play, bro.
We literally have to. Like, there's no options. Nice.
Nice, B-Lou.
Hey, hold the ball. Hey,
Could this be a short-handed?
Yo, somebody, yo, we good. Cash.
Please, Frigga.
Yes!
Let's go!
I like
40
your
seconds on left on the power play.
What is the longest fucking time? No.
No. Get it. Rebound.
Let's go!
Hold it. Fuck it.
Hold it, hell no, Cash.
No, I'm saying.
Oh, you talking about for the power play? Them niggas not finna make nothing. I shouldn't have said that.
Fuck Mark.
A 4-point
Get
shot.
the rebound.
Some tough looks right here.
Well, how did he get the rebound? I don't care how he get the rebound. It's fucking 4.
10 seconds to go on that.
There it is.
They're gonna need a good look. 8 seconds left on this power play.
Oh, don't get this. Do not get that. Do not get these points. Don't let them get these points.
Nice!
Nice.
Let's go!
That's what we like.
Denied at the rim.
Nice.
Oh, let's go. That's what you do!
Boop. That was a foul, though. That was a foul. I seen him hit it from behind.
Don't know how that.
Pause.
That's a first tonight.
You don't pause this, nigga.
Yeah, he has taken the lead. Des
No, you,
down,
nigga.
Can't go. Call on the floor. Ball goes to the Dream Team.
Dream team.
Wow. How did they start off so high and instantly crumble? What's happening?
Could be a vibe wear off, energy wear off.
The positive vibes can only last for so long.
Yeah.
And Friga started to take over. Fine.
Yeah, Swag.
There we go. Ooh. One more.
Swag working with
He
FaZe.
is on phase 2.
That nigga is FaZe.
Who's the tag?
Terry Rozier.
That's his game. Get into the basket.
Insider trading.
Let's go,
Kevin
Morty.
Porter Jr.
Fuck, pull that bitch.
Nice. Oh, that's easy cash.
Arguably the best shooter on the court, wide open, but it pays off.
He hasn't been the
Fuck
best
Mark.
shooter today. He knows better than that.
Drifty.
Oh!
He wasn't standing on it. He wasn't standing on it. He wasn't standing on it though. He wasn't standing on it. His feet was not on that hole.
But a timeout was called by coach.
His foot was not on there, Bo.
Their first and only timeout of the first half.
Dream Team trails by 5. This has actually been a good back and forth game. Maybe the best one of the day so far.
I agree.
On paper, maybe not
Talent.
basketball-wise.
Yeah. No, I agree. I like what I'm seeing so far. I feel like Nelson, you called a lot of things right in terms of how these teams.
At this point, Jason Wing team cooked us.
I just urgency from the Dream.
We were cooked both ways.
Yeah.
Both teams, but specifically them, because they're playing to get to the finals.
Yeah, I mean they're playing like their first.
Nigga said Ib doing cardio.
The Super Bowl was the Eagles' chief Super Bowl from last year.
This nigga not even looking at me.
Yeah. Let's see what they're saying though. Juju moving even when the knee can do. We're not here coaching. They're playing like a team.
Yeah, I like that.
Just
It
because
looked
you're
good to
winning
me.
doesn't mean you're
It looked good. Like, right. I would.
And I think it leads to you see his Dez and Ray right here.
What did he do? What did you do? What did he just do?
Like that.
He has not subbed into the game.
He's an owner who wants to let his teammates shine.
This nigga's is stupid, bro.
Why Ray not playing?
Could be seeing it at
He wants people to root for him, I guess.
negotiation where he's not allowed to get on
Suited
the
up
floor.
just in case.
He may hurt himself.
See for Buck? Hey, should I Good Samaritan for the 50? Appreciate you. You say something? Wait,
Off of the inbounds. Perfect design.
I
don't know why they be doing that.
Fuck this shit, Mark. Hop on Rocket League and show them how to make some real buckets.
Let's go, Maury.
Murray!
Effort. Hauled in by Dez.
What happened? He made it?
Oh!
Let's go. Good steal.
Hey!
Cinco.
Very, very tough finish. Love to see that. We need more of that, too.
Oh!
18-15.
They think a girl there?
Set the check back.
A lot of there?
I don't know. 2.5 minutes.
Whoa, what's that?
Yeah, what was that?
What?
Smooth stepping, but it.
That's a boost. Boost
I
enhancement.
mean, money a little bit.
We need boost enhancements for Jessico, bro. Just give him a tech. That's all you gotta do.
That was not tech worthy.
Who said that?
Who got a tech? Who got a tech?
Nobody, no. Someone asked me to give him a tech. School tech.
He has a fair point.
It's gotta be suspicious.
Oh, wow.
No, what happened though? Who said something about tech?
Someone was talking about
I see.
Oh, was that Ippy?
Nobody else on none of these teams has gotten techs right.
Someone did get a tech on the first game. Dez got a tech on the first one.
He did?
Yeah.
The charity stripe. Listen, he's a passionate owner, right?
Cash these, Maury.
Jerry Jones.
I like that.
Slightly out of his mind.
I like that.
Product.
This really does feel like Ray's world.
Yeah, because Marcellus shot.
We're just living in it.
Nigga said that can't be Maury.
Yeah.
Let's go.
W knees. What the fuck? Just like, nigga. Yo, if y'all down to put the hands up.
You know what?
Nigga, they point should not be that easy, nigga.
Showing us something. Dub on the break. Oh, a little up and under. Did we just call offensive interference? Yes, we did. He said we're not in Europe.
We did call
What's that?
interference right here.
I hate these shorts.
On the rim.
Yeah, I'm telling you, the shorts. Hate them hoes.
All right, a minute 43 to go. We're in the last 2 minutes, so time will stop on the whistle. Drifty.
Need another attack from him.
The second quarter, second half.
Y'all think he's set for
Very lost
pure
first half.
playmaking, point guard abilities this game?
I think he's more of in an attack mode right now.
No one attacks like Dez, though. Play through Drifty. Oh. Dub. Body Drifty. To the rack.
Fucking
Foul on the floor, I believe.
It's a
lot of
great move
contact.
to get there, though.
A lot of contact on the floor.
What? Chat.
Ippy may as well see
I assume that maybe y'all can hear Ippy sometimes. What defense is Ippy running?
What?
Cause this nigga always want to run defenses. What defense is he running?
Fadeaway. Corralled by Tyler.
Right, no
What defense is Ippy running?
All I know is Raekwon is a 5-point.
Cause it looked like the nigga running a zone. We don't need that.
He's impacting the game in a variety.
That nigga said to do whatever D. No, Ippy definitely he running some defense. Either niggas is not following what he's saying.
Minute to go in the first half. 5-point lead for Team Raekwon. Dream Team still in it. Anybody's game.
They not listening to it. What is he trying to run?
Halftime speech has to go
Major role in who's going to the final.
Ippy's ready to go Al Pacino mode.
Dude, he has to. The locker room
Did they follow what you said, Mark? Good point. Fuck no. Niggas don't be listening. Everybody a nigga.
With all that, though, they played far from their best basketball. They only trailed by 3. Oh, my, he almost crossed himself up.
Huh?
Knuckleball. Knuckleball from
Joakim
three.
Noah. Stray ball. Dub. This will be critical from
Nice.
No!
Almost in. Great hustle by Free to pump.
Ooh.
There we go.
I like that.
There we go.
Good faith. Good faith.
1-point game. Lil off his feet. Slot.
You know what? I thought we'd blow these niggas.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh. We actually might lose. Did they call travel?
Call something.
Oh, and
What they
Ray
call?
is furious. Ray is furious.
What they call? They call trouble?
Do not want to get that man started.
Ref.
Ooh.
What the hell is that?
Who was that? Who said that?
Ray?
Verbal abuse.
These refs tonight.
He got tech. He got tech.
Absolutely.
Mentally.
What?
Well,
I think they called. Yeah, I think they said on the floor. Niggas talking about they called travel. That nigga did not call travel.
Thrifty on an island with Dub. Step back. Tray ball. Wow. Wow, dude. Water. 25-21. That's a big bucket right there. Cam. No hesitation.
Yeah.
Your size
Yeah.
right there.
Nice putback, bro.
Wait a minute.
What?
You gotta be
What's happening?
there, foot on the
Mental
line.
mistakes.
Why?
To the dream team.
Mental mistakes.
What happened?
I like how Raekwon's done, but I
Oh, is there a
feel
ball?
one play could send them on a start.
I can't hear what they saying.
Simple mistake.
Cash.
You
Please,
leave
come on.
Open again.
Get the board. J-Dub, chill. Just come down with it, bro.
Foul on the floor. Friga missed the three. J-Dub missed the open. Foul. Both these teams might be demoralized to be in the consolation game, and it's showing.
Yeah. There's a lot of.
There's so much at stake. Don't you? Do you not realize?
Chad, I understand. Cause I be nervous and playing sorry, but hell no.
Are you serious? Are you serious?
Oh no, I should have played. No, I should have played.
Are you serious? That hoe didn't go
No,
in?
no. I should have played. This is crazy.
25, Team Raekwon.
This is fucking crazy.
This is a good old-fashioned slugfest, though. This reminds me of a Pistons
Is
Pacers
it the rip?
game. Not
Yeah,
that
let's switch
game,
sides.
but
Let's switch
in
sides.
general.
What's happening?
Yeah.
In early 2000s,
That's like
slugfest, low
what's gonna happen?
Good defense.
Let's take a look. Was that Tyler?
We might get fourth. What's the?
Yeah, no, that's what I was looking at.
Wait.
That's what I was
Do
doing.
the math
I
one
did
more
I
time.
did the math.
Do the math one more time.
So if this we do first, right? That's what they're gonna have. This is what we have if we do, right? But then these are the bonuses right here.
And like I said,
This is worst case.
This worst case scenario.
Nigga, this is the scenario we're looking
Losing,
at.
I know.
But if Rage wins.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So it doesn't matter. Yeah.
Yo,
Seriously, but you know, we'll have to see
why is our bigs playing so fucking soft?
Oh.
in the second half.
Why?
Throw it over to Aim, who's standing with the
There should be nobody on Raekwon team that can even hang.
Exceptional, being aggressive and attacking the hoop.
Like, what is this?
Points where you guys kind of struggled in the first half of last game. You guys are doing good this game. What's been the key to your guys'?
J-Dub just drive hard and dunk on niggas, man.
It's gonna stop you, bro.
Literally none of them niggas can stop you.
Every time. I know right now.
I'm calling them niggas so I can sit on the phone for niggas talking about.
They're fighting for their lives.
Ain't nobody even listening to it right there. Look at these niggas. They don't give a fuck about what's being said. They mentally gave up because we didn't get first. And we gotta stop doing that. We gotta go for third.
Absolutely, you guys heard it here. They're gonna send them home.
They playing casual as fuck, yes.
Drifty J, the offensive spark plug.
Ippy lost the locker room. Yo, bro, this is not real. This is crazy, bro.
Scoring from long range.
Yo, who's on Drifty J? Look at this. Just one nigga in the paint, nobody getting back to play defense.
It's all been working for him. Without him, they could be lost over Cam Wilder with the right. We don't see that often.
big shot over J.
That bad. They could have
let him know about it.
They could have called the foul. Tensions are high, which we love to see.
What is Ray doing? Why is he?
Entered the game, but he's
He don't give a
helping in
fuck.
variety of other ways.
He don't know what's doing. I mean, he's a pro. He's doing firing up his team. He's doing everything he needs to do.
Look, everybody just chilling on us. Like, why? Oh my god.
Nigga said, please don't call him Darvin Hill.
Need to do to come back in this game. It's not much.
They're in it.
Y'all awesome sauce, man, but these refs not, man. Appreciate you for the donation, bro.
They need to realize what they're playing for.
Hold on.
Finals are at stake. Is really what it is.
Yeah, bro, I can tell our team gave up because we didn't get first, bro.
Loses this. In all
Freak.
likelihood,
They're not going.
No one knows.
but no one knows.
But I'm just saying, and we don't.
But no one knows.
one
And I don't
knows.
even
They
know.
never
I'm
approach-
probably wrong.
He keeps making crazy proclamations.
And I'm gonna keep doing it because here's the thing.
Look at J-Dub. He don't want to talk to nobody.
Nobody
He's
knows.
clocked up.
But why would you want to put yourself at risk? That's the thing.
I'll
You're
say
right.
that- I'll say
Cam
this
don't
on
want to talk to
Tuesday.
nobody either.
They're putting themselves in jeopardy.
Y'all niggas are selling.
That's what I'll say.
Jeopardy, guys. So
Well, you know, it's different though because Friga's coming in. He's not tied to this team.
Put Maury back in, man. That nigga gonna play with some heart, bro.
Look like they are.
Put him on the flow. I want Maury on the flow.
This is it's been an exhausting season.
Yeah, they look like they're ready to get
All right, well, they got one half.
When we get into the games, when you get out.
The finals. Let's get
Once you get out, games will be started.
Yeah. Second half action.
But I just know you're not leaving.
Consolation match.
So no game.
5-on-5 Creator League. Let's make it happen.
Creator League finals work on the website. It shows
Second
2
half of an
semifinals and a
important
final.
game.
2 semifinals.
You're doing a great job. You're genuine.
Hey man, maybe 2026 will be RDC's year.
I think it's just best 2 out of 3 sports. That's what I'm pretty sure it's like on the website.
Like every year is already.
The refs are ready. We can get ball in and start this second half. As soon as we get the clock adjusted to 15 minutes.
Mark, since you and Dylan were talking about the Derby battle, you and him should reenact when Joseph and Abdul got magnetized on camera. Get that nigga out of here. I want that nigga out of here. I actually want y'all to ban that nigga. Go find him. Actually ban that nigga. Ban that nigga.
That's how you set the tone, though, early and often.
Ban that nigga right now.
I cannot wait to see the official stats from our scorekeepers.
That's a crazy job. The stat tracker for this game, crazy.
Okay.
Let us know when the polls here, chat.
Oh, they saying time to vote. Time to vote.
Time to
vote.
Hey, vote.
We need that.
We actually need that, chat. It's 9,600 people in here. Y'all go vote.
Exploit the mismatch.
I will say Tylo
If you're on mobile, go to YouTube. Go to YouTube app. Type in Creator League and click they live.
Jason, chat is voting for Ray.
Why?
You serious?
Them niggas is holding this, bro.
Cheating, bro.
Y'all vote.
Oh, it's not this.
Hey, everybody in the chat, make sure y'all vote, man. Y'all don't be horn, bro.
Lock in, chat.
Well on their way.
No.
Come on, chat. Come on. We gotta win this one. We gotta win this one. Let's see. I gotta make
We have 36%. Come on, chat.
There we go.
Lock in with us.
Get back on D. Get back on D. Oh, he dropped. What?
Vote.
That ball ain't went out yet. That wasn't out.
That's crazy.
Got some room for the 4.
Get back on defense, man.
Tylil, is this within his range?
Help D. Help. You didn't help D. B. Lou.
Be in motion. Yeah. You might need to be in motion.
Vote, chat. Vote.
Yeah, right now, Dream Team. Come on, keep voting. Keep voting. We gotta keep voting 50-50 right now.
Come on, chat. Keep going.
We gotta win this one.
Keep it going. We gonna need every vote.
There it is. Come on, Jacob.
Go.
Just drop it.
J-Dub does have guard skills, but his height mismatch is something that needs to be
We need
exploited.
There's a morale shifter. Come on, chat.
Come on, chat.
They look like they're playing a little bit more hard.
Y'all gonna decide if we win or lose.
Barbados, too. That has to be mentally advantageous. I don't know the country.
It's pinned, chat.
Okay.
Right?
It's pinned. Yeah, it's pinned right there.
Pinned.
It's pinned, chat. It literally takes 5 seconds to vote.
No.
Turnover right there by the Dream Team, man. We can't have that.
Costly turnovers, man.
They want to seal the deal.
Fucking gosh, bro. How?
David Black.
Might remind me of Darvin Ham.
Is Brooklyn yours?
Yeah.
What?
Listen, Puga's energy cannot go unnoticed. He's going out
There you go. There you go.
making plays.
There we go.
Yeah, it's not.
Did it finish? Did it finish here?
No, it's here.
My shit said post tie, vote.
Yeah, we have 49.
We have 49.
Hey, lock in, chat. We have 49. We fighting against 2 comms. Y'all lock in on Ray and Jason.
It's 300 right now. Y'all, hey, it's 300 team right here.
Team Raekwon, they gotta make it
Come on,
We
man.
300. They the Persians.
We strong.
Lock
bro.
in.
in the mud type of game.
I 100% agree with you on that, yeah.
Let Drifty get hot.
If he would have got that rebound, I would have got on my jet right there. I would have got on my jet.
Taking matters into his own hands.
Yup. In transition, too. I don't want to hear nothing.
Let's go. Flex on him, dog. He already went into his gather, y'all. He already went into his gather.
On offense is insane.
Barbados J-Dub is different.
Come on, chat. We have 49.
It's Ray and all the phase versus RDC.
That's insane.
And we still trying. Come on.
If that's all the phase got and we hanging with y'all just need to cut it out and let it just be Ray then.
Yeah, but yup.
Y'all keep voting.
Hey, everybody that's listening right now, click that link, vote.
Click
It
the
takes
link, vote.
6 seconds, for real, vote.
Let's keep voting.
If J-Dub's gonna
Dream Team, vote for Dream Team.
Team Raekwon to take over, and that might be Zeddy.
Nigga said they got too many people, Mark.
They fighting hard. Hey, just keep fighting, bro.
Keep fighting, y'all. Keep fighting.
Dream team from our highly anticipated finals. What's the move looking like on the Raekwon bench?
Raekwon losing his team.
Yeah, look.
He losing his team.
Ooh, they crashing.
Hey, come on, Charles, whoa.
You know, it's not as volatile as the first game, so I believe they still have a shot to get back.
Come on, Charles, go.
I know Rage is in on this. I don't know about the rest of FaZe, but I know for a fact Rage is.
Oh, yeah, 49.
Cause I ain't answer the phone.
1 more percent, chat. 1 more
Almost
percent.
10,000 people here. We only got 3,000 votes. Come on, baby.
We only got 3,000 votes. There's 10,000 people. Lock in!
Bro, lock in for real, bro. Like, hey,
Lock
we
in,
need this. We need this. We
I
need
know you
this.
listening.
Come on.
You vote, don't
Lock
matter.
in!
You got to vote.
Y'all motherfucking ass out here and go vote.
Difference between 1v1, 3v3, 5v5, like it's a completely different
All you
game
gotta
every
type
time.
in Creator League.
On YouTube. If you,
All you gotta do is type in Creator League on YouTube.
Not everyone can be a scorer.
Click the live.
Or just click the link. Dad's about to send y'all on a fucking roller. Just click the link.
Okay, we at 50-50 though.
50-50 right now, chat. Keep going.
That's for if you're mobile.
We almost there, chat.
Keep going.
Come on, chat.
Keep going.
Yo, we have to stop letting this nigga just drop. Like, why does the defense break down every time one nigga drives? It's 4 niggas just staring at him, bro. Why are we breaking down? Y'all finna get me in a real basketball mode. What's going on, bro? What? Oh, nigga.
What? Oh my.
We have 51, chat. Hey, we have 51. Do not let up. Do not let up. Spirit bomb for real. Come on. Come on, dude. No, I'm saying I still got. Do not let up, my lady.
He's gonna take one, but he's got it. That's big.
We at 51. Keep going.
Keep going, chat. Come on.
Come on, chat.
All right, good foul. Good. Let's cash these 2 free throws and let's do this.
Close the poll like they closed it on us. Close the motherfucking poll.
Close the fuck out that bitch whenever we don't need them to.
Keep going. Keep voting.
Keep
Keep voting. Close the poll, bro. Close the poll.
These hoes don't. Hey,
Oh my
y'all,
God.
please vote, please.
Vote. Hey,
Back to
vote. Hey, vote.
50-50.
We gotta vote. We gotta vote. We need that 51. The next-
Every single one count right now, bro.
Marcellus Howard has just
Yo, it is crazy.
You want us to win?
Everybody vote. Everybody vote, please.
Vote.
Y'all, we almost there. It went back down to 50-50.
Yeah, they passed us up. They 50-50, but their mark is in front of ours.
Oh no! It went back to 51. Chat!
We're down.
Please.
Ooh, off the back iron and
Come on, chat.
What y'all want from us, bro?
Come on, chat.
Vote.
They cheating. Why didn't they shut the damn thing down? Oh my gosh, it's 52-48.
Come on, chat. It don't matter. Y'all can lock us in.
menace. No one wants it.
It's so close. Every single one.
It's so close. Every vote matters.
Oh my God, Raekwon.
Y'all can lock us in right now, but you can save us.
That's to the rack.
Log in to YouTube.
Finally asserting
You
himself.
got the
He's showing
app.
why he's here.
Raymond Felton mode.
Type in Creator League. Go on there live and press vote.
Oh.
Fuck!
Yeah, y'all some real ones. Y'all some real ones. Everybody voted. Appreciate y'all.
Y'all fighting free calm.
Yeah, it's all right. We understand, chat.
Yeah.
We thank y'all. Thank y'all.
We gonna push through it.
It's okay.
Goddamn, these fucking.
All right, chat. We either go up and throw. Why are you looking here? Why are you looking here? Okay, we're committed. I can't see. Oh my god. Who's this? Why are you down here? 2 teams? What the fuck? What am I supposed to do? Why would there not be 2 teams, bro? God, I'm the most unlucky player in the game.
Fast and furious, right? Like that's the reason, honestly, that we see the flank come online for GMD, and then you see the advanced positioning. You think that maybe TSM are trying to find those opportunities to find cheeky kills, just like Envy would. But well, you're playing Envy's game, and Envy are just going to be a little bit better at it. So Envy stabilize on that 3rd round. TSM buying up their weapons. 7 got that Odin in hand yet again. It's gonna be a very quick cam from Inspire. That gives a lot of information as to where these things are. Keep note as well, only one of the trap wires has been used on that B site, and a little bit of defense off of things. So Inspire does have a little bit more to work with if things get dire on C.
7's at it again. 4 or 2 away from the Hunter's Fury. See where TSM end up, and Envy don't want to give up any unnecessary gaps too. The way that GMD snuck up on them, and what looked like such a sealed round for Envy got really dicey until Envy had to clutch up. But double digits on the horizon for Envy. It's TSM that have to find a crack in the armor. Maybe trying to find timing, and had to grab that teleport quickly.
Okay. Yeah, Timotino. So low HP. Just gonna take 1 bullet here, and yeah, that's enough to really make TSM just back things out here. Once again, though, Inspire gonna try and play spoiler here, but 7 finds it through the smoke.
Oh, speaking of smoke, Ion! Wow, survived
like this.
through a double push. What? How? So crazy. Now TSM may feel safe enough to plant, but not with the smokes, but they're going to be forced to. It's 12 seconds, and removing Kintera was huge. Kane and Alvin Boy has his back, but the reswing from Exter, you don't expect that. Vora yet again, a lone wolf, but if anyone can do it, it's him. A 3K to save TSM.
Vora, the IGL on TSM's side, has low-key kind of been cooking. Has been looking really cold in the server lately. We've seen these opportunities where he's kind of just forced into, you know, these weird scenarios where he's up against the world. And even though, generally speaking, Envy come out on top of him, he's made it so painful for Envy to walk away. And this time around, down to the 1v2. Dodges a flash there, gets the kill onto Exter, and so ready for pop and swing right around. And that is an excellent confidence booster for TSM, who once again are trailing on this map. even though they are the favorites to win this out, and Envy so ready to play spoiler to everybody's expectations.
Now, TSM need to take over this game. They've kept the 2-3 round deficit, but need to get back into the lead. And there's still a hero rifle, and there's still a hero in his Kane Zera. They'll have to trigger this trip to get the flank going. And at the forefront is Exter with a Bucky, but Timotino goes sniping. He dashes into the faces of Envy, into the face of danger, and Envy want to get involved before it's too late, and now it's Shorty's the one that's the MVP. So Kane Zera is just gonna take a seat.
Yeah, you know, give the team a little bit of a break, right? That time around, it's literally just Timotino. The two weapons that only have 2 bullets for each of them, and every single bullet finds more than enough. Wiping the floor there. And yeah, TSM, an excellent round, and most importantly, getting Timotino back online, especially on these attacks. We need to see that Jet be able to find those moments. When we see that Timotino shut down so early on in the round, you see TSM struggle just a little bit more at trying to make their way in onto the site. I think that just goes to show how much that Jet is important in just kind of paving the way forwards for some of these steamrolly rounds.
And Envy aren't the ones to purposefully play for retakes. It just feels like unmitigated aggression from Envy, and with the ults that they have coming in, it's gonna be one explosive round coming up from Rolling Thunder on offense, Neural Thefts, Dimensional Drift on defense. So who's gonna pull the trigger first?
That's crazy. Sorry, I didn't realize it was actually just a single bullet that found those 2 kills. But yeah, actually, that's more than enough to get Envy to call a timeout here. And I like that you highlight all the ultimates that are online. Whoa, quick zoom in on Kane Zera there. Surprised me. Didn't see that one coming, I'm not gonna lie. But there's a lot of tools for Envy to work here. But on the counter side, I'm seeing TSM with a lot of ultimates online for them as well. So I'm wondering if this is going to be one of those things where it's a little bit of a Cold War scenario between these two teams, just waiting for the other person to bust out like the Rolling Thunder and then try to counter with the Hunter's Fury. But then if the Hunter's Fury comes out, then you counter with the Hunter's Fury. I feel like this is really going to be one of those chaotic rounds where it's just a lot of ultimates kind of coming out, unless one of the teams finds a lot of damage with just a single or 2 ultimates before the other team can kind of get going.
I think it's going to come down to that first contact play of whether you can get the Neural Theft going immediately. If you're on offense, just maybe you want to make things easy and just Rolling Thunder blindly. I mean, who knows? And then you want to maybe save your ults for a counter, and it's going to be very rock, paper, scissors, I think, coming up. And good on Envy to take the time to really think this through, because Envy are 4-1 on this half.
Yeah.
And the comeback could be real.
You know, like you see Extra running with the Dimensional Drift. Oh, the team's probably coming. All right, let's just toss out the Rolling Thunder. Oh, the Rolling Thunder's back there. Let's use the Hunters. Like, it genuinely could be one of those rounds.
Fault line drone, Timotino clears out a long. A lot of the trips from Envy set up on the A site this time, leaving Ion to fend for himself at C.
Slow as ever from both of these teams right now. Honestly, I think once again, just kind of waiting out the utility. It's going to be a very slight poke and prod to try and bait out the other team to try and do something. Try to get the other team to react, and then that's when you can kind of pounce on them because you know exactly what they're doing. Right now, it's so quiet in the server. Finally, TSM, they will make that first advancement, walking into Inspire. Tucked away in heaven right now, nice and safe, and we'll get this information.
If Timotino dashes, he could be caught, and Vora, what a punish on Inspire, leaving that open on purpose. It's Envy that are the first victims.
Spike planted.
TSM, the post plant's gonna look so good, and if TSM want to get going quickly, Hunter's Fury, Rolling Thunder. How much does TSM want to invest? Dimensional Drift, Envy trying to creep their way in, and Exter right in TSM's faces finds an opening. He's gonna need some help. and it's Ion that has to take back over. TSM don't have sights. They have to use the Rolling Thunder to stop the defuse. Envy are shaken up. Can they sell back against TSM? Oh, the fight that wins in TSM's favor, or Envy's favor. Man, so many ults just came out there. Crossfire at the end. Woo. Everyone from Envy stepping up.
Like you see so many ults come out, but like there's still like 5 ultimates online in total between these two teams. It's kind of crazy, but it's just, once again, the Hunter's Fury alongside the Dimensional Drift. You confirm the space. You're able to find a couple of clean, nice, easy kills thanks to that Hunter's Fury. And then you see immediately the Rolling Thunder comes out in response, but it's Ion just tucked away in the back line here. And is able to get that first kill onto 7, which is massive. And Alvin Boy, sure, gets the punish, but enough time has kind of passed. The rest of Envy are going to just swamp right over them. And now TSM, it's going to be their turn to take that tech timeout. As we get closer and closer to the end of this map, you don't want to give your opponent any advantages whatsoever.
And for Envy to win that round is pretty huge. You got Rolling Thunder out, Hunter's Fury out, Dimensional Drift. Through all that chaos, I'm just not sure about the neural thefts and what's left, but all I know is that there's no more timeouts, so there's nothing left to think but to just clutch up on the round. And Envy was barely in this based on how this half has went. That was only their second round win of the half, so, and that took a lot of ults, and that took some courage from Eggster to just Dimensional Drift in the middle of TSM.
Also, I just want to point out, I think GMD took the nose strip off. Maybe that's what's going on right now.
Oh god, no more oxygen diff. Okay.
The brain was over oxygenated, and the gameplay wasn't quite working out, but it's still okay. We're getting back into it. Putting the jokes outside the room now. Moving into this next round here, it is a little bit of an awkward buy for TSM. They really have to make sure that this one works out, because otherwise it's going to continue to be even more awkward. We're seeing a lot of light shields being bought on their side, while it's full force and fury from Envy, as they've got an Odin as well. And it's Kane Zera holding that one, which that is a throwback and a half. I have not seen Kane with an Odin get immense value in a hot minute.
Oh, Elvin Boy now gets to use the neural theft, a big risk from Eggster when he thought that cage was misplaced and he could have got a pick. He got so eager to find that first kill to set up Envy for success. Now it's going to be a lot easier for TSM, and they even have the Hunter's Fury if they're really worried about it, but Timotino's going to take care of business himself. And Envy find themselves on the back end, but at least on the high ground. That is no longer smoked, and that's the spike down. There's a window for TSM to plant in, and they couldn't get it done in time. And now they're just so cooked. They're out in the open, and Envy are taking full advantage of this. Just when TSM had the first blood, it's up to Bora.
Oh my goodness.
And a 1v1, and Inspire will confirm the kill. Yeah, there it is. Okay. I was worried who we were on board with, but there we go.
Yeah.
Envy up to 11.
And once again, this is the Kane Zera ISO ultimate, the kill contract being utilized to a smart level. It's so easy to look at Kane Zera and be like, oh, of course he's just gonna use that ultimate right off the rip because he knows he's gonna be able to win here. But I really got to admit, like, there's a lot more intelligence in that play coming out, making sure that you can guarantee those rounds. As soon as I saw that Heaven was not smoked and the spike was nowhere near on site, I knew something was going to be up. You can't leave those openings to Envy because they are going to punish you, and it made it so much more difficult to get that spike online. This time, though, Eggster with the judge just around the corner here, hoping to try and bait somebody out as TSM very slowly making their way down, as they will have to fight Poppin on the site.
And GMD took damage from that spray, but hiding away is going to be more important. But does Eggster push the envelope? He hears the steps. Can he even teleport away? Let's see. Oh, there it is. Kind of is using it delayed with how slow TSM are in the early rounds. He doesn't want to have that expire on him.
Yeah, looks like this time they will be going on to B, and Kane Zera already tossing out a bit of util to make him scared, and it will do just that, so Eggster's position still has a lot of value.
Does patience pay off? It does! Aura is down! And he just drops the 20 bomb, and Bora has the Hunter's Fury. Envy are ahead. First blood, though. You know, TSM are still so scary, especially when the leader's still involved. And Envy, it's a united effort. Storming TSM, and Seven's left on an island with no raft. And Envy are officially on match point, series point.
This is unbelievable. The amount of value Exter has consistently gotten on that little nook there has been crazy. And every single time gets a single kill, and then after that, that first kill kind of comes through, you see the fault line comes out to try and get Exter, but he just teleports away. It's happened so many rounds in a row. And yeah, sure, a little bit of shenanigans happening on this site, but this was a instrumental round for TSM to be able to win. And exactly like you said, TSM now have to find 4 if they want to win this out against Envy, as already popping. Swings around, a little bit scared, spotting out Timotino, but Timotino not dead yet.
And there's still a Stinger and a Bulldog. TSM, this is not them at their full and final form. And the Hunter's Fury does some work, but Envy are done playing with their food. Vor and Alvin have to settle down and recollect the spike, or Envy, we're gonna collect a bigger check towards the end of Ascension, and Vor is down. And revenge is sweeter. And getting to Ascension Grand Final is even sweeter. Envy take the series.
Unbelievable. Finally beating the streak of losses that Envy have faced against North America's first seed TSM. Consistently, TSM has looked like they have figured out how to foil Envy, and especially too coming into this one, Kane Zera not having the best stats in the Ascension tournament. Meanwhile, TSM have always looked like they are just right comfortable at home. And yet still, it happens again. Envy dropped the first map, it looks like a slap, and then suddenly they bounce back on map 2 and map 3 and make it their own. This is North America's #2 seed, securing their spot in grand finals for the Ascension tournament.
And it's not the end of TSM. They'll go off and face Team Solid in that lower bracket final, but the courage, the gall of Envy to pick one of their worst maps of Abyss, to have us all questioning this 0-3 stat line. And I knew once it went to Haven, it was all over. And then you saw Kane Zera lock the ISO. Just like the good old times.
Oh, good old times, right? That's what they call them. But yeah, I mean, honestly, big shout out to Envy, because like you said, they pulled out a couple of things that people were not expecting. Picking up this at that second map, making those compositional changes kind of coming into this. It didn't seem like this was going to be what they needed in order to win. And yet still, they come out on top. And Lemon, I'm sure you're feeling nice over there, because I think your Preds today were pretty darn good. I can't remember if you picked Envy or not.
No,
but
I didn't. I literally picked Envy every single other time, but I was like, they're 0-2 against TSM. You would be crazy to pick Envy. Well, why don't we go talk to Crazy? I know Sierra is jumping out of her seat right now. Say hi to the desk, everyone.
Hello, everyone. It is us, the desk. I mean, Envy proving what's old is gold. It's their old comp. It's something familiar to them, and a return to old play styles as well. A little frozen camera. But hey, going into this series, I mean, Ash, there was questions, there was concerns at TSM that seemed to always best Envy, but when it mattered, when it was a spot in the grand finals on the line, it's gonna be Envy to take the dub.
It absolutely is, and we talked so much, I think, about how Kane Zera had a slow start to this tournament, but in this rematch up against TSM for this upper final, he's waking up just in time, hopefully feeling better from whatever illness was plaguing him previously, but he was unlocked from map 1 into map 3. It's an incredible performance. Like Lemon was talking about, yeah, you go to Haven, you see Kane pulling out the ISO that we know him for on this map, and then you've got the Odin on top of that. It's just like so frustrating to deal with because he has that shield. He's constantly putting up that pressure. And I think what's kind of wild too is we saw a very different attacking side from Envy. Last time these two teams faced off, it was so defender-sided heavy for both of them. And for Envy, they were completely in control of the map there on attack.
against all odds, guys. Envy stops history from repeating itself. It's really nice to see. They clinch a spot in the grand finals, and it really does feel like this is an entirely different team, right? Whenever Kane Zera is feeling it, I feel like when that front line is, you know, they're having success. They're getting a lot of those openers. They're feeling nice, you know, on the entries. They're combating a lot on the front line. That's really when this roster, it comes alive completely. That's really when the system, the identity kicks in, right? Opening up the lurks for Inspire, making people react into him while he can exercise his game IQ. I feel like really this form of Envy, this is what we know them for. I'm happy to see here coming out when it matters most to clinch this grand final spot. It helps them immensely for that map veto advantage coming into grand finals. But wow, what an insane match we just watched, guys.
It was crazy. I mean, for the side of TSM too, I think we talked about some of their win conditions with how they love to play this map. A couple of those contact plays, those trap plays coming from 7, and a lot of the times also looking to set Timotino up on that defense. But it's also hard to kind of want to get that operator online when you are facing up against the ISO composition, just knowing how that shield can counter that first engagement that you're looking for there. And it was difficult to just get him started. I think to really get proactive with how well Envy were playing. Inspire, even though he wasn't putting up like crazy numbers or anything like that on the attacking side, he had so much value. Like you know that he's always going to be either in attacker spawn or somewhere late into mid, and he was constantly cutting off those rotations where TSM were trying to flank on the retake.
Just looking over at this, just lights out performance from Vora. I mean, the shooting from Vora, some of these saves as well, Roy, was just crazy, but it was just not enough in the end. When Envy just gets going, when they feel that confidence, it was just too much to bear.
I mean, yeah, Vora he really was stealing a lot of rounds away from Envy. It felt like a lot of the opportunities that could have gone, you know, Envy's way actually came in favor of TSM. This could have actually been an even more dominant finish here for Envy had things gone just slightly a little bit different. And also, Envy lost, what, 5 out of 6 pistols, if not every pistol? And that's kind of crazy. That's a testament to their gun round percentages, right? Which is the real test of Valorant. That's really where the consistency is found. So I'm happy to see Envy find this form here as they clinch this grand final spot. Obviously, we do not say goodbye to TSM. They're only going to descend into lowers grand finals to play against Team Solid in a best of 5. That's going to be a banger as well.
Oh, it definitely would be. The 3 remaining teams that we have are just so strong, and this could have shaken up in so many different ways, but it's going to be Envy, one of the favorites throughout the year, to claim the first grand final spot. Now, I'm excited. We have a post-match interview with Kane Zera on the line. Chat a little bit more about this victory, what it means to be in the grand finals. Kane, 2-1 victory. You're in the grand finals of Ascension. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. Feeling good.
I mean, we got to talk about this series and everything else, because the last couple of times we've seen you go up against TSM, it's been a little bit rough. You and TSM have been really, really closely matched in this, so I want to know what preparation was like going into today to make sure you can get the win over them.
All right. Well, today I woke up and actually no, it started with last night. Last night I was asking my coach and like Poppin, and I was like, bro, these guys farm me every single time. What do I gotta do? And they're like, bro, yours better than them. Like you just gotta swing them and you just gotta kill them. And I was like, damn, they're low key right. So going into this match, I was like, okay, I'm gonna go in the mindset that no matter what I do, like I'll just kill them if I just run at them, just like I did against like Team Solid. And I think it worked out very well.
I mean, I love that mentality shift because, yeah, what we've gotten to really see from you throughout the year has just been running people down. So, yeah, the coaches are right here. Just run them down. We've also seen throughout Ascension from you. Apologies, that is my phone. My dinner's ready. We have seen from you throughout Ascension, you have been on 6 different agents, including 3 different agents for Abyss. So, like, what has that been like for you, having to just switch on so many different agents, constantly switching up compositions and everything else?
I mean, they're just like kind of like my choice. Like after the game, when I play bad, I'm like, yeah, no, this agent's not gonna cut it. I tell my coach we're gonna have to change it. So then he like gives me like 3 options, options I can play, and then I just like choose the best one every time. What I think.
I mean, hey, the Jet choice was a good one for Abyss, so glad you picked right on that one. Now, last but not least, You're in the grand finals. This has been a whole run throughout the year where Envy has been considered one of the favorites. Like, what does it mean now to be just in this grand finals, knowing you're one best of 5 away from this Envy taking VCT America spot?
It definitely feels good. But I think we get like 2 map bans or something. So like we'll have a pretty heavy advantage. And I feel like I got my confidence back. And hopefully by then I'll have no more sore throat and I'll be like 100% primed. And yeah, I'm just hoping that I get lucky. And I think we'll just dominate. Like I'm so confident in our abilities now.
I mean, glad to hear that confidence back. I know you've been sick for a good amount of this, so I'll let you go rest. But Kane, congrats on this win and best of luck in the grand finals. Thanks for chatting.
Of course.
Thank you. Back over to the desk for us. There's
a lot to unpack here.
These are the options. Pick one. But you know what? It's working.
Yeah.
We have
Choose
said
your own
throughout,
adventure.
we've said throughout the year that Envy, they have their own style, right? They do their own thing, and hey, they let KaneZera pick something he's confident on, and he shows up in the end. Works out.
This is all just so foreign to me. Like, I've never heard of this before. Like, bro's picking agents like he's on DoorDash. Like, it's like he's just choosing an order in the highest stake matches of his career. It's crazy, but they are that team. They are the only team that could probably pull this off, and I think that is the magic, is that they keep doing it in the most unconventional fashion. I respect it. I just respect it. That's all I have to say.
I mean, the conversation has been like, let's get Kane to get his confidence back, being able to be on an agent that he's comfortable with. Definitely showed off in the series when we saw the Jet, and something that continued on forward. And with this victory as well, Envy now in the grand finals of Ascension. TSM, they're not out of things, but they do have a little bit more of a difficult run, because now they're going to be sent into this lower bracket, Ash, where Team Solid awaits.
Yeah, that is going to be an insane match for our final elimination match of tomorrow in that best of 5 series there as well. It is going to be absolutely crazy. These teams didn't have a chance to face up against each other so far. Throughout Ascension have dodged each other, but I also want to talk, I think, and throw back a little bit to our earlier match of the day with that with that Team Solid versus Winthrop match. Team Solid looks so good. We've talked about this roster, how there's so much veterancy on it, how you also have players that every single one of them have reached that tier 1 level. But for Winthrop, we had to say goodbye to them, and we didn't really get to give them their flowers earlier. I really want to give credit to how much that team has grown, how much they've really proven these esports programs in collegiate work, your boy.
Guys, this is shaping up to be so insane, right? Like, TSM has not been shaken up in this event at all. This is the first time they're descending into lowers to play against Team Solid. This is maybe the only matchup that actually hasn't happened in this event yet. It's going to be a completely fresh thing. It's going to be interesting to see how this pans out. And of course, Envy's map pool gets saved here in the upper bracket with the double map advantages. These last 2 remaining days, guys, they're about to be an absolute movie. I'm so ready for it.
We always love when we get to the best of 5 part of the competition, because being able to see these teams really just go toe-to-toe, it has been amazing. All the teams today have put up such a phenomenal fight, and even if one Dreams had to end with Winthrop, I mean, it was still well fought, and we'll get to see who can move on tomorrow in the lower finals match. You're not going to want to miss it. It's going to be a great time with TSM and Team Solid tomorrow, but that is it for us today. My dinner is ready, as you all got to hear with the alarm. Apologies. So we'll wrap this up. Thank you all so much for tuning in. It has been a great day. We'll see you back here tomorrow.
Not having Deja Zine in this round could be the nail in the coffin. Havoc still has the op though in Nightfall, expecting an A-lobby fight. And Team Solid, you have them cowering. You have them revealed, and Rafa's still gonna step up. Because you would never expect that, right? Oh, the paranoia Glyph! The captain, the leader of this ship! Puts Team Solid to bed! And it's 13 checked! The TXS will address the problem head first and does exactly that. Spike about to go down. Winthrop don't have anything from Governor. No information, they'll have to go in blind, and Dijazine watching the outside of the side, and the rolling thunder throw her into the mix. It's gonna be easy for Dijazine. Dijazine is for a job here. Just to hear that teleport from Glyph, and no, he loses that duel. Now on the high ground, Winthrop have a great position, and they're gonna come in off the Prowler. Now it's all about the duels, and the Odin rings true, and Team Solid has to clutch now more than ever in this 2 versus 2, and it could be Havoc from the 6 count.
Chow's dead. What do we do now?
The guy doesn't give a shit about Chow's, too. This whole thing's about a bank account. Let's just go back to the hotel. We'll search Chow's body. Hopefully the password's in his wallet or something.
And what if it isn't? I mean, they're gonna kill Teddy.
Just relax. We have until 8 a.m. tomorrow to figure it out.
First the monkey, now my hat. What's worse can this day get?
Jesus Christ.
Well, we're living here in Allentown, and he's driven our lives into the ground. When we woke up, we were wasted and drunk. Phil got shot, we got beaten by a monk. I was happy and my life was good, getting married like a dentist should, roasting marshmallows on a stick. I got in the ass by a girl with a dick. I remember that. And we're living here in Allentown.
Feeling better? You all right? You warm enough?
I don't know. Come feel my balls and tell me. I've been locked in a icebox all day. Hey, Alan, you want my awesome sunglasses? You just asked Chow. You don't have to kill me.
Chow, nobody killed you. You were already dead. You didn't have a pulse. Fine.